Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the August 6, 2020 regularly scheduled meeting of the Kentucky Board of Education. Members, thank you for being here. We're glad to see you. I think we're in good shape technically, but I do want to announce a few notes as we have been doing about conducting virtual meetings. The meeting must comply with the requirements of the Open Meeting Act. Accordingly, KBE members must ensure their video is streaming and they can be seen throughout the duration of the meeting. Members, please do mute your mics at this time, but ensure that when you speak that you do unmute so that your comments can be broadcast to the public. Every time you speak during the meeting, please unmute your mic, state your name, and take a short pause so that the video feed will catch up with you. And for any items that require a vote, as we have been doing now for several months, a roll call vote will be necessary to record the vote of each member. At that time, you will simply say, "I," state your name, vote, and then your response. Please silence or turn off any electronic devices that may cause disruption to your sound feed at this time. And Jennifer, I think we're ready for a roll call.
Sounds great. Good morning, everyone. Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I am present.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt, present.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I'm here.
Mike Bowling.
This is Mike Bowling. I'm present.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. I am here.
Cody Polly Johnson.
This is Cody Polly Johnson. I'm here.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. Good morning. I am here.
Sharon Robinson.
This is Sharon Robinson. I'm here.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I am here.
Lou Young.
Good morning. This is Lou Young. I am present.
Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman. I believe she'll be joining us shortly, Chair.
Thank you.
And I believe we have Dr. Amanda Ellis here for CPE President Aaron Thompson.
Good morning. I am present.
And Allison Sloan.
This is Allison Sloan, and I am present.
Thank you, Chair. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Our first item of business today is the nomination and election of the Kentucky Board of Education Chair and Vice Chair. KRS 156.029 requires that the KBE elect a chairperson at the first regular meeting of each fiscal year. So at this time, we will take nominations from the floor and proceed with the election of a new Kentucky Board of Education Chair and Vice Chair. Nominations are now in order for the office of Chair of the Kentucky Board of Education, and no seconds are necessary.
Lou, this is Mike Bowling.
Yes, Mike.
I make a motion that that the board appoint you to continue on as chairman of the board, and that the board vote to continue Sharon on as vice chairman of the board. And I move that all other nominations cease at this point.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I do know I'll ask Todd to make sure we can move forward with that motion. I will note that under our rules, Sharon and I can serve an additional year as chair and vice chair. Are we allowed to do that in one motion, Todd?
So I would recommend that we open it up for discussion in the event that any other member wants to make a nomination or has a comment on Mike's motion. And then following the discussion, assuming that you have this motion on the floor, then the board can take a vote. But other individuals may want to discuss that further.
Thank you, Todd. I like that approach very much. So we do have a motion from Mike for me to serve as chair another year and Sharon as vice chair. But let's open that up for any discussion or questions that you may have.
This is Claire Batt, and I'd like to say that I think that Mike's motion is a wonderful one. I would love to see the two of you continue in the same position. You add so much to the discussion, and I think your leadership is very appreciated. So, Mike, I'm so glad you made the motion because I would have done the same thing.
Thank you, Claire, and thank you too, Mike.
This is Patrice McCrary.
Yes.
I would like to agree with that comment and go on record for saying the leadership thus far as our chair and vice chair for these two individuals has been nothing less than superior. You're appreciated and we are fortunate to have you.
Thank you very much, Patrice. We really appreciate you guys and the support. I will add that I asked Sharon if we could remain a team doing this. I have relied so much on her wisdom and discernment in the process and feel like I have a partner for life there. So I appreciate her very much in that role as well. Any further discussion? Any other nominations? Yes, ma'am.
Might I just say that it has been truly an honor working with this board as your vice chair. And I really appreciate the opportunity to continue in the partnership with Lou and the staff at the department to support all of our very ambitious goals.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Lou, this is Allison. I'd just like to go on record to say that I agree with everything everyone has said. I think the two of you make an incredible team, and I look forward to going on in the future with you in the positions you're at.
Thank you, Allison.
And this is Lee, and I'll just second all those emotions that have been made, or emotions that have been mentioned. And thank you for the time you must spend on this because you've really put a lot of time into it and done an excellent job. So continue.
I agree also. I'm 100%.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you.
We couldn't have better leadership. Thank you so much. We hope you will continue to serve.
Thank you, Joanne. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we do have a motion for Lou Young to serve as chair and Sharon Robinson to serve as vice chair. At this time, we will have a roll call vote.
Sorry, my mute was a little delayed. Joanne Adams.
Joanne Adams, my vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt votes yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Mike Bowling.
This is Mike Bowling. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Cody Johnson.
This is Cody Johnson. I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, and I vote yes as well.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and I vote yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, everyone. I echo Sharon's sentiments that it has been a pleasure to work with this board, to get to know you over the past 8 months, to see your willingness to engage in 20 meetings when you thought you were signing up for 3 or 4 at this point in the year, and just the thoughtful way you approach this work on behalf of the children and families that we serve in public education across the Commonwealth. So thank you for your service, and thank you for the opportunity for us to continue to lead through the 2020-21 school year. At this time, I will turn it over to Patrice McCrary, who chairs our awards committee for consideration of approval of the recipient of the Kelly Award in Education Partnership. And Patrice, you may be muted.
Sorry, you would think after all this time I would have it down pat.
Mistake.
Sorry. On behalf of the awards committee, I move approval of candidate 8 as the recipient of the Kentucky Board of Education Kelly Award for Business and Education Partnership. This award is given in the fall of each year to a Kentucky business person or business who has partnered with public school or district to provide outstanding leadership that promotes school improvement and student success. Based on the review of candidates during the award committee's July 28th meeting, we determined candidate number 8 best demonstrated the characteristics set forth by the awards criteria. And I will say that we had some excellent individuals and groups that were nominated. Accordingly, I would like to ask the chair for the board's approval to recognize candidate number 8 at the board's October regular meeting.
Thank you, Patrice. We'll accept that as a motion from Patrice to recognize candidate number 8. Do we have a second?
So moved.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. We have a motion and a second, and I will just add quickly a big thank you to Patrice and Claire, who serve on our awards committee, which means reading several applications, and I am able to enjoy being a part of that committee as well, and would echo Patrice's comments about the excellent slate of nominees we had this year. Any further discussion? All right, Jennifer, we'll have a roll call.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Mike Bowling.
This is Mike Bowling. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Elvis Johnson. I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary, and I vote yes.
Cody Johnson.
This is Cody Johnson, and I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I think number 8 is a well-rounded candidate, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and I agree with Lee and everyone else, and I vote yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jennifer. At this point, we will consider approval of summary minutes from, are you ready? June 3rd, June 4th, June 11, June 12, June 25, July 6, July 7, July 10, July 15, and July 28, 2020. Yes, we really have met all of those times. Those minutes were distributed to you in advance. Are there any corrections to any of these minutes at this time? If not, I'll open for a motion for approval.
This is Patrice McCrary. I move that we approve all of these minutes.
Thank you. We have a motion from Patrice. Do we have a second?
This is Holly Bloodworth. I second.
And a second from Ms. Bloodworth. Thank you. Any discussion? All right, Jennifer, we'll take a roll call.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Mike Bowling.
This is Mike Bowling. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Elvis Johnson. I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Cody Johnson.
This is Cody Johnson. I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jennifer. The next item on our agenda will be to suspend standing committee meetings. As you know, standing committees are established in the KBE policy manual, but for today and all of our virtual meetings, due to the teleconferencing limitations we face and the inability to live stream 2 standing committees simultaneously, and for the sake of efficiency, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to suspend standing committee meetings. Is there such a motion?
This is Holly Bloodworth. I make a motion to suspend those committee meetings.
Thank you. We have a motion from Ms. Bloodworth. Do we have a second?
This is
Joanne. This is Joanne Adams. I second.
Thank you. We have a second by Ms. Adams. Any discussion? Hearing none. Jennifer, would you please call the roll?
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Mike Bowling.
This is Mike Bowling. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Elvis Johnson. I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary, and I vote yes.
Cody Johnson.
This is Cody Johnson, and I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and I vote yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jennifer. We always love the good news items portion of our agenda, so we will jump right into that and ask board members to share items from your region, starting with Joanne Adams.
I am happy to share some information from Oldham County Public Schools. And early in July, the school started getting some social media, seeing some social media talk about whether they were going to have to wear masks to school, and seeing a lot of negative things about that on social media. So they started a campaign to change the narrative for the county, and they decided to launch this social media campaign, Mask Up Team Oldham County. And they started on July the 9th, and that was before we had a mask mandate in the state. But they wanted to go ahead and normalize that idea of always wearing a mask. And so they asked community members, alumni of the school, people who worked for this district, and students to send a picture of themselves wearing a mask and telling why they wore the mask. The masks are mandatory now, but the district believes that they need to keep sending this positive message because it is so vitally important for opening our schools that people wear the mask. And the more that we see other people wearing these masks, the more it's going to seem normal. And that's really important for our kids. And I encourage you to go to their Twitter account and look at all of these different people who have sent in their pictures. There's custodians, cafeteria workers, student leaders, teachers. And my favorite has to be the principal here from Camden Station Elementary, Stu Martin, who said that, why do I wear a mask? Because sometimes it's fun to be a ninja, a villain, and a superhero. And I think that's a real good message for our kids, because they can see the fun in wearing the mask and know that it's important to wear them also to keep other people safe. So thank you, Oldham County Schools. You've done a good job in promoting wearing masks in our schools.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Joanne, and congratulations, Oldham County, for that positive public message campaign. And then we will turn to Cody, Polly Johnson.
Good morning. My good news report concerns the Career and Technical Education Student Organization. Regardless of the continued impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, career and technical education students all across the state have persevered through these challenging times and continue to make Kentucky proud through a variety of state and national awards and recognition. Thousands of career and technical education students from all 8 of the state's career and technical student organizations have spent the spring and summer months competing in virtual competitions and leadership conferences at the state and national levels, many of whom earned top national rankings for their award-winning projects, skill demonstrations, and personal degree programs. We want to extend a special congratulations, which are in order for Hannah Jones from Powell County High School and Logan Justice from Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School for being elected as 2 of only 10 officers for the National Executive Council of the Family. Career and Community Leaders of America's Student Organization. Their outstanding leadership at the national level over the next academic year is sure to make Kentucky proud. The Kentucky Board of Education celebrates the accomplishments of these students and their hardworking CTE teachers to ensure that learning and leadership opportunities have remained a top priority throughout the COVID-19 crisis. Congratulations on your hard work and many deserved accolades. We are honored to celebrate you.
Thank you so much, Cody. And I believe we met Hannah and Logan back at the February meeting in person, as I recall. Yes. And Cody, I know that career tech ed is a passion and high interest area for you. So thank you for sharing that great news.
Yes, and I'd like to send a shout out too to Logan Justice's parents, Grover and Heather, who I went to high school with in Pikeville.
No.
Yeah,
oh,
so that's great. Mm-hmm.
The Kentucky world. Thank you so much, Cody. And Allison, to you.
Good morning. I get the privilege to talk about the National Braille Challenge competition. Our students have faced a lot of challenges in the last few months across different districts, across the whole state, and lots of events they wanted to participate in. But this year was especially a great year for Kentucky and the Braille Challenge. Not only was the Regional Braille Challenge the largest in our state's history, but we had 2 Kentucky finalists from our public schools. These hardworking students include Cameron Blakely of Davies County School District and Jenna Claywell of Adair County School District. Jenna placed 3rd overall nationally, so way to go, girls. Both students were in the sophomore category, so out of the top 10 students in the country of that age group, 2 of them were from Kentucky's public schools. What a great statement that is to our school system. The Kentucky Board of Education congratulates Cameron and Jenna for this amazing accomplishment.
Excellent. Congratulations, ladies, and thank you so much, Allison. Do we have a slide on that good news item, Jennifer?
I believe it's up on the screen. Double check me, you all. The National Braille Challenge.
We can see it.
It is.
Got the lag this morning on my side. Sorry.
I think we're having some lag issues this morning. Sorry about that.
No worries. So if the next slide is ready, I'll go ahead and share on behalf of the Kentucky Board of Education our heartiest congratulations for Laura Raganas. Laura is a digital learning coach and statewide program lead from the Office of Education Technology, and Laura is on the call this morning. Many of you may have met her. David Couch says she's like Cher. She only needs one name, and if you hear Raganas, you know who she is across Kentucky. She was recognized as the recipient of the 2020 Making It Happen Award from the Kentucky Society of Technology and Education, KISTE, at their July statewide Virtual EdTech Leaders webcast. This is an international award from the International Society for Technology and Education. Laura has done amazing work across Kentucky with digital learning coaches in school districts around the state, as well as leading the establishment of Kentucky's first IT Academy for Kentucky K-12 students to provide a meaningful and marketable professional IT certification. Laura also established Kentucky's Girls Who Code clubs, and now Kentucky has more Girls Who Code clubs than any other state. You can read more about Laura's statewide impact in a recent article on KentuckyTeacher.org. And if you would just in your mind join me for a round of applause for our own Laura Raganas. And we have one final good news item to share at this time. I'm trying to surprise him just a little bit because I know he won't like it, but our own Kevin Brown was recognized at last week's Kentucky Association of School Administrators Summer Institute as the recipient of their prestigious William T. Nalia Award. This award is presented annually to an education leader who, quote, reflects a spirit of innovation and cutting-edge leadership while bringing high levels of success to all children, end quote. I cannot think of a more deserving recipient of this award, and obviously neither could KASA. I was fortunate to be present when Kevin received the award, and I must tell you that his acceptance speech was incredibly moving as he paid homage to his former Paint Lick Elementary School principal, Ms. Mary Adrienne Davis. As Kevin told the story, he recalled how much respect and admiration he had as a boy for Ms. Davis, and he said he always sat up a little higher when he heard her high heels clicking down the hall. What I loved about the story is that Kevin has become the kind of leader who also commands that level of respect. I, for one, sit up a little taller when he's around too. So in addition to recognizing Kevin for receiving the Nalia Award, I want to take this bittersweet opportunity to acknowledge that this is Kevin's last KBE meeting as Interim Commissioner of Education. I assure you, I'm the only one that's weepy this morning. Kevin is not at all. None of us knew that he would take the reins just before the advent of a global pandemic and would find himself thrown into an unprecedented time of unpredictability and volatility, a time when we need strong and decisive leadership more than ever before. I believe that Kevin's service as our commissioner did not happen by chance, but rather by an act of providence in support of Kentucky's children, our educators, and the families we serve. Kevin Brown has risen to the challenge with the knowledge, skills, and abiding humility that it takes to navigate through the turbulence with an unwavering commitment to doing what's best for kids. So please join me for a virtual round of applause and standing ovation in your mind as we say thank you to Kevin Brown. Somebody's clapping. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. And Kevin will have a chance to speak here in just a minute and share some remarks also. The next tough segue here, the next turn is to a report from the President of the Council on Post-Secondary Education. Sorry about that, Amanda. You get to follow lots of love for Kevin. I don't believe Dr. Thompson has been able to join us yet, so I think I turn it over to Amanda at this time. Is that right?
Actually, he wanted to share his comments. If it's okay to defer to him a little bit later, if that's possible. Jennifer, I don't know if that can happen, or Lou.
Will cue me.
Absolutely. So perhaps we can come back after the Lieutenant Governor. Actually, it looks like she's joining us now, and Commissioner Brown. Absolutely.
Okay. Excellent.
Thank you.
Don't let me forget, Jennifer.
No way.
Thank you. All right, so at this time, we will turn to our report from the Secretary of Education and Workforce Development and Lieutenant Governor, Jacqueline Coleman, for her report.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I literally just joined you like 5 seconds ago because I was on with, talk about impeccable timing. I was on with the Jackson Purchase Chamber group, and they were actually talking about school reopening. And as I finished up, they were bringing in some local superintendents. And so it just continues to be our focus. So just to give you a few updates on what's going on in the cabinet, we have continued to work as closely as possible with KDE to help with the reopening of schools across Kentucky. This is certainly a heavy lift for everyone, from superintendents to families. And so we have extended some flexibilities in our guidelines, through our guidelines for schools to reopen. You know, one of the first things that we recognized was that we were not going to be able to predict too far into the future. And the extent to which we could mitigate this virus was not really clear from the beginning. And so the best thing that we could do in my mind was to extend flexibilities to school districts so that they could meet the needs of their families and their kids. In order to do that, we have removed some barriers that have existed in what we would consider to be traditional educational practices. And some of those are, I'll give you those flexibilities and kind of explain the intent behind them as well. The first is that we extended unlimited NTI days to every school district. We did that in the event that there were districts out there that preferred to go back digitally and to not go to in-person classes, and we wanted to make sure that that was a possibility for them. We removed the average daily attendance requirement for funding. As we thought back, as we started to think through how schools could go back in hybrid models where some students may be in school at some point and out of school at another, we did not want that to impact the funding for our schools. And so by waiving that requirement, schools can use previous year's attendance to continue to receive that funding. And then if they decide that they want to go to a hybrid model where not every student is in the building at the same time, they had the leeway to do that. We also made sure that for those districts that go back in person in some form or fashion, that we protected our faculty and staff. One of the concerns was and continues to be what happens if our faculty and staff are exposed to COVID, and they would have to be tested and quarantined until they got the results back. For our teachers who were going to work every day and doing what they needed to do, it was not fair for us to ask that of them and then ask of them to also utilize their sick days for potentially 14 days at a time because they needed to be tested. Our educators are the front line, and they are exposed to more humans between kids and their families than just about any other profession that I can think of. And so we needed to make sure that they were protected. And so we allowed districts to extend an unlimited amount of COVID-related emergency days for the purpose of quarantining. And then finally, the last announcement that I made was that we are allowing some leeway in the facilitation of online instructional models. And that came directly as a request from our school community. I had one superintendent who specifically said he was considering some students that opt out of in-person classes and stay at home, and also teachers who might be immunocompromised who need to stay home, matching them up. But as you can imagine, in high school, that's very difficult because the certifications are so specific. And so the instruction would remain with the certified teacher, but we are now going to allow schools to make sure that other teachers, potentially even from other areas of certification, can support the facilitation of that online platform. So whether it's a technical assistance, whether it's a simple question about how to move forward in a module or something like that. That allows our teachers to maintain relationships with students that they may have formed in the past as they move forward as well. So it really is truly creating a village of educators to help support our kids. And so those have been the things that we have done, obviously, to help with COVID-related emergencies and moving forward in schools. We continue to work on equity issues. I'm very proud of the I guess it was the declaration that the board read last time that we all voted on and agreed to. We continue to have conversations with KDE about how to implement implicit bias training for all school faculty and staff across Kentucky, and how we can better support the Kentucky Academy for Equity in Teaching to make sure that we recruit more teachers of color into our profession. One of the focus points that we continue to hear could be a barrier for families and students moving forward is Wi-Fi access. We say rural, and certainly rural Wi-Fi can be a problem. I mean, I'm from rural Kentucky, I know, but also there's urban issues as well in terms of access and opportunity. And so our cabinet is working with, we are looking down every rabbit hole to find ways that we can extend Wi-Fi to every kid that needs it, because schools are able to pretty much provide devices as needed. I won't say completely, but we've certainly come a very long way in regard to devices. But now the question is, how many of our kids actually have access to Wi-Fi and can use those devices at home? So we are looking at public-private partnerships. We are looking at cities and states who have already done this work. We are looking at Kentucky Wired. We are literally looking down every rabbit hole, and I hope to have some good news to deliver about that soon, because this is certainly an equity issue for our kids and, quite frankly, their families as well. So we met yesterday in the governor's office with our legislative staff, and we are starting to work out our legislative agenda for the next session. We last session worked very closely with KDE to help support that agenda and to move folks forward, and to move those ideas forward for folks. And so we'll continue to do that in the next session as well. And I look forward to being able to have an entire cabinet agenda that focuses on early childhood through post-secondary. And that's something that I think is really important. And last, I got to deliver some good news yesterday at the press conference. I got to announce that the very first monument for a female in the state capitol is coming to us next year. It was supposed to be this month, but given COVID and we don't want to, put people at risk, we're going to put it off until August of next year because of the Equity Day. But it is Miss Nettie Depp, and she was an educator. So I'm really excited that we have a monument for a female in the state capitol, or we will. And I'm even more excited that every child on a school field trip that comes to the Capitol gets to see a teacher enshrined and honored in the way that she should be. So that's some really great news, and I look forward to the day that we get to unveil that, which will be about a year from now. So that wraps up my update.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I am so excited about the statue to Miss Nettie Depp. I have some friends who are educators today, and she was their aunt. So that will be an exciting day for sure. I'm going to already plan to be there, Lieutenant Governor. Thank you. Board members, do you have questions for Lieutenant Governor, keeping in mind that we will be delving into some school reopening issues here in just a minute, but while we have a chance to speak with her, would anyone like to ask any questions?
Chair Young.
Yes, please.
Patrice McCrary. And
Yes.
I do. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, for updating us on all of this. We've watched closely. You can rest assured that we are not surprised by any of this. I do have a question about the COVID-related emergency days. My understanding on that is that it is left up to the districts on how that is implemented. Do the teachers have to use any or all of their days before this takes effect? Or does it automatically work for them as emergency days? And how many districts are or are not going to implement this?
So that's a great question. When we extended this opportunity to our school districts to be able to basically make these decisions at the local level, our intent was for any teacher who has to quarantine, they would default to those COVID-related emergency days. Now, if they test positive for COVID, then technically they're sick, and that's a sick day, right? That would be just like any other issue. But the problem that we can see coming is if teachers are exposed and have to quarantine for a certain number of days until they get negative tests or whatever be the case, that's just not fair. It's just not fair to ask teachers to come to work and expose them to that many families. And then every time they're exposed, potentially, they would have to dip into their sick days. And so those emergency days are intended to be what they default to anytime that there is an issue with quarantine and exposure.
And just as a reminder, board members, this is a regulatory item on our agenda for today as well.
Lieutenant Governor Malvis Johnson, I don't look at it as being any fair if you put teachers in a potentially dangerous situation and they actually contact a disease and they still have to use their sick days. I mean, they could be hospitalized for 3 or 4 weeks and there go all of their sick days because they were one of the brave ones who decided to go and teach their classes in person. So I don't know if there's anything that we can go back and address about that. I certainly appreciate the fact that they're quarantined, but I just don't think that's fair. If I go and teach my class, knowing that there is a potential that I'm going to be infected with this disease, that now I've got to use my sick days. And I'd like to hear your response on that.
And that's something that I'm perfectly happy to address with this group and any comments and recommendations that we have. I know the commissioner and I will take into account and figure out how we can make it work best for all of the folks in our school system. So I'm happy to hear. I think Chair Young said we were going to discuss this later in a little bit more detail. So I'm happy to listen to those concerns too.
Excellent.
Lou?
Yes, please.
Lieutenant Governor, this is Mike Bowling, and I serve on a regional industrial commission, and we're actually taking over the Kentucky wired system for 5 counties and 16 cities. In doing so, we've got some extra funding, and we're using that to provide internet connection and Wi-Fi connection for students in rural Kentucky that don't have access to it right now. And that's a big problem, as you know. And so matter of fact, we're going to vote on that today to go ahead and implement that through the 5 counties that my board's over, which is Harlan, Bell, Letcher, Knox, and Whitley County. So that's an idea that you guys may want to look at with other industrial foundations, because a lot of us are actually putting the Kentucky wired systems together in our regions.
Okay, thanks for that, Mike.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you again, Lieutenant Governor. And I appreciate that comment so much, Mike, as we see this kind of building coalition around support for reliable internet access in the home. In terms of K-12 education. It's no longer a nice to have, it's a must have. So thank you for those efforts, as well as everything you've done. The word for 2020 is flexibility, and the work that you and the governor have done to move mountains to make sure that school districts have the flexibility they need to safely reopen without regulatory barriers has been impressive, and as well as your communication. So thank you so much.
I have a question. This
yes,
is Ms. Bloodworth.
Oh,
I was just wondering about the equity training for teachers. Is that something that's being developed right now? Are schools doing that already? Is it something schools are developing? What does that look like? Or is it still in process?
Are you talking about the implicit bias training?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we know that JCPS has a very robust professional learning program around implicit bias. So I have met with them just initially to get some feedback on their practices and processes. We also have meetings coming up with K-State and Simmons College to get some feedback there. And we will begin to kind of piece this together in a way that we can make sure that every faculty and staff across the state will have access to this training, especially because while some districts may be less diverse than others, that doesn't mean that it's not needed, obviously. So we'll continue to work together. It's I would say we're in the very beginning stages. I don't even know if I would call it in process yet. But we're doing our reconnaissance and doing some research and figuring out the best way to do this. JCPS, like I said, has a really good program because, as we all know, sometimes professional learning can be a checklist. And we certainly don't want that. And JCPS's implementation is initial at the beginning of the school year, and then they continue to weave it into the professional learning that they do throughout the school year. So it becomes embedded in their professional learning, which I think is really powerful. So again, we're looking at how to implement this in the most effective way.
Thank you.
Lou,
Yes,
might I just offer this other good news, if you will. There is an effort underway from the leaders at the UK Press, which has responsibility for getting research and resources out the door for all of the state universities. There's an effort underway to try and inventory the resources that have been developed within the university system in our state, some of which were made available to teachers in Northern Kentucky in an amazing webinar that I had a chance to watch, so that we can make these resources more widely available and more widely accessible for all teachers, all professionals across the state. So this effort is just getting underway. There is, I think there's just really insightful leadership coming out of the UK Press and the foundation that supports the press. I think that's the Clark Foundation, to provide resources that are being developed within our own state related to bias awareness, and also resources associated with history and social studies that help us to enrich our curriculum, help us to make it more challenging and more supportive of our students being able to address modern social justice issues. So that work is just getting started, but I feel that that is evidence, further evidence of determination across the state to address the issue of equity, access, and quality in our education system.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That's great to know.
Excellent. I love it when all those pieces begin to come together. Thank you so much. At this time, board, we will turn to a report from our interim commissioner of education, Kevin Brown.
Thank you, Chair Young. Thank you for the recognition, even though I've stated to Jennifer that that recognition was not in the notes, and I have the notes, so I'll have to have a conversation with Jennifer and Chair Young after the meeting. I was honored and humbled by the award by KASA. It goes without saying that, like most all of you, and we've heard you speak to this, we were all influenced by our teachers, administrators, and I had some of the best in the country. And I highlighted Mrs. Davis and her impact, and she still has an impact on me. She's still a mentor for me, and there are many others as well. I can remember when Chair Karam called me to ask if I'd be available to be the interim commissioner. And the first thing I thought of, I started seeing people, the faces in my mind of the team at KDE. And I thought to myself, they are all still there. So if they are all still there at KDE, I think this will be something that I would be interested in doing, knowing that there is a team there and I have worked with that team before and I know that the talents of that team, and by the team, I'm talking about the entire department, but also the leadership team. And that has made all the difference. That's the reason I got the award because of the team. And I'd mentioned that and accepted that on behalf of Team KDE. I can't say enough about them. Dr. Glass, the best gift I can give you is that they are all still here, except for a few, and they are now doing other things that indirectly supports KDE, such as Dr. Ellis. So I put, and I've heard other previous commissioners almost to a person say this, it's the best state education agency team that they have ever encountered in the country. And again, I believe I have evidence on my side, not just bias. So I just want to say again and thank everyone for their support. While it's been challenging and grueling, there have been a lot of rewards, and there have been some fun times, and I will always cherish that. Will be a highlight of my career. I do. I would point you in the direction of the commissioners, the interim commissioners report. I apologize. I don't think we were able to post that until last night. You may not have had a chance to read that. That's because I kept telling Jennifer and others I wanted to add things to that. And I'll speak about one of the major things we added that I felt like I had to say on my way out. But there, we do have some information and quite a bit of information in there about the work we're already doing on as a result of the challenge the board has issued to the department and to the state, as well as the challenge the lieutenant governor has issued about racial equity. I keep telling the staff, and I believe this will be true, that this is not going to be a document that is just simply relegated to the minutes of the board. This is going to be a document that is guiding us, a North Star document, as I mentioned. It needs to be dog-eared. It needs to be included in materials, and then that's what we intend to do. We've already started on the, I didn't want to just say, well, let Dr. Glass handle that. So I wanted to get some things started knowing that he's also committed to this work. It's one of his 3 top priorities, as he has mentioned from day one. And I'll just mention briefly, we've already created at the department a cross-agency team for trauma. It's called the Trauma and Resilience Team, and that's in partnership with colleagues from the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental and Intellectual Disabilities. We've released a guidance document that's hyperlinked in my report to you about how districts can facilitate conversations about race-based stress and trauma. That went out on June 3rd. And then we already have a contract with, and as this was alluded to, I think, by Lieutenant Governor, with the Kentucky State University, their Center for Research on the Eradication of Education Disparities. You may know that as CREED. And they're partnering with us. We've already had Dr. Roger Cleveland at our last all-team KDE meeting, which we, of course, do virtually, and all KDE team members either are there live virtually or they watch that if they can't do that at that time, including the staff at the School for the Deaf, School for the Blind, and the area technology centers. He began, this is not just a one-time thing on implicit bias. This was an introduction to implicit bias, knowing that this is going to be a journey for everyone. And so we will be having Dr. Cleveland back working with CREED, and then that will also impact the conversation of how we can have this same type of training resources available for local school districts as the Lieutenant Governor discussed. We've also had some conversations with the University of Kentucky and others. So we know we have the expertise out there. We know we have the resources. We're going to keep connecting with those. And I know Dr. Glass will continue that right on. And so I'm pleased that we were able to have at least begin this initial work. We're going to talk in depth about COVID issues and reopening guidance. I did include a hyperlink again to the 18 guidance documents that we've issued over the last 6 months. The majority of those coming, of course, since May 15th when we started thinking about reopening. And we have been going over those with school districts every week with superintendent webcasts, with the various advisory groups, and then just having great conversations with our partners, and then knowing that these guidance documents are evolving and changing as we said they would, because the virus is evolving and changing. And then that means our guidance needs to be nimble. And we actually, and this will, I think, be discussed a little bit later, we actually have issued a one-page update to school districts on some of the changes that have been made in working with public health. Some of that based on feedback from districts, some of that based on the expertise of public health in monitoring what the virus is doing. So I'm proud of our work in that area. Guidance is, I think districts probably get tired of us saying, well, there's a guidance document for that, but that's the best thing we can do for districts, provide state level expertise, but also honors and recognizes local control and the local expertise, and be able to blend those two and have a tool that they can do the best thing for their community is so important. I must also mention that yesterday Forbes issued a report and results of findings of what they determined through a study to be the best public schools. And I know those reports are only as good as the methodology, and we're still looking at that methodology. But it was good news for Kentucky nonetheless. I'd just like to read to you a quote, and this is related to some of the COVID work that we're dealing with. And the report said, and I quote, "In terms of making digital content and instructional materials available outside of the classroom, 7 states stood out as being exceptional: Alabama, Delaware, Indiana, Kentucky, Maryland, Massachusetts, and West Virginia." In addition, that report from Forbes listed Kentucky as number 16 in an overall ranking. Again, we're looking at the methodology there, but it's I can't say enough. This is not something that just happened over the last 6 months. This is a foundation, and particularly the work, the mention and the shout out there about the digital content. This is a foundation that's been built at KDE and in our state, and that's been with cooperation from the General Assembly and many other partners for over 30 years now, through the Office of Education Technology, the work at David Couch's shop, Dr. Foster's work with non-traditional instruction. All of those things have built this foundation. And yes, we know NTI was not perfect. We did not reach all the kids we needed to reach. It is not as good as in-person instruction, but we were able to pivot quickly. We were able to deliver and provide those resources to districts, and I think in a better way than many other states. And I'm proud of that, because I've been around for about 16 years. I have deep friendships with others that have been around longer that have seen this over the years, and that's an example that this is education. We have to work at it day after day, year after year. A lot of it's building foundations, and I'll talk about in a minute some of the negative things. We were able to do a lot of this without appropriate and adequate funding, and we're running on fumes, and I'll talk about that in a second. I also just want to let you know the transition with Dr. Glass is going very well, as you can expect. He is not required to be here yet, but yet he is here. And it is a great way to do a transition. And so we are having conversations daily. He is engaged, of course. He is reading. I came into the office yesterday, and had to sign some things, and I got a COVID test, and I noticed there was a family, there was a mother and 2 children playing paddleball out on the front steps of the Sauer building, and I thought to myself, that's a nice looking mother and 2 children, and I'd wondered who those folks were, and then I see Dr. Glass coming out at the end of the day, and that was Dr. Glass and his family, and they are already engaged in Kentucky, and as you can see, he's here with us live from the Kentucky Horse Park, and so it's an exciting time, and he's already been able to have surprise appearances at the superintendent webcast, to the Student Advisory Council and other places. And so it's just a great way to have a transition. So I just want to make sure you understand that that's going well. And it's also, I'm enjoying working with him as everyone else is as they get to know him. And unfortunately, I have some kind of negative news, but regarding funding, this is not a surprise, but I feel like I have an obligation, particularly as an outgoing interim, as I've noticed some things that you need to be on your radar. Funding, of course, is not a new issue. I would point you in the direction of the actual details in the interim commissioner's report, and I hope everyone watching looks at that. This is not just another bureaucrat telling you that we need more money. I've seen a look in Robin Kinney's eyes and a tone in her voice, and in Karen as well, regarding KDE budget matters that I've never heard before. And in the past, we've always had some budget issues, and we've been able to kind of do some things and work magic, and that's come to an end. And there are a few highlights in there I want to go over. We had to sell off a capital asset recently at the Kentucky School for the Deaf, and we're going to be forced to use some of those proceeds to pay the light bill. That we can't operate like that long term. That this is something that that has to be just beyond the state board's request every 2 years to the General Assembly for additional funding. This has to be a broader conversation, education funding in general with the whole state. We need to re-engage with the chamber, and we have done that and have had some really good conversations recently in our business community. And I just want to issue that challenge to all of us. Going forward, this is also something, obviously, it's not going to be fixed in the next budget cycle just because of the structure of Kentucky's economy, the hit that it's taken due to COVID-19, and then even in a good year, we have revenue issues. And so that is a concern to me. I'm concerned about the ability of KDE to continue to provide guidance that is needed, particularly in a changing landscape. As I said earlier, we're running on fumes. I'm not just saying that to exaggerate or to be cute, but that's the truth. The good work that's been done over the last few months, I don't know how it's been done other than adrenaline and caffeine and just the sheer determination of the people at the department. And we're getting almost to a breaking point as far as staffing goes, and then with the different and the complex needs that school districts have, and then the General Assembly. We have a lot of mandates, and a lot of those are good, and they're really good policy decisions. But the ability of us to meet those is really going to be hard in the future without a really hard discussion about education funding. And it's obviously the state level is one thing, but then this also is an issue at the local level. And the CARES funds, of course, very much welcome aid from the federal government, but we need another infusion. I'll be issuing a letter today to Senator McConnell about that. So I want everyone to make sure you read that part of my report, and also members of the public and the education community and members of the General Assembly, please read that. I asked staff to gather that. I touched a little bit on it at the June meeting, but very serious concerns about funding for the long term, and this has to be a conversation. But the most important part of the commissioner's report today is actually I am yielding the rest of my time to Dr. Glass to officially introduce himself to the Commonwealth and share additional remarks. And Dr. Glass, I'm sorry that I I'm leaving you with a great team, but I'm also sorry about the doomsday funding scenario, but I wanted to make sure I was honest with what I have seen over the last few months. But Dr. Glass, welcome, and I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Kevin, and thanks for the kind introduction, and all the accolades that you've received are well earned. I know that you received that reward from KESA, and I have heard so many things from people in the department and educators around the state and other people in Kentucky that are so grateful that you stepped into this role and have served Kentucky so well. I've also, as you mentioned, been working at the department the past few days, trying to get up to speed on many of the items that you've been managing over these past few months, and the things that we'll have to handle in the months ahead. Of course, what's on everyone's mind right now and that is consuming all of the time that educators and others in the state are thinking about is how and if we can reopen school in some form with COVID. If that has to be under the conditions of non-traditional instruction or some limited in-person instruction, or can we eventually move toward a set of procedures that allow us to have greater in-person learning. That's a struggle that's not unique to Kentucky. It's also one that I spend multiple hours and late nights every day working on in the district that I serve in Colorado. We're struggling with that very same question as our districts all across the country. So this is there are no easy answers. I think every superintendent, every school leader will tell you that we are having to choose from a set of bad options, that every one of our choices has a significant downside, and we're going to have to make accommodations and choices and then live with the consequences of those choices, whatever they are. I also have had the opportunity to visit with the staff at the department to get up to speed on a couple of other matters that are of import to the department, including outreach and communication, just as my transition takes place. And Interim Commissioner Brown, again, you've been fantastic in supporting me in that and making sure that I have the connections that I need in the state, that I'm tracking the major issues that you've been working on, and that I have access to the staff. And the briefings that have been provided by the staff have been really helpful, so that I'm able to hit the ground running. And then you mentioned the anti-racism and equity work. That, of course, is a major priority for me. We've already started thinking about how we can configure staffing at the department to better, even further support that effort, in addition to what's the work that's underway and that has been done. I acknowledge and respect that that's a priority of the governor and lieutenant governor, and that it's a priority of the state board, and echo the statements that were made in the resolution that the board passed in support of that work. And then in regard to the funding questions that we have coming up, so I want to move over just a little bit so I don't have this halo behind me. It's not any effect that I have. It's the sun coming in. But just in regard to the funding questions that are coming up, this is also not a matter that's unique to Kentucky. Schools across the country are wrestling with what the fallout, economic fallout from a COVID-induced recession is going to create. And really, I think everyone's just waiting to see how tough it's going to be, how bad it's going to be. And is this something that where we can economize, where we can do without for a short period of time, or shrink back the size of our organizations incrementally throughout Kentucky, so that we can continue to serve students at the same level and with the same services we have, or are these more foundational and larger scale cuts that really require structural changes? These are all challenges that we will face over this next year, but I also believe that that they are challenges that we can overcome. There will be a time that we will get through COVID, and this virus won't rule all of the decisions that we have to make and govern our lives. And that time hopefully is coming sooner than later, but that's a temporary effect. The economic impact related to COVID is also a temporary effect. It may be painful in the short term, but we'll get through that too. There's ongoing and overdue work when it comes to anti-racism and equity that we need to do, but there's also work in that area already. And so we have efforts underway that need to be continued and supported and added to. So brighter days are on the horizon. I definitely believe that, and can't wait to get started in the state and get to follow up on the excellent work that you've done, Commissioner Brown, and also work with this fantastic Board of Education. So with that, I'll pause and turn things back over to you, Kevin, and let you take it from there. Thank you.
I can't top that, so I think that's I should sign off.
All right. Well, almost, Kevin. The next item would be you and your team around COVID-19. Thank you so much, Dr. Glass and Mr. Brown, for your report, for your candor. We really appreciate it, and we need to make sure that Kevin's information does push out really broadly. So we'll be working with the team in that regard as well. So, Kevin,
Chair Young, I think I jumped the gun a little bit. I do need to welcome the new KDE staff. If I can do that quickly.
Yes, please.
And then I see that Dr. Thompson, I think, is joining us, and so that'll be we can have a few minutes for him to get settled, and then I think we can go to his report. We want to welcome new staff that joined KDE since the board's June regular meeting, and they are listed, I think, in your notes, but I'm also going to read them and recognize them. Normally, if we were in the board room, they would be in the room and would stand up to be recognized, and I'm sorry we can't do that. In the Office of Commissioner, Jim Gaines, Division of Communications. Office of Finance and Operations, Renee Tabor. In the School Community Nutrition, Rebecca Shepard-Smith. And also in School Community Nutrition, Morgan Rousseau, School Community Nutrition. And Tiffany Yeast in the Office of Division of Resource Management, Payroll and Benefits Branch. In the Office of Education Technology, Minaj Chowdhury. School Technology Services, Brittany Coldiron, School Technology Services also. In the Office of Continuous Improvement and Support, Sarah Snipes. In our Division of Innovation, Blake Connie. Student Success and Safe and Supportive Schools, Michelle Nichols. In our Division of Student Success, Student Engagement and Support. Office of Legal Services, Melissa Moore, Executive Administrative Secretary. In the Office of Special Education and Early Learning, Tasha Oglesby. I want to welcome all those new employees and great additions to Team KDE. Just a brief update. I did not mention during my report earlier. I know you have had some questions about Kentucky School for the Blind and Kentucky School for the Deaf. That's also, I think, included in the report, but I just want to mention that we announced on July 27th that both of these state schools will begin classes August the 24th, but they're going to offer their first 6 weeks through non-traditional instruction only. Both schools continue to have a lot of outreach to families and staff in order to refine virtual learning experiences for these students. And then obviously preparing for in-person classes later in the fall is of course, our goal. And then also just a brief update on Kentucky Area Technology Centers. Our administrators at all those over 50 facilities are working very diligently and with the sending districts to ensure that we're meeting those students' needs, and then also, of course, adhering to the state and district guidance. So that's going to be a balancing act because, as you all know, we have multiple districts sending into one and into the area technology centers, and we're going to have multiple opening plans. But David Horseman, his team, they've been preparing for this all summer, and we're going to meet the needs of those kids and meet them where they are. So with that, Chair Young, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank you for the reminder. President Thompson is here, so we will ask him to share his report on behalf of the Council for Post-Secondary Education.
Thank you, Chair Young. Good morning, committee. Good to kind of virtually see everybody. It's been quite a summer for most of us and quite a busy summer. So it's my pleasure to present my report to the board. There are a few things that I do want to talk about that will not be on the written report, and I'll just start with those now. As you all know, Amanda Ellis, in which we're very proud to have on board, she will be in my stead most often when I'm not here, but we've been meeting to create a comprehensive P20 plan that really focuses on transitions, that focuses on the things that we need to be thinking about systematically in Kentucky around education. So once we get together, obviously we'll be talking with Commissioner Glass, because we'll be asking him to co-chair that with me, the P20, where you've heard of P16 Council. Well, we're putting a P20 Council together that will be on steroids, to be honest with you. So we look forward to sharing that with the board, because we believe it is the right way to go. I heard through the grapevine, Lieutenant Governor talked about implicit bias, cultural competence training for Simmons and others. We are working with Simmons and KSU and everyone now, obviously, on trying to get programs together with JCPS as well as others to create a better and quicker and pipeline for minority teachers. But we also know that a part of our plan CPE before this came about was to provide cultural competence training for all of our faculty and staff. We do have, we're putting together with our DEI team, I put together a fairly strong DEI group that will have a cultural competence certification. We are working with Justice Noble and the Cabinet of Justice, doing all, working with them to create some micro credentials and others for their entire, from basic training on up, as well as the state police and Louisville and Lexington. So I wanted to just kind of throw that in. It was good to hear that Lieutenant Governor mentioned that. We're in regular communications, as you all know, with campuses every week, actually, and Dr. Stack almost every week, making sure that we open in the fall to the best ability we can to protect our students. So right now we are scheduled between August 17th and 24th to open all of our campuses. We've basically, this is not exactly the case, but in general, it is the case, like 1/3 hybrid, 1/3 online, 1/3 face-to-face. We obviously have some fail-safes in there. If we need to go online, we can. Campuses are testing. We got mask policies, all the things that you can imagine that we would have in place, we do have in place. Now, that doesn't mean things don't happen, neither on our campuses or P12 campus. But we're trying to mitigate those and keep them safe. And once they do, put them in a situation where everybody else stays safe. So we are moving in that direction. Most of the classes will be over by Thanksgiving. There will be some institutions doing some online finals, but we're hoping to be done by Thanksgiving. We won't have a fall break or any of those other items. We've done a lot of stuff over the summer to make sure that digital learning is truly the best we can have it. But I mean, for people like me, who's been a faculty member for 2,000 or 3,000 years, it may take a little longer for folks like me to get skilled up when it comes to engagement. So we're taking that into consideration too, but making sure that this is not just about moving a face-to-face class online, but it's really about learning and the opportunity for all of our students to get it. We met this past week with the performance funding work group. We regrouped, if you want to call it that, several years ago when we put the performance funding model together. I was president at the time of KSU, and I'm only one of two people left that was on the original group other than Senator Givens. We, by law, we have to come back every 3 years. As you all know, the performance funding model is our accountability and assessment system, how well we're doing. And the metrics in there focuses on gap closing with our underrepresented minorities and low income, as well as attainment gaps and compared to the rest of the nation. I'm proud to say that we've moved that really well. Now we're going to be identifying what things aren't working, but what we were hoping that would happen at the time we put it together, we would have funding in place, new funding to really make it work. So far, we haven't had that. So that's created some consternation and some problems, if you will. But still, even with that in mind, we are moving the dial on educational attainment for Kentucky, hoping to get to 60% by 2030. July 8th, I presented to the interim budget review committee and then also the A&R committee and talked about the effects of COVID on our campuses. So far, we've lost about $145 million, which is about 17% of the general fund that we get. Now, we've got some CARES dollars to try to offset some of that, but it's not come close yet to fully doing that. And we don't know how much more we're going to lose. For an example, we're a heavily tuition-based economy for our campus, if you will. And so it depends. Enrollment's looking pretty good, I have to say, for our four-year campuses. We also have a situation in place where we've been able, with GEAR money and some others, to provide the campuses with some relief to do some PPE and other items that they need. I've created, or CPE has created for me, a student advisory group, which we have 21 new students joining us this fall. And they're from our public universities right now. It's where we started. And we're really going to, when I came in this job a couple of years ago, we had to get, in my opinion, where the rubber meets the road. And that's getting students to talk with us at a grassroots level as well as faculty. So this past year, I created a faculty advisory group. Now we have a student advisory group, and I'm looking really forward to working with them. We've been doing tons, if you've been following us, tons of webinars on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I have to say they've been used widely and people are viewing them widely. Even other institutions other than higher ed are using it. We're happy with that. So we are really dedicated. And we've had a couple of your KBE folk with us on doing some of this. So we're dedicated to make sure that we reach out as much as possible. As you all know, CPE, we have a diversity policy, and it's really a gap closing policy. It's a diversity policy, it's an inclusion policy, and an equity policy, and it's underpinned by cultural competence, where we measure how well our campuses are inviting everybody to their campus and treating them well once they get there. So this underpins all the things that we're doing around this area. We've also partnered with a major labor market analytics group. Some of you know our focus on really connecting higher ed with the labor market on the front end and not the back end. So data and analytics underpin that conversation for us. And so we did a healthcare study. A while back, we did an engineering study. So we just finished the healthcare study. And just to let you know quickly that we're expected to jump 12% over the next decade in this area of healthcare from our baseline now. And the average jobs across the state will go up tremendously. And actually, 23,000 new jobs will be created during this time. Quickly, I'll just end the conversation with that we're having several committee meetings coming up, the Academic and Strategic Initiatives Committee. This next one is revealing to that committee what we've been doing over the last year and a half around program review, highly technologically based, that focuses on our majors and how the job markets, the market that's open to them, how much money they're going to make, and really designing our curriculum and pedagogical processes with everything from employability knowledge to what students can expect to do once they get out. So it incorporates both the quantitative outputs as well as the quality of the program. So if you get a chance to join those committees via Zoom, please do so. Chair Young, unless I got a lot more I could talk about, but I'm sure you don't want me to. So I'm gonna be quiet, and if you have questions for me, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you so much, President Thompson. Such great information, and another example of how all of the reports today have really come together. And I really especially appreciate the work you're doing around diversity, equity, and inclusion. You bring so much, your entire organization brings so much to the table there. Board members, what questions might you have of President Thompson? I think you must have nailed the report. Thank you so much, Aaron.
All right, thank you, Chair.
And then Kevin, I will turn it back to you and your team. And board members I know have been anxious to engage in conversations around the COVID-19 mitigation and management work you're doing, as well as reopening schools. So we will spend some time on that important but difficult conversation at this time. And perhaps I actually turn it over to Karen and Tony. Oh, I'm sorry, and Sharon, you may have a question.
It's not a question, but it is a recognition that the work that CPE is doing to connect higher ed, the labor market, connect higher ed and P12 represents really cutting edge work. And I want to commend the CPE for bringing a modern orientation to the role of higher education in the economy. It's no longer the holding pattern for 18 to 22-year-olds until we're ready to absorb them in the labor market. We have to recognize that these students come to us on their way to their future and have higher ed viewed in that way, and everybody who's working in higher ed viewed in that way. And also to see the P12 system as not just the feeder system that sends students prepared or ill prepared, but a collaborator in creating the workforce that will be the basis of our economy. So these are, it's easy to say, but in institutions that are as bound by tradition as both P12 and higher ed, those collaborations don't come just because they're a good idea. They come because they're knit together and leadership is brought to bear on making it happen. So I have to say that because I know so many places where it's just talk. And I want to be a part of the Kentucky system where it's talk and productivity.
Excellent. And if you want to add anything besides a big thumbs up, but I would say that I rely so much on Sharon's broad perspective, and I always quote her around equity, access, and quality, but also around the important role that education plays in workforce development across the Commonwealth.
And let me chime in for just a second before we move on. I just want, I know we're mitigating a worldwide health pandemic right now, and that's kind of taking all the air out of the room. But the work that KDE has been doing, not just to keep our kids safe, but to keep us moving forward, the partnership that CPE has taken on with the cabinet, and we're moving forward on some higher ed workforce projects together. It's no surprise that Kentucky is doing as well as it is, and I am truly grateful for those partnerships from our early childhood all the way through higher ed, and it's going to have a tremendous impact on Kentucky's economy. And I don't know that these guys get enough credit, but they're doing amazing work, and I'm very, very happy to be able to work with both of them. So thank you, guys.
All right, thank you.
This is Allison. If you could afford me a minute or two, I have a bit of a statement I'd kind of like to share to give some kudos to our KDE people before they get started talking about the COVID-19 updates. In a couple of weeks, I'm going to be walking back into my school and classroom to teach children both virtually and in person. I'm going to walk in on that first day just as worried and somewhat scared as the thousands of other educators and school employees across our state. But I'll also do that knowing that this board, Commissioner Brown, the Bashir Coleman administration, our associate commissioners, and the rest of KDE staff have done everything in their power to prepare for the safest return possible. Most people know I'm not one to hold back when I feel things have been wronged against our students, faculty, or staff, but what they'll quickly learn about me is I always give credit where credit is due. The guidance documents, the weekly webinars, the councils, and all the other meetings, KDE has absolutely went above and beyond to prepare every single district to have school to the best of their ability in the middle of a worldwide pandemic. I've also been told I can be a bit impatient, so when I hear others questioning the work and guidance that's been provided, it's often difficult kind of to hold back what I'd like to say. While I completely understand the fears and the hesitations on decision making during these uncertain times, I'd simply like to ask that we all stick together, support each other, and keep the lines of communication open. We need not give up our tradition of local control, or we shall surely regret it later. These are uncertain times, but as you know, you all have worked diligently from day one, preparing, revamping, and even sleeping in your offices at times to communicate as much as possible. In the words of the great Julius Sugarbaker, my favorite straight shooter, one of the things that I hope for is the people with power will get good sense, and the people with good sense will get power. Thank you, Commissioner Brown, and the rest of KDE for having the good sense to make the recommendations to keep us safe. And thank you to our local leaders for using your power to follow through and implement those recommendations.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Allison. That was a lovely segue to the conversation. And I can't imagine that anybody ever called you impatient. Just one note before the team begins, especially as we prepare to ask some questions. I'm flying with very limited video for some reason today. I get to see the two handsome faces of Kevin Brown and Aaron Thompson, but that's the only video I have. So Jennifer had to prompt me that Sharon had a question. So board members, if you would, when we get to the question and answer portion, simply unmute and jump in, and I will try to recognize you by name, but won't be able to do that visually. So Kevin, I think over to Karen. Is that right?
Yes, Karen, and just another reminder, we organize the COVID work under project management, and this is to ensure that KDE has a long history of systems work. Dr. Holliday had a lot to do with that. Using various methods over the last few years, deliverology and other methods, but using project management and systems to make sure we are working cross-agency, using cross-functional teams to making sure we're not operating in silos. That's been a large part of the reason why I think the guidance has been successful, is that we have operated in that way. And so that's why this agenda item is termed Project Management Update. So that's just a little background down into the weeds about how we operate at the department. And so I'll turn it over to our Chief Performance Officer, Karen Dodd. And then I think also Tony Constantine is going to have a little bit of a communications update in that segment as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Good morning, Chair Young and board members. It's good to see you all this morning. I have just a brief review item for you today to keep you informed about our efforts in managing the COVID-19 project. Joette, you can click slowly through these first 4 slides, just pause briefly on each, and I'm just going to speak briefly to these. These first 4 slides are specific examples of how we've used feedback from various customers, stakeholders, and advisory groups. These slides are in your online packet, so I'm not going to read them to you. I just want to make you aware of the fact that we are very deliberate about presenting the guidance documents to all of the relevant groups and soliciting feedback from them. We ask guiding questions in every one of these advisory groups to get that feedback from them. And each slide gives you just a little information about the groups we consulted and the purpose of that guidance document. Joette, you can go on to slide 6 and pause there. So slide 6 is a list of various ways we're sharing our guidance documents once they're finalized. So you see that the KDE COVID-19 web page is there. I provided a link for you. I'm sure you've viewed our COVID-19 page before, but I included the direct link, and just like I said, in case you wanted to view that again. You'll notice we added on that page a reopening section toward the bottom in green. We also continue to push guidance out through the Kentucky Teacher, and as part of our Education Continuation Task Force, the Pritchard Committee offered to include a K-12 section in their weekly newsletter. And so we use that to push out any items that are shared within the task force. We also upload our documents to the several national partner organizations such as CCSSO and SREB. And then we also have the advisory groups, which I've mentioned. So the commissioners' advisory groups, the superintendent webcast, those take place every Tuesday afternoon. And then a couple weeks ago, we opened up a virtual town hall, and that was in response to questions and just the anxiety that was being expressed from both teachers and parents. We continue to collect questions from all of these advisories and the webcasts, as well as the town hall, and we add them to an overall frequently asked questions document, which is also on our COVID-19 page. Joette, you can go to the next slide. Last, I wanted to bring your attention to the need sensing surveys that we conducted in June. We surveyed superintendents, principals, teachers, family caregivers, and classified staff. So these were 5 separate surveys that went out. And we're very appreciative of our KY Stats partner who created dashboards for the family survey results and the teacher survey results. My staff, Hannah Paquette and Dr. Aaron Butler, created summary reports for the other 3 surveys. And I've included a link on here in case you would like to go and look at those results on your own. The leadership team has discussed the results and any actions that we may need to take as a result of the feedback. One last thing that I'd add is that we have resumed discussions about our strategic plan and how this pandemic will likely lead to changes in our plan. For instance, we're talking about adding a finance component and racial equity. So I'm very excited to start working with Dr. Glass and to really make some impactful changes to our plan and hopefully start sharing progress reports with all of you in the not too distant future. Now I'll turn it over to Tony Cons-Tapman, and she's going to share some highlights from the Student Advisory Council. I think.
Okay. Yes, sorry, I was muted there for a minute. Yes, welcome. Sorry about the brief delay there. I was having computer issues. I just wanted to share a brief update with you. We have, since we last met, we have named 21 new members to our Commissioner's Student Advisory Council. And very excited. As you know, these Student Advisory Council members are picked from your board districts, the Supreme Court districts across the state. We had our first meeting with them on the 29th of July. We have another meeting with them, official meeting set up with them on August 11th. And, but in between that, we had a KBE meeting with my team, since we oversee the council, yesterday. And I will tell you, this is a very excited group of students who are very eager to jump into some project work as it relates to COVID. As it relates to reopening schools and how they can lend their voice into some of the issues that they're very concerned about. So I think you are going to be seeing them. In fact, I know you're going to be seeing their names and their voices here in the next little bit. They're going to be working on some videos for the Mask Up KY campaign with the coverings for kids that was announced by First Lady Brittany Bashir. We've suggested that they partner with their superintendents and their districts to help perhaps collect masks and work with their districts to set up those things. These are all ways that we're encouraging them to be leaders in their communities and help so that they can be part of the solution to get back to school, which is what they also want to do. In addition, we are continuing to host all of the webcasts, the weekly webcasts that you all have mentioned, and are continuing our regular communications with our school districts and regularly updating the FAQ document, which now has more than 600 questions in there that you can find on our KDE COVID-19 website. And at any time, there's anywhere between 50 and 100 people in that document. And we are updating that daily. So if you have any questions or want to go back and look at questions that have been asked during a webcast or during our virtual town hall, all of that is on the COVID-19 website on that FAQ for districts and schools. And that is what I have for you today. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to take those for you.
I would just add to what Tony said. I can't say enough about the Commissioner Student Advisory Council. The last meeting we had with them it was a textbook meeting on how an advisory council should go. And I'm not saying how it was organized. I'm talking about how the students participated. I'm actually going to use it, and Dr. Glass, I hope you will use it. Sometimes our advisories are a little quiet, and it was excellent. I can't say enough, and this is just another example, and you're going to hear from the Pritchard Committee Student Voice team later in the meeting. You heard Dr. Thompson talk about student voice, that how he utilizes that in post-secondary. I really feel like student voice is starting to really come on to the forefront in Kentucky, and that's so good. And then also we know the Lieutenant Governor in the executive order talking about, and we'll be having a member chosen from the Commissioner Student Advisory Council that will come onto the board. These are just great developments, but it's not just window dressing here. This is they're providing actionable feedback. We treat them as adults. They get the same information that we would present to the superintendents, and superintendents are a tough crowd, but Dr. Glass, as you know, you met with the students earlier. You better eat your Wheaties the day you meet with the students. And it's exciting too, because as many of negative things we have to deal with, it's just inspirational to listen to them, listen to their ideas, and then take some of those ideas and they're actionable, things we can do at the department and in our school district. So I just wanted to give you that perspective on how excited I am to see this continue and grow, and that students are taking the rightful place that we need them to for their voice.
And I just wanted to share, I added this green. You should be able to see right now, those are the names and school districts. So you can see in your own home counties where you represent where they are coming from and where they are representing. So really good representation, and I'm very excited to work with this group, as is all of Team KBE this year.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Karen and Tony. And for me, student voice is the love language. I remember when I was superintendent, the days that I had my student voice team advisory group were some of the best days of the entire school year. So really excited about the effort, and everyone's beginning to think about students at the table from the very start. So that's an exciting turn of events as well. At this time, I think we go to Kelly Foster, Dr. Kelly Foster and her team around reopening school.
Good morning. How are you all today?
Well, Kelly,
I have some of the same information to share that Kevin has touched on, and Karen, but just to kind of give you an update of where we are, we've released 17 guidance documents to local districts. We have 2 additional documents that will be coming out next week. Karen also touched on the weekly webcast that we're doing. We are continuing to meet with superintendents every Tuesday. And then on Mondays, we rotate either the Superintendent's Advisory Council or the task force. One of, I think, our most recent successes was the town hall that we hosted virtually for teachers, and had over 3,000 participants in that town hall, and received lots of good questions, and have provided feedback to those questions through the document that Tony, the FAQ that she referenced. I did want to share a little bit of new information. We sent a survey out last week, or really just an email, it wasn't a full survey, to all our NTI contacts. Each district has a NTI contact that David Cook works directly with. And we asked the districts, how are you planning on opening? And so as of this morning, we have 144 responses coming in from our districts. And 75% of them are saying that they are going to be opening in a blended model, which would be some in-person classes and some virtual learning based on parent choice. And so that's 109 districts that are doing a parent choice, either face-to-face and blended. We have 18%, which is 26 districts, that they are saying they are starting with full 100% NTI virtual. And then we have 9 districts that are going to do like an AB model, or a hybrid approach, alternating schedules. So that's just kind of a little update of what we're hearing from our districts as far as how they're opening their doors. And I also just want to once again talk about our relationship with public health. We are meeting with them regularly Robin Kinney and Kay Kennedy and Angie McDonald and I meet with them once a week. And then they've been a great support in joining our superintendent's webcast, our task force meetings, and our superintendent advisory meetings. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Robin, and she's going to talk a little bit more about our partnership with public health and some of the concerns that we're hearing from our local districts. And then I'll be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Kelly, and it is a pleasure to be online with you again this morning. First, I really want to thank our professionals at the Department for Public Health for all the support that they've shown us. A special thanks to Dr. Stack, Dr. Connie White, Dr. Emily Messerly, and really all the Department for Public Health staff. I feel like in many regards, we've been in a boots on the ground professional development for the last 3 months with public health. We have learned so much from them as we've partnered, and I think they've learned a lot about our world of education, which has been mutually beneficial to both of us. I think by the end of the day, Dr. Connie White and Interim Commissioner Brown probably will get respective doctorates in their areas because they've really been able to talk the talk very fluently on either side. So we're really fortunate. As Kelly and others have stated, they have been dedicated to the department and to our public schools from the perspective that they join us for every education continuation task force meeting, our superintendent advisory meetings, and our every Tuesday superintendent webcast. It's really shows the dedication of their time toward our efforts. And as we meet with them, what we do on our Thursday call, which is a smaller work group, as Kelly mentioned, we really try to share what we have learned throughout the week. So we are constantly looking at what other states are doing. We are constantly trying to keep up with what the CDC is putting out to see if we need to make any changes to guidance that we've already offered. And it's also had us look to other partners within state government and across other educational areas. So we've pulled in discussions from our state fire marshal's office, very important when we're talking about buildings and we're reopening. We've talked with the early childhood folks. You know, childcare is a really, really important issue that's still a challenge facing parents and families and our school districts, teachers, administrators. So we've reached out to those early childhood folks. The Kentucky Center for School Safety and our school safety marshal also have been engaged in our discussions. Our education system touches so much that we really have to reach out to these partners to kind of resolve any inconsistencies or conflicts across the guidance. I will share with you that some of the things that are coming out of those discussions, even though we continue to emphasize and get lots of questions on the expectations to reopen school, what are the minimums that schools need to comply with, and then what are guidance. Some of the issues that are bubbling up through public health are the use of plexiglass in our schools and whether that's a substitute. And we caution districts, we tell them that's not a substitute for mask and social distancing, but it could just be another layer, an additional layer of protections for students and staff. Ventilation is something that's really popping up now. Trying to learn about ventilation in our school buildings, knowing that all of our school buildings aren't of the same age or not the same structure or abilities. So that's something that we are continuing to explore. And then, of course, mask and social distancing and the nuances of that. You know, it's one thing to say social distancing. What does that look like in a classroom? What does that look like in your gymnasium or your lunchroom? So really drilling down to those. KDE has also continued, in addition to our guidance that we've shared with you, we have a lot of people in our school districts that are, I would say, specialists at what they do. And that's both from the instructional side as well as the logistics side. So in addition to the webcasts that we've already mentioned, there are various other webcasts that are being conducted very regularly with those more specialized teams. So, for example, our special ed directors, they're having their own special webcasts. David Couch is meeting frequently with the technology staff in districts. ER staff and Title I coordinators are also getting specific information for them. And then also all of our logistics team in school districts, Think about your facilities directors, your people transportation directors, food service directors, DPPs, finance officers. All of those folks, what they're interested in is, what box do I put the code in? Where does the number go? How do I survive once a review or an audit or additional questions come later? They really want to do the right thing with fidelity, and they're anxious at this time to make sure that they're doing the right thing. So lots of the offices, in addition to my office, are having those separate webcasts on a very regular basis with those folks to drill down into the more logistical questions. And around those logistical questions, you've already talked this morning about some of the things they're asking. The leave time. How do they wade through those nuances of leave time for their staff, whether they're talking about federal leave time or flexibility offered by the state or local board policies. They're also very interested in the logistics of safety and cleaning, down to what is the material I should use to make sure that my school is safe. How does a meal service look this time with the challenges of the coronavirus? And then finally, the logistics around contact tracing. What's it really going to look like? Because we know it is inevitable that we will have some diagnosis within our schools. So what does that look like, and how can we feel assured and communicate to our parents and family that we know once that happens, what will happen logistically? As Kelly mentioned, the district plans are still evolving, and we still encourage districts to stay very nimble, to pivot based upon the closer we get to school and then once school has started. And KDE, with your help as the Board of Education, will continue, once operations start, to continue to examine additional flexibilities that will be needed. As soon as school starts, we'll start thinking about all those things during the school year that we typically do, that now we need to do a different way. So we'll be coming back to you as we work with our schools and districts to give them the most flexibility possible. I've tried to give you just a little bit of the additional information that we're working with at KDE with our partners across the Commonwealth as we support our local school districts. But I'd be happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. Board members, before we turn our attention to KSB, KSD, and our area technology centers, I know several of you have had questions on and off over the course of the summer. So while we have Kelly and Robin and Kevin available, please feel free to unmute and ask those questions.
One question, this is Sharon Robinson. One question I have concerns the availability of materials that the schools are going to use. We are hearing that everything is in such short supply, from cleaning materials to masks and PPE, protective equipment for teachers. Are schools feeling more confident that they have access to those materials now, or what's their worry in that regard?
That's a good question. I think different districts, and depending on where you're located, may be feeling the impact of that a little bit differently. What the department has done, school districts can purchase off of statewide master agreements that are offered through the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And so if you're out on our COVID-19 website, you'll see that we've prominently posted, for the convenience of our districts, a location that they can click right off that page to see state master agreements that they can access. And districts, of course, also use, lots of them use their educational cooperative as partner for purchasing. So we know that they are actively searching for that PPE as well. And I think we'll continue to hear different sectors or different areas of the Commonwealth, and based upon demand and supply, we might go through kind of ups and downs on when things are available. It's important that they continue to monitor and reach out to those vendors very frequently, because as they ramp up on their supply, it will be available again. You just kind of got to be first on the spot in order to reach out and grab it when it's available. But I'm not hearing a lot personally from districts that they're having that concern right now.
This is Patrice McCrary, And I have a question and a concern. I am hearing from across the Commonwealth, several kindergarten teachers have reached out. Of course, they're in a different situation because their students are not required to wear masks, but they are encouraged to socially distance. Because of the situation we're facing as far as staffing goes and the like, there are some classes that are already up to 30 kindergarten students in a classroom. There is zero ability to space those children out and socially distance. I know that the preschool classes have certain guidelines on how many students can be in a classroom under the circumstances. Is there any consideration of doing that same source or that same guideline for kindergarten classrooms, since there will be no mask possibly on the students?
I'm going to let Kelly kind of take the class size question, but if I'll start off with the mask question about kindergarten students. You know, as we started rolling out the initial guidance about mask wearing and trying to figure out where the best place to draw that line, we probably heard equal amounts from districts about it will be very difficult to have kindergartners wearing masks, so please don't make them wear masks. And then we also heard concerns about the staff and if they were kindergarten teachers. So we heard both of those. And we were also trying to find because we talk about first grade and older, we were hearing some concerns about where those ages of students might fall as it relates to kindergarten and first grade. So we were trying not to tie it to a age, we were rather trying to tie it to a grade. I've had a lot of questions from districts about having their kindergartners wearing masks. And I think what we always remind them is the expectation is a minimum expectation for our kindergarten students or younger. If districts would like to say that, go above that and say kindergartners need to wear masks, they are certainly permitted to do that as an extra layer of protection for both their kindergartners and their staff. But we did that line at the kindergarten from a practicality of, can you really have those masks on those kindergartners and can they really appreciate that? So I think districts can take that local decision to do it more than that if they want to. And we've had a lot of questions about that. So it will be interesting to see how many local school districts do impose that as additional layer protection. Kelly, can I turn to you on the class size question?
Sure. I actually talked a little bit about class size this week during our superintendent's webcast, and our official guidance document on that will be coming out Monday. And we will actually be highlighting that on the webcast on Tuesday. But just so you all will be aware, you know, we're trying to keep that as simple as possible. And basically the guidance is built around two things. Are you a school that has a site-based council? Or are you a school and or program that does not have a site-based council? And so if you do have a site-based and you need to make some adjustments around class size, your local site-based council can look at their policies, amend those policies. So that's pretty simple for the majority of the A1 schools out there across the state. We do have a handful of A1 schools that do not have site-based councils. They tend to be like a K-12 school. And then we have some alternative programs, which are not schools, they are programs, and they are labeled in the system as an A5 program. And so they would not have a council. And so there is some guidance around how you get an exemption if you are a non-site-based school or an A5 program. And they will just reach out to me, and there's a form that they're going to complete to receive an exemption on class size during COVID-19. But that official information is coming out on Monday and will be highlighted next Tuesday.
Patrice McCreary here again. I don't want a spoiler alert or anything going out about what's going to be released this coming week, but I would love to know an answer on, will there be guidelines on a specific number in the kindergarten classes like in the preschool classes, if that's possible?
The guidance is about, waiving if you need to have additional students in your class. But no, we're not doing any type of specific, you can have up to this number in this class or anything like that. It's just what process you need to take if you need to amend your policy currently around class size.
I think that we are going to find the same thing going on in schools that we find at the KDE level, and it runs into money. It runs into the budget, and you can only spread that budget so far to make the class size smaller. I am in major hopes that we are going to see some relief in those areas, because as a former kindergarten teacher, I cannot imagine trying to socially distance 30 children in a kindergarten classroom during a pandemic.
And we ask in the guidance documents that we ask districts, the first thing that they need to do and that they have done is you need to survey your building footprint, your square footage, other available resources that you may have, or tents that you can put up outside temporarily. That the first option is reducing that class size. But obviously, when you reduce that, you either have to go to a hybrid schedule and bring only in certain kids at certain times during the week, or you have to hire additional teachers, which comes into that. And so what districts are finding, if they don't have the extra space, if they don't have the extra teacher, then yes, they can have a class full of 30, but that does raise the issues that you brought up. And I do know that public health continues to evaluate the information coming from CDC and others. We're hearing, anecdotally, we hear about the reports of additional spread in children, and that's low. It seems to be a lower and lower age as we go along, and CDC will continue, or public health will continue to monitor that, and then we will adjust the guidance based on their recommendation as necessary if we get to that point. In talking with other commissioners from around the country and some of these meetings we've had virtually, we're about in the middle on the kindergarten mask issue. Some states, about half of them that I can tell that I've talked to, have masking any student over 4 years old, which is pretty much every student in a public school. Other states have after fourth grade or above. We're at kindergarten or above kindergarten with the option of local districts doing it. It doesn't answer the concern that you have, but we're somewhere there in the middle on the decision right now, knowing that could change as we move on based on public health recommendation.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes.
This is Claire Batt, and I just wanted to maybe get a little clarification on the provisions being made in terms of flexibility for those teachers who are highly at risk. I know I've talked to a number of teachers from across the state who have very serious health issues. And there were a couple in particular who talked about, as high school teachers, they were being asked to come into the building to work rather than being allowed to work virtually from outside the building. Because they were going to have to change classes to teach virtually, they would be exposed to kids in the hallways, which is a great concern. So would you be able to talk about and just clarify some of the guidelines for the virtual work for people who fall into that category?
Sure. And Todd, and after I speak, I'm going to ask you to chime in and maybe walk us through the flow chart of the various leaves that are available and some of the legal issues, particularly if a teacher has a doctor's excuse or a doctor's warning on that teacher's ability to be in certain circumstances. We've asked districts from day one, and this is consistent, of course, and the governor led this charge with Healthy at Work at the very beginning about every employer acting in good faith, and that, and I believe by and large, our districts are acting in good faith. There may be a few outliers out there in various scenarios, but asking employers to make sure that if you have an employee that can perform their job duties by telework, then it is best that that employee be allowed to do that, because even if it's only a fraction of your employees, the fewer employees you have in an office environment or a factory environment or any other environment, we know most factory work obviously can't be done remotely, but environments that where the work can be done remotely, that you do that, because that reduces that building's capacity, that increases the odds that there will be less transmission and that type of thing. And so this was a paradigm shift for districts, because while we have been telecommuting at the department, up to about 25% of KDE employees telecommuted a few days a week over the last 10 years or so, that just didn't happen in school districts. Obviously, when you're teaching in-person classes, just like, and I use the example on a superintendent webcast, if you're teaching in-person classes or if you're making Toyota Camrys, you can't do that remotely. You obviously have to have people present to do those two items. But there are other functions in both the corporate world and in government and education where certain employees can telework, and we want districts to recognize that. I was criticized a little bit on the last superintendent's webcast that why aren't you modeling us coming back to in-person? Well, the answer to that is we're still in a pandemic, and we're not yet being released to go to in-person classes. And I know that the department can perform its functions and has done so very well remotely. And so I'm very comfortable with the department working remotely, and we are doing a very soft open. And so we have about 25 department folks coming back as of July 15th. That will gradually increase as we get through the virus. And so we want districts to continue to view that with that lens. They need to understand their workforce. They need to continue to allow individuals in central office and other duties that can perform their duties remotely to do so, because that increases the chances that we are not going to have crowded conditions in our offices. However, there are, obviously, if they choose to go in person, or if they're doing a hybrid approach, that does require a certain amount of individuals to be in the school building every day. Well, then that bumps up against if teachers have medical conditions, and if they are having doctors' notes and orders from a doctor about whether or not they need to be in an environment with other people, that conflicts with the number of available opportunities that districts have to place a teacher teaching remotely, as opposed to the need to have some of them at least, and then if you're going full in person, everyone to be there in in-person classes. And so I think we're seeing that, and it's starting to bubble up in school districts where they are giving, and I was provided an example by a board member yesterday on text. One school district, there's several options I think that board council had about if a teacher could not teach based on a doctor's recommendation, or at least teach in person, here are the options that teacher had. And so I think that was a good faith effort on part of the school district. However, there are some ramifications if a teacher cannot do their job based on a medical condition that gets into the legal area. So, Todd, do you want to take it from there about some of the tough decisions that districts may have in dealing with that employment issue?
Commissioner Brown, I think that you adequately summarized the issue that Ms. Batt has raised. First of all, I will say I believe Commissioner Brown has done a great job of encouraging superintendents and pushing them to consider the option of telework whenever that exists. As he indicated, telework is very new to school districts. It's something that really they hadn't done before, and understanding that, how it works and how it can work to make your school district operate and folks continue to function and perform all of their required duties is a change that has been made in school districts very quickly. And we see that some of them have, very readily adopted that. As Commissioner Brown indicated, we've provided guidance out to school districts on the various leave options that exist that they can provide to their staff. However, I think the question goes more to an accommodation of telework. In school districts that are very large and have a very large teaching staff and very large student population, that's probably easier to do than in extremely small districts that have very little staff and a smaller student population. The ability to meet that accommodation request may also change based on the number of students who are reporting to the building versus learning remotely. So we have encouraged school districts that when that when they receive a request from a teacher or other staff member, receiving requests for accommodations is not new to school districts. Just as a teacher historically may have requested to teach on the first floor of the building because of some disability that either prevented or may have made difficult getting to the second floor of the building, the request to telework based on recommendations from their healthcare provider, given the global pandemic that we have, is a request for an accommodation. So when that occurs, every school district needs to take a look at the circumstances and see if they are able to make that work, given the number of students that they have remotely, the number of students that they have in person, the number of other teachers that they have that are able to come into the building, and determine whether or not that teacher or other staff member is able to perform the essential, their essential functions at home. And it may be that it's not only a telework request, there may be other certain type of accommodation requests that occur throughout the course of a day. Maybe the teacher is fine in the classroom, but they don't want to have to go into the cafeteria or go into the hallway. They prefer, based on their medical condition, to stay in one room throughout the day. School districts are going to deal with these requests probably more so in volume than they ever have, and they're going to be very individual determinations based on how the district is able to accommodate the specific needs of that teacher or other staff member.
Excellent, thank you.
This is Aldous Johnson. I want to echo what Patrice was saying earlier. I've spent most of my years teaching in a secondary school. There is absolutely no way. I had a class of maybe 35. There is no way you can separate high school, kindergarten, or there's no way you can social distance the classes that's I. And most schools are in a similar situation. They just are not going to be able to social distance those kids at the high school level, as well as the kindergarten level, unless you just happen to be one of those schools that have really a small student population and an abundance of teachers to make it work. I mean, even if you use gymnasiums, your gym spaces and your cafeteria spaces, if you got 2,000 students in your school, that's going to be virtually impossible to social distance them.
I think that I agree with you, Mr. Johnson, but I think that just looking at these survey results, you know, we've got 109 districts that are going to do the blended, part virtual and part face to face. So I think probably what principals are going to try to do is, because part of their student body will be doing the virtual option, that will free up some classrooms where maybe they can do a little bit better job of social distancing. But I do think it's going to be a challenge for, you know, grades K through 12.
This is Allison. I'm sorry. Concern that some teachers have brought up to me recently, and this kind of goes along with what we're talking about here, but teachers that are having to teach in person and virtual. Is there any guidance around timelines for that in the teacher workday? Because several are being told that and feel like they may have to give of their personal time after hours to reach out to the students and work virtually. Is there anything that we can provide or have provided around that?
We've not, Todd, you may want to chime in, or Kelly, we've not provided guidance around those types of employment issues. Being the son of a teacher, I know well the many hours at night spent that are outside the workday, and I understand that concern. Kelly, am I correct in that we've not issued guidance on that? And that's an issue that also comes up in some districts, particularly districts with bargain contracts, just in a normal school year.
Yes, we have not issued guidance around that as far as what a work day looks like for a teacher that is teaching virtually. I do know that we've released guidance through Marty Park and his team around virtual options, but not what a requirement would be of a teacher. I think I'm hearing from districts are doing different things. You know, some teachers are going to have office hours, and that's when that they could provide take questions and provide remediation. And those office hours would be, sometime during the workday, but not during when they're actually doing the face-to-face, or not, excuse me, not face-to-face, but the online virtual teaching or logged into the Google Classroom. So I think we're seeing a variety of things from different districts.
This is Patrice McCreary again. My understanding is there are some teachers who are doing both. They are required to teach during the course of the day, and then they're also involved in virtual instruction. And Kevin, as you mentioned earlier, teaching during the course of the day, you come home, your day is not finished. You continue to work as a teacher on what you've done throughout the day and be prepared for the next day. We are looking at teachers now. I don't know where they're going to find the time to do that. And I have some real concerns about that. I would love to see some guidelines put in place.
Kelly, if you could make a note of that, I think this may be something beyond what we initially envisioned. If in fact districts are, and particularly if there are, because sometimes virtual instruction doesn't happen in between 7:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. So if we do in fact have a situation where a teacher is working a full day in person, but then there are virtual classes at night, then that is something we need to look further into. It sounds like that's what the issue could be.
Yes, I've heard of some teachers being asked to do that.
We'll definitely take a look at it.
Commissioner Brown and Dr. Foster, if I may share just a bit.
Yes, please.
Hi, okay, Mark. Thank you. Hi, thank you so much. Yeah, this is an extremely important topic to understand. The capacity as we develop strategies around, both in-person instruction and digital online or virtual instruction. And so throughout the state, we have already kicked off digital learning design labs in coordination with our education cooperatives that are getting at these design conversations. We are also in the guidance that will be released on Monday. We are sharing suggestions and the research on student interaction with teachers and what that should and could look like. We understand that the class size issue is important, and so we are issuing guidance on that. But it's also important to understand that when our teachers have more students than they can handle, then the number of interactions between students and teachers in terms of learning will decrease. And so it's important for all of us as we implement these new strategies that we understand how to make sure that that's successful as we move forward.
Thank you. All right. Other questions? Thank you so much, Kevin and team. I know that I'm sorry, I heard something.
Yeah, Chair Young, I also wanted to provide a little bit additional clarification on Coach Johnson's question. There was some social media post on a school in Georgia, it may have been Paulding County, open in-person classes this week, and that picture looked like it was could have been taken last year. I didn't see a mask, and Georgia doesn't have mandatory masking, so that's part of the problem. We have mandatory masking. We know as days go by, anecdotally, I use the Dollar General store here in Garrett County as an example. I'm seeing more people adhere to masking, and I think that's good for our students as they see that, because when we do eventually get to in-person classes, that's good. So we have that on our side. I don't want to discount, though, Coach Johnson. We obviously know we're dealing with students, and we know that students don't always follow the directives, and we know that occurs, and it will occur. Public health, we had a lot of conversation over the summer with them about these very issues based on superintendent feedback. Public health acknowledges, and our guidance document acknowledges there will be many times during the school day where you're not exhibiting the 6-foot social distancing. But the important thing is, and we've used this slogan, is if you're moving, you need to be if you're moving, you mask. And so anytime you move in a school building, in a hallway, you need to have your mask on. You need to always try to practice social distancing, knowing that's not always achievable in a hallway that was built for non-pandemic times. And so that mask is a layer of protection that public health was comfortable with. If a classroom is able to have the 6 feet social distancing in that classroom, we know that's obviously a reduction of capacity from normal times. There will be some of those that are able to achieve that. Just due to the class enrollment, or maybe they have a larger building than other districts, then that mask can come down in that limited period if they are 6 feet apart and they're not moving. The other thing we have is that we know that the governor and the administration, they are committed to not giving the green light or the caution light to districts for in-person classes until the number of cases starts going down and plateauing, and the other metric there is the positivity rate of being above 5%. Those things, that's what's been going on over the last few weeks, causing concern, is why the governor issued the strong recommendation, which has been followed by every school district, not to have in-person classes before August 17th. The governor is using this period right now up until mid-August to see if the mitigation strategies are working, if mandatory masking is working, if the not having closing bars is reducing restaurant capacity, urging people not to travel to hot spots, if that works. And then the governor will obviously make the recommendation, yes or no, whether or not there needs to be an additional few weeks or days to not. So we have that gating criteria at a statewide level is what I'm saying. So that's another added layer of protection, that we're not going to be sending a message to districts that it's okay to go back to in-person classes until we have some level of positive case results and that positivity rate going down at the state level. And that's obviously, we all heard the governor say that in the last few evening press conferences. So I just want to give that context. Again, Coach Johnson, that doesn't alleviate. You nailed it. There are going to be problems. Even the school that tries to do the best with the kids that are adhering, there are going to be issues. Of course, there will be. But I believe we're a little bit better situated than some other states that I use as an example because of those measures that public health and the governor put in place.
Thank you. Thank you so much. At this time, I will ask Associate Commissioner Greta Hilton to update us more specifically on the reopening of the Kentucky School for the Deaf and the Kentucky School for the Blind.
Hi, thank you, Chair Young, and good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. So the conversation that we were just having is timely and is the same conversations that we're having at Kentucky School for the Blind and Kentucky School for the Deaf. But first, let me start with a few positive announcements that we're really excited about. We had a little bit of turnover over the summer in some of our leadership positions at the School for the Blind and School for the Deaf. And so I'm excited to say that we have filled these positions. Carol Ann Morrison is the new director for the Division of State Schools. And you know Carol Ann previously from her role as interim policy advisor in the Office of Special Education and Early Learning. So she's not new to the department, she's new to the role. Peggy Sinclair Morris, we may have already announced her as the new principal for KSB. She has been at KSB for a number of years and left recently to work with the Kentucky Deaf Blind Project. She's got an extensive background in working with individuals who are blind or deaf blind. And then most recently, we have hired a new director of special education. Jane Painter is coming to us from Boyle County, and she actually begins on August 16th. And we are excited to have Jane. She's an experienced director of special education, and we apologize to Boyle County for stealing one of their best, but we're excited to have her. All that to say, as you can imagine, we are working with schools to quickly transition to NTI. They have worked extensively with local health departments in Danville and Louisville areas, as well as the Department for Public Health. They've been great about jumping on phone calls with principals and my team to look further into some of the challenges that we have, because we do have students coming from all areas of the state to residential as well as day services at the school. So it makes things a little bit more complicated because we aren't looking at just what's going on in a particular region necessarily, but what's happening across the state. And because of the advice from local health departments, the principals and staff decided that NTI was the best option for our students. But obviously that brings some challenges that you were just discussing that we're trying to work through. Currently, folks are working on these NTI plans. We are developing some plans to get materials out to students. And again, this is somewhat challenging for us simply because we have to deliver these across the state. So we are developing those plans, working with families, determining what students lack internet access, and trying to work with some other offices within KBE and families to ensure that they have hotspots or any other technology needed. And as you know, our students have needs that range from low technology devices, right, to just the regular day-to-day materials that we need to get out to them, as all the way up to assistive technology devices that can help them access the curriculum. We are also working with folks in community and school nutrition to determine how to best get our students provided with meals this year. We know through NTI that that's going to be a challenge for KSB and KSD because we can't necessarily set up locations because the travel distance is such a barrier. So we are hoping to collaborate with some local school districts and work through some of the barriers that may be presenting themselves to ensure that our students do have access to meals. A huge shout out again, I've said this before and I'll say it again, local school districts last year were just incredible about stepping up and helping us ensure that our students receive those meals just like students who were enrolled in those local school districts. We are also, as we're moving toward this 6 weeks of NTI, we are looking at the additional trainings and seizing this opportunity for many of our classified staff to move forward with certain trainings and professional development opportunities that they wouldn't have otherwise had time to do because they would have been involved in supervising students and or providing extracurricular things for the evening. So it's a really good time for us to provide those job-specific professional development opportunities for these folks, as well as improved cleaning and access to PPE and all of those things virus-related that we know we're going to have challenges with when we reopen. And so those are some high-level things that are happening in the school. Carol Ann Morrison is actually with us, and I think she may have a few things that she would like to share since she's actually been already on campus and has been working closely with the principals this week. So I'll turn it over and let Carol Ann say a few words.
Thank you, Greta. She covered a lot of what I was going to share with you, so I appreciate that. I will say that one thing that schools are working on right now is that they utilize surveys for both families and staff to determine their needs. And so they are working on survey results from parents at Kentucky School for the Blind revealed that parents were really concerned with all of the different platforms that were used in the spring. They really struggled to understand the different platforms. And so they are working to have one consistent platform for instruction that they will utilize for NTI this fall. So they're working on that right now. At KSD, one of the big things that came out of the staff survey is that the staff's greatest need is for resources for virtual instruction. And so we are working right now to help provide them with additional resources they can use for virtual instruction. And also, they're working on plans for providing support for parents. So they know that the virtual environment may be difficult for some parents, or they may have questions about how to access the resources and how to assist their students at home. So each school is kind of working on their own plans for helping to support parents. One school has the idea of like a virtual 101 class or meeting that they would offer, and that parents could attend that meeting, or then they could record it and watch it later. And so both schools are working on that right now to make sure that parents feel comfortable with helping assist their students while they are at home. And I think that covers pretty much everything I wanted to share with you, but of course we would welcome any questions you may have.
All right. Thank you, Carol Ann and Greta, and for everything you're doing to ensure that our students at the School for the Blind and the School for the Deaf have a safe return, hopefully in a matter of just weeks. At this time, I think it is to David Horseman regarding our reopening of our area technology centers.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair. I'd like to begin by sharing some information that recently in the budget language, there was an opportunity for our area technology centers to transition to local operation. And we have been in the process working with 2 districts to do that this summer. And that has just been approved, and the Nelson County ATC and the Greene County ATCs are now under local control of those districts, along with interlocal agreements with their feeder districts to continue the access to their students. So at this point now, we're at 51 area technology centers. On the reopening, I'd just like to thank the governor and lieutenant governor's office, KCTCS, Dr. Thompson at CPE, and Kia for working with KDE this summer to reopen the CTE labs for our seniors to complete their dual credit and industry recognized certifications. So I would like to, we've made some updates on that for the reopening of the fall, and Mr. Tom Thompson, our Director of Technical Schools, is here to update you in a little more detail of our fall reopening. Tom?
Thank you, David. Thank you, Chair Young. Thank you, Board of Education. So if you might, do you mind changing the slide, please? So as David said, we worked during the summer with KCTCS and the governor's office and a small work group of CTE and ATC principal, or CTC and ATC principals, to create a guidance document for them for reopening the secondary CTE spaces for industry certification and dual credit to complete that lab-based work. That guidance leans heavily on the Healthy at Work guidance, and now we're starting to shift from that summer guidance into the fall, but we're still asking schools or ATCs to lean back on this document along with the flagship document, and to work closely with their school districts to make sure. And as you know, if we've got over 50 area technology centers, and each one is unique in that they may have one feeder district, and so they act more like just another school on campus for that district, or we may have 5 or 6 feeder districts that feed into that. And it is imperative that our principals sit down with those superintendents and those leadership folks to have those conversations about reopening, so that we are in alignment with them. So not any one ATC is going to be the same, and at our level, we can't really give them this overarching mandate of how they should operate. So that's kind of where we've gone into that. Back to the summer guidance and some of the guidance that they're using. On the next slide, there is that guidance is broken down into 4 particular areas: general requirements, arrival and dismissal, transition between classrooms and labs, and the area-specific guidance for classrooms, computer labs, and then CTE lab areas. Again, it's really general guidance in that those folks are going to be working with those district folks and their local health departments to make those decisions. Next slide, please. Thank you. So again, we're asking our principals to make sure that they're working closely with those folks. We've had every ATC designate a Healthy at School leader. These folks, we're asking it to be on those other teams, those other Healthy at School teams with the local districts. Now, if they have 5 or 6 feeders, that may not be appropriate, but we do ask that major sending district, at least that one, and then if they can multiples, that would be appropriate too. And then any information that we gather from that, we'll share with those other feeders to make sure that we're all on the same page. Again, we're leaning heavily on the June 29th guidance and the flagship document that KDE has produced, along with those other documents as needed. ATC leadership, last week we had our summer virtual conference of sorts, and we had 2 meetings. One of them lasted all day long, different things, and basically the regular work of school. And then we had COVID sections of it. That is this additional piece that we try to get concerns from. And since they are all different, that was more of a question and answer session. And we've taken those concerns and with our policy advisor, Leslie Slaughter, and Ashley Lant, and through our HR department, we've been working to answer those questions that are specific to those schools and to those concerns of those folks in those schools. We do have 3 field supervisors that oversee anywhere between 16 and 18 schools. They have been meeting with them, and if I can get in there, I'll try to meet with them too for concerns that are narrowed down to that level, I guess. And then anything that arises, it comes back up through the ranks, and we try to answer if they can't answer it. And then right now, I guess the biggest concern that we have right now is remote learning professional development needs, technology and equipment needs that we're working on through some of the funding sources that we have available to us, and then any personnel concerns we're dealing with individually with those students. And then one thing that I'd like to point out that I think is really cool that's starting to happen is we have been getting our ATC principals together to start professional learning communities based on program areas. So instead of one teacher having to come up with original virtual plans, then we have program specific folks together working as a group to come up with those professional development or those instructional plans and resources and ideas so that they're bouncing things off of each other. We also have our program area consultants working on that. And then we're currently building a team to work on some virtual platforms for one of our other projects. OSHA 10, for example, we're building a virtual program to continue to offer that to students, even if it's not in person. So with that said, if you all have any questions, I'll try to entertain those at this point.
So Tom, I may have missed this, but if we go back to ATC, if and when we go back to ATC in person and a student is in a school district, in a feeder school district where they are not yet in person, what options does the student have? I guess it's the same question I would have about dual credit and other places where our students go during the day, where you might find a conflict between face-to-face and virtual.
Well, and we do have that right now. We have that conflict between that. And if the sending district is completely virtual, then that student will have a virtual option with us. Now, obviously, you can teach welding theory. You can't teach welding practice, the hands-on portion of it. So if everyone involved, if the feeder district, the sending district, the parents and the students are, not opposed to bringing them in, and we do have the resources and the social distancing availability, then we will be able to do that. And I think we heard earlier, flexibility is key here. And I think we have to be flexible enough. But the one thing that I don't want to do is I don't want to say, well, just because it's a hands-on course, we're not going to accept you into this course, or we're not going to try our best to make every reasonable accommodation to make that happen, because we can teach that theory. But if something comes up later on down the road where we can get them in person and we haven't taught that theory, then we can't teach them the hands-on. So we are going to try our best to use some of the resources that we have to try to make some hands-on type kits, or they can buy some instructional kits. Electronics kits are already out there, but those types of resources to where we can get a little bit of hands-on stuff and some virtual reality kind of stuff. Say, for example, Tooling U for manufacturing programs has some specific modules and things built in it to where they can program, like on a CNC milling machine, a computer controlled milling machine, and see it operate within that software within that package. So if we can get those types of things, that'll help supplement it. But I mean, that's not going to be the answer, but I don't know that we have a solid answer other than to be completely in person.
And a lot of those software packages, the more technical ones, don't run on something as simple as a Chromebook, which many of the students have access to.
Yes, and we've actually considered that within some of the funding sources that we're looking at, and we're right now just working on that. But some districts do have one-to-one capabilities, but when they say one-to-one, it could possibly be that it is a Chromebook. So we're working on those specific programs like CAD/CAM programs or CAD programs themselves that would need them once we know the true need for those that the district is not supporting. Then we're going to try to supplement that with the funding that we have available.
Thank you.
Lou, this is Mike Bowling.
Thanks, Mike.
If you would, I'm going to ask to be excused, okay?
Oh, yes, thank you so much, Mike, and we'll note that you had to step away at 11:40.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for Carol Ann, Tom, David, or Greta? All right, thank you so much. We appreciate you, and we know these are our schools, and we appreciate all that you guys are doing to reopen them safely, along with our superintendents in the 171 school districts.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll turn our attention to Superintendent Dr. Marty Polio from Jefferson County Schools. And Marty, you may still be muted.
Dr. Foster, I'm not sure that I see Dr. Polio on. Is he available? I know we're running just a few minutes ahead.
I'm texting him right now.
Okay.
So we never get a break, Jennifer. So how about we take a 5-minute recess, let folks get a drink of water, and then we will start back again at 11:46. And hopefully Dr. Polio will be ready. If not, we'll move ahead to the next item on our agenda.
Sounds great.
Thank you. We are back after a brief recess at 11:46. The next item on our agenda is an update from Jefferson County Public Schools. So I'll turn it over to Superintendent Dr. Marty Polio.
Thank you, Chair Young and board members. Honored to be back here with you again. And first off, I want to congratulate Commissioner Brown for his award he received at the KASA conference last week as an Innovator Educator of the Year for very much deserved. We were very proud here in JCPS. We know he's with the state right now, but in JCPS, it was, we took a little bit of credit for that too, because he's one of us. So congratulations, Commissioner Brown. Can't wait to have you back. So I just wanted to say that. So once again, happy to be here with you again today to talk about the progress of JCPS and our final corrective action plan. As you know, we all know it's a very challenging time right now. So, you know, in conjunction with completing this corrective action plan and getting towards the end of the road on this over the past 18 months, as you well know, we're dealing with the pandemic like every other district in the Commonwealth and the nation, trying to figure out how we return to school and support our kids. And in the meantime, making changes to what we've been calling our future state, which is major changes to JCPS that are going to change outcomes for kids. So we have a lot going on right now, pushing everyone hard here to be different and better over the past couple years. And we think we're making great progress, but we know also that this pandemic, you know, is tough on everybody. And I'll touch on that a little bit as we get towards the end. So as we go to the next slide, you will see our agenda here today. I'm not going to cover everything on this PowerPoint. We put more information in here for you. than we have that I need to talk about, so you can check that. But today we're going to be covering career and technical education, which was one of the 10 areas, and instructional management. I'm proud of the progress we've made on both of these. I think we're a leader in both of these areas. And then finally, I'll update you on the opening of JCPS schools that everyone is talking about right now, whether it's JCPS or any of the other counties across the Commonwealth or across this nation that we're all struggling with. Next slide, please. As you can see, this is the 11th time I've presented to the Kentucky Board of Education since December of 2018. Actually, I did an entry one before that in October of 2018, so officially 12 times. You can see each of the times, as you all know, since I've presented to you over the past 2 or 3 meetings, that I cover 2 of the 10 areas each time, give you an overall picture. And so now we are back to the 3rd review for CTE, Career and Technical Education, and Instructional Management. Next slide, please. Happy to report that in collaboration with KDE, Kentucky Department of Education, we have now moved to 100% of our 276 items that have been identified as correctable items, action items that we need to take in JCPS from nearly 2 years ago. We are at established on 100% of those items. Last time I reported to you, it was in the mid-90s, so we are proud of this work. Essentially, what this means in each of these items, we are establishing systems in order to support and train folks from all over the district, that we have systems of oversight. So that doesn't mean that there might not be a mistake over 155 schools throughout this, or that it's perfect every single time in all of these actions. But what it does mean is that we're training for it, we're supporting for it, and we have a system of oversight. So if an error happens, we are able to correct it immediately and then move forward. So proud of this work. I can tell you the policies and procedures and training and support that's gone into this over the past 18 months has been monumental. And I say this often, most districts that were faced with this back in August of 2018 and into October, this would be the only thing that the district would take on over 2 years, because fixing 276 items over 155 schools is a huge task. But we also knew that we had to make substantial improvements in many other areas, especially instructional system-wide, to make major changes, and we're doing that and have done that. So we're taking on a great deal of things in the process. Next slide. So today we're going to talk a little bit about career and tech ed. We've had some challenges in this, really around data accuracy, building capacity in school staff about what career and tech ed means and the communication of that, and then really integrating those academic opportunities with core academics, specifically reading and math, into career and tech ed. And I can say without a doubt, with the career and tech ed, I believe JCPS is a leader not only in the state now, but across the nation in our academies of Louisville work. Unfortunately, I mean, we were seen, and when we want to talk about the impact of this work and how we see impact on improvement, it has been very evident in the academies of Louisville work. And so I haven't had the chance to talk to you about the academies of Louisville work, but it's essentially taking 15 of our high schools that are resides high schools, having wall-to-wall pathways, career pathways that are career and tech ed in every single school. So a student walks in as a freshman, they get an exploratory model as a freshman, then they pick a career academy and a specific pathway. Those pathways could be in IT, they could be in medicine, nursing, and health, they could be in manufacturing, welding, engineering, and a host of others. We have things like culinary, and some we have automotive repair, but they are all pathways where students are in wall-to-wall academies, and then they take their math, English, science, and social studies classes in cohorts together. And the power of it is each of these academies have business partners. And so our students are on a 4-year pathway that lead to a certification, articulated college credit hours, or an opportunity or a learning job embedded opportunity or experience, like an apprenticeship, that leads to transition readiness. And so our Academies of Louisville model, I believe, is when we first started this work, we were looking to Nashville schools as the model. And I think we have exceeded them in that work. And we now have people coming to visit us to see the work that we are doing around the Academies of Louisville. And so very proud of this work, where we are now a national model in career and tech ed. Next slide, please. And so I just want you to see just the power of this model. And this is transition readiness that goes on the school report card. So at the end of the year 17-18, 49.8% of our students were considered transition ready. And then we track it throughout the year. So in the winter of 18, right at mid-year, we were 37.9%. And then we ended the year last year at 53%. So you can see that in the winter of 19, this past December, we had already eclipsed end of year data. So that was before certification assessments were even given. And so by having kids in the wall-to-wall academy, our estimated that we believe that if we had been in school and if we had completed school, we would have eclipsed 70% transition readiness and been closing in on 75% transition readiness of our graduating seniors. But I mean, I think you can see the power that we had already surpassed our transition readiness for the end of the year 18-19 by mid-year of winter 2019. This COVID-19 has really thrown a wrench in this process for us. We're not going to let it stop us in the Academies of Louisville. But when we talk about impact of this work, I mean, this is clearly the impact that we believe once we get 4 years in, kids have now gone through 4 years of wall-to-wall academy, we believe we'll be in the 85% transition readiness. And clearly our goal will be to be 100%. And this is an impact that is very clear for us. So we're proud of that. We hated that we weren't able to get that end of year data based upon certifications, ACT tests, all of those things. But we know this is significantly trending in the right direction, and it is clearly a model for business community partnerships with schools. Next slide, please. So summary of evidence, we've got to make sure that TED's data system is correct. We're really pleased with our collaboration with KDE on this work. This has been true collaboration. Talked about our transition readiness. We're continuing to see all-time highs in our graduation rates. So at 82%, we'll continue. I believe the Academies of Louisville will continue to grow that. Post-secondary opportunities, this is a part of the Academies of Louisville. So 33,275 students took early post-secondary learning courses where they would get those opportunities for college, and 1,515 took dual credit, earning nearly 7,000 college credit hours. So we're really being innovative about getting our kids out of our buildings too and onto college campuses or into apprenticeships for learning opportunities. We're process mapping our CTE related processes and protocols for all staff, which is a part of this. And then I've talked about the Academies of Louisville. We're having planning meetings with 100 business partners. I mean, imagine that 100 business partners are planning with us. And then we had one school for the first time get NCAC Academy status, which is a huge task and lift. But Wagner High School has done that with their freshman academy, and we'll continue to show our academy model and how successful it is. So that's really the work around CTE that we're very proud of. Next slide, please. So the second one is instructional management. I haven't had the time or been with this board on this, but I'm very proud of this work too. The audit identified in the spring of 2017 that JCPS really had no district-wide instructional mission or vision for the entire district of 155 schools. And these are my words, not the audits, but that essentially JCPS was a district of schools and not a school district. and we needed to have systems across all 155 schools, whether it's elementary, middle, or high, things that we believe in, that you could see in every single school, but still the school culture could mold those systems based on whatever that culture at the school is. And that's truly the work that we have to do, but also have ways that we measure impact of this work across all schools. We know who's doing it well, and we monitor that, and we make adjustments along the way. And so that's where you see develop training and monitoring systems and increase accountability. We were proud a year and a half ago when we got our accreditation visit, and they said that from our last one that they see that we now are focused on systems work, and we just have to get that deeply embedded in all of our schools and continue that training. So we are focusing on our 3 pillars. You can see those. Every single school works on these 3 pillars. Our backpack of success skills, which is really around that deeper learning for students, an authentic type of learning, racial equity in every single school and every single department in JCPS, as I know the board that I'm speaking to is committed to as well, and then improving culture and climate at every school. And then our 6 systems are the 6 instructional systems that we need to see in every single school, from focusing on and deconstructing standards and having a standards-based approach to our PLC work, to coaching and feedback of teachers, to providing interventions based on those. So those systems work have to be built and developed in every single school. And then really making sure that we focus on data and having data reviews. Every school, every department, we've had an intentional view of data, which is once again around, are we having impact? Because we can do all of these things, but if we don't measure progress, like I just showed you before, we won't be successful. And then administering MAP 3 times a year. Prior to this, the district had no universal screener to say, how are we doing? Are we monitoring reading and math? Where are students in schools when it comes to achievement and growth? And are we making progress? And then acting on that. And that's what we do with MAP for fall, winter, and spring. And we will be providing MAP to our students virtually as we come back to school. Next slide, please. So this gives you a little bit about the impact that we measure. So unfortunately, you don't see the spring bar, and when we look at MAP, because we were unable to get that. But when we look at winter 18 to winter 19, what we are measuring are students meeting the benchmarks. It was improvement, but we believe with systems work, those bars will continue to grow exponentially. We know COVID's going to have a major impact on this. We can't shy away from that. And that's where our systems work will be so important. And then having growth above the 50th percentile. And so when the growth is at the 50th percentile, that means students are meeting 1 year of growth in 1 academic year. And to catch up, we've really got to increase that growth, and that's what we're starting to see. So really, this is measuring that impact through MAP, and this is what we measure with schools, amongst others, but MAP is so critical. Next slide, please. So a few things about instructional management. So we're looking at the percent of students meeting grade level benchmarks and seeing that grow. We're looking at things like how many are we identifying gifted and talented. And so over 2,000 more gifted and talented identification of students of color this past year. That's going to have a significant impact. And so, those are the steps we have to take. We've developed a teacher backpack, which is where teachers go to deconstruct standards and get supports, and a principal backpack. And I wanted to spend just a moment on what we call our comprehensive systems review. And so what we look to, which was not evident in JCPS, that was in some other major districts across America, like New York City, Baltimore, and some other districts, was an internal way for the district to take a team in and provide an audit, so to speak, an internal audit of the systems, instructional systems within a school, spend a couple of days talking to stakeholders within that school, viewing classrooms, PLCs, and all the work, looking at data, and then giving a comprehensive review of the school's instructional systems so that they can then work together to improve those. We give every single school, all 155 schools, a comprehensive system review every other year. And then we do formative reviews for every school in the fall and the winter. So those are more like a multiple hour where we speak to the leadership team and we give them feedback where they are doing on system reviews. I think this is an innovative approach that will be a national model where we can really say, this is how we're measuring how our schools are doing, not necessarily depending on external audits, but we are doing it ourselves. And that is really measuring that impact of learning and how we're making a difference. So that's so critical. And then NTI during the summer, just to give you, some of the work we've done on instructional management. We've served over 1.7 million meals, up to 1.8 now. We've already distributed 20,000 devices. We're going to distribute at least 30,000 more. We were very proud of our numbers when it came to participation in NTI in the spring. We know we're going to increase that benchmark of what we expect. But compared to other districts, our teachers and schools did an amazing job. Over 4,700 ARC meetings scheduled. And we've had over 6,000 students participating in virtual summer learning opportunities this summer. And I do want to say, secondarily, about a year ago, we brought an entire team together and created what we called a future state, which means what do we have to change? So we're doing a lot of the work around systems and schools, but foundationally, what do we have to change in JCPS? And we have found about 6 different areas where we are focusing on. And many are a part of this corrective action plan, but they, from facilities to student assignment, to teacher and administrator development, and how we increase that capacity, to our supports around systems for kids, to increasing learning time for students. And so we have taken, in the midst of all of this corrective action plan, a very assertive approach to making significant change in schools in JCPS, but also the foundations of how we do things. And I know you've seen many of that in the news over the past couple of months as we continue to not only worry about the corrective action plan and not only worry about getting us back in school, but also making major changes fundamentally to the way we do things in JCPS. Next slide, please. So finally, I'll talk briefly about us opening of school. I wanted to update this because I know this is a topic everyone is talking about. We put a team together, a pandemic response team, late April, early May, and we were like everyone else. We felt that there was going to be a significant decrease in cases of COVID-19 over the summer. We would be able to get back to school. And we also had a committee working on what we call NTI 2.0, because we were anticipating a second spike of cases in the late fall, early winter. And so we've been working on that very hard, and we developed guiding principles of what had to happen, what we needed to focus on. In order: number 1, health and safety; number 2, high quality instruction; number 3, flexibility; 4, equity; 5, accurate and timely communication; and 6, community trust. But we wanted to make sure that all of the others were important, but health and safety was number 1. So we've really, and it touches on a lot of these other areas. As we have seen studies come out in recent days about how COVID-19 is impacting students and families of color at higher rates than other, students that are white or our administrators and teachers. And so having equity as a part of this and being very concerned about that has been a huge concern for us moving forward. So we established these district-wide committees and put in so many hours to prepare to get back to school. Had opportunities for community input and feedback. And so we really were working on that. Unfortunately, in late June and July, we saw a spike in cases. And we know that in our community and in JCPS, we have over 3,000 of our employees who are high risk, many more who live with someone who are high risk, and thousands of students that are in the high risk category for health concerns. And so it became a very difficult few weeks for us, like it has been for many districts all across this state and this country. But essentially, we made the decision, and I made the decision in collaboration with our board, and we've all been on the same page, that we could not risk the lives of staff and students by going back to school. We know that distance learning is not a replacement for in-person learning, but for us, and the amount of people we had that are high risk, we just could not accept the possibility of having a death within JCPS, whether that be students or staff. So we made that decision to start school on August 25th with NTI for 6 weeks, and hopefully getting back as soon as possible. Next slide. So as we look at NTI 2.0, and I won't go over all of this, I know I'm probably running late on time, but we're really looking at what we did well in the spring, and we're proud of a lot of that work, but what we can do better in the fall. So we are looking for more consistency across schools and levels. Parents told us that if they had a school and a teacher that were very active in communication, they were very pleased with what happened. And the vice versa. If the communication was not there on every single day, then they were not as pleased. So getting consistency across that, focusing on evidence-based practices, effective implementation and monitoring. We have 10 days of professional learning for our administrators and teachers, which is a huge thing for us. Obviously, getting connectivity to all of our families, Wi-Fi and Chromebooks, which we have really invested in to get every student with a Chromebook and every family who needs it connectivity. And then we're really focused on improving our customer service. During NTI, it was an issue for us in the spring because we clearly could not have personnel in schools. We have purchased a software program called Ring Central, where we can now every single teacher has their own cloud-based phone number that they can call students. Every school has a cloud-based number where it can go immediately to when someone calls the school, someone will always be able to answer that phone immediately, like they're at school. And this is a new service for us. Thanks to the CARES money, we have been able to do this and provide much better customer service for our families moving forward into NTI 2.0. Next slide, please. And I'll just run through some of these quickly. You can see, I just want to say how important it is to have accessing a device and internet connectivity. We have 10,000 of those hotspots, 30,000 of the Chromebooks. But I will say hotspots are a short-term answer. Together, we need to all look state, local, and all resources we can to really bridge that gap that we have, that digital divide that occurs in so many of our communities that is very evident in Jefferson County. But making sure we provide more synchronous instruction to our students on a regular basis. That's that live face-to-face instruction virtually. And then meeting all the needs of our kids, those with IEPs, English as a second language, gifted and talented, all of those things we want to make sure that we provide, and that's what our schools are working on right now in detailed plans. Next slide, please. We are also working very intently on racial equity. It's a focus of yours. It's a focus of ours. We want our schools to have those conversations. We know in Jefferson County, there is a lot of unrest, as there is across the nation right now. Our students and staff have been very active in the movements within the Jefferson County community. We want to support our kids. We want to make sure they have the ability to have the conversation, the curriculum, the more inclusive conversation. We want to have teachable moments for our kids and really dig into this work around racial equity in JCPS. We are one of 11 districts across America who had the courage to pass a racial equity policy. And we have really made progress. I told you about gifted and talented. We've made progress in hiring administrators. We've made small progress in teachers, but we've got a long way to go, but we've started making that progress. We've made progress in the curriculum, but we've got ways to go to really address achievement gaps and disproportionality. But I'm proud that JCPS has been willing to tackle this head on, as a lot of districts are just beginning the conversation. We are simply saying we've got to lean in more and push harder than we ever have before. Next slide. I've talked a little bit about communication and improving that customer service. We're going to have an app now, Connect app, which we can now talk to families in multiple languages. We're doing Facebook Live, video resources. I'm doing way too many press conferences, but I know that gets the message out, but glad to do that. We're going to do some kickoff. You know, we really want, it's hard in today's environment. Everyone that's been an educator on this knows there's nothing like the excitement about the start of a school year in schools and in the community. And it's difficult to do that in this environment, but we're going to do everything we can to really increase the energy and enthusiasm to start of school year. Our schools did a great job celebrating our kids at the end of the year, and we want to do the same to start the year. Next slide, please. So that's essentially, I know I've talked a great deal. Really proud of our work. I am. I know we got a ways to go in JCPS. We're continuing to do that tough, hard work. And I know, you know, we don't want to start virtually, but that's what we have to do. Like many other counties are making that tough decision. We're going to continue to push forward on the improvements that we are making in JCPS. And obviously look forward to, you know, the future audit so that we know that you know, we can show off what we're doing well here. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks so much, Marty. This is your fourth meeting with us as the new board, and we've been really careful to stay inside the lanes required of the corrective action plan. And as you said, sometimes that's just about fixing 100 things. And but I know this board in particular has been really excited to get to the conversation today around teaching and learning, support for racial equity, and closing achievement gaps, and reopening schools as well. So let's take a few minutes to open up for some questions. I know Mrs. McCrary had one that she would like to pose.
Thank you, Chair Young. Thank you, Dr. Polio. I was intrigued by you mentioning that your district will be administering the MAP virtually. I'm interested in knowing how that can be done with fidelity.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously you want data that is valid and reliable, which is always difficult when you're having a kid take an assessment remotely. But NWEA, the company that administers MAP, provides us an opportunity to do it remotely. They've done it in other districts before. So, you know, remembering that this isn't high stakes accountability, you know, meaning that it's not for those type of decisions. Instead, it is to give us a snapshot of where a child is in reading and math, really based on their growth and their last score, and then us acting on that. So we don't want that to be the only data point we look at. It would be one data point. We would expect our teachers to obviously have more formative data points along the way, that they would triangulate that. So, you know, if a student's data either way too low or way too high came out on MAP, we would expect our teachers to triangulate that data and say that might not be a valid data point and use that appropriately. And so just not a single data point, but it is a data point for us to use. And we think that, you know, getting, you know, 90,000 kids taking MAP at least gives us a snapshot of where they are and what interventions we need to put in place individually.
Thank you. And Marty, I was really interested and still more curious about your conversation with your board around the future state of Jefferson County Schools. So do you have a timeline on clarifying that new vision for the future, or how close is that to becoming a next steps effort?
Yeah, so I mean, we're in the process. So when we list out this, the 6 areas, and then there's about 4 or 5 areas under each one, many of them are well in development. So there's been a lot of discussion, and there'll be more. One of them was student assignment. I've been very clear about my concern about student assignment in JCPS and about the inequities that many of our West End families face with the services that we provide at the schools, and that we only have one group of students that are forced to leave their community, and it's not their choice, and that's students in the West Louisville area. And so really looking at that, looking at magnets and ensuring that we have diversity in magnets, that we have more magnets that are robust. So student assignment is well on its way. Facilities is one we're working on right now. Another one, so for instance, when we talk about teacher and leadership development, for instance, we have put $1.2 million into our teacher residency program, which is to change the amount of African-American teachers we have in JCPS, where we actually work with the University of Louisville, certify our teachers. They're actually working as residents in our schools, and in 1 year they get a teacher certification. So those things are a part of it. We still have things, Lou, like one of them is 10,000 kids in summer learning. We were hoping to go from 1,000 to 3,000 this summer, but clearly we haven't been able to do that. So that will be a part of a future state. So, and also raising additional revenue to support this as a part of it. So, we're in the middle of that process right now too. So some of it is well on its way. Others we're still building, but we've been working hard to make those changes.
Thank you. Really, really important work. Thank you. And I'll toss it over to one last question to Dr. Robinson.
Good afternoon, Marty.
Good afternoon, Dr. Robinson.
I want to go back to your culture climate dimension of the plan and let you know, as you well know, that teachers and administrators working in some of your most challenging assignments are often feeling under the gun when they are facing some of these data points that reflect on the performance at the school. So there's a lot going on. Dr. Polio, I'm pleased to say that several of your new resident candidates came from your partnership with Simmons.
They sure did.
That's a big check mark. But how are we going to flip it so that those candidates training to work in challenging assignments know that that assignment comes by virtue of recognizing their knowledge and skill and their courage, and that their efforts are going to be supported based on data that shows how much more they need in order to get the job done rather than feel vilified?
Yeah, so couldn't agree with you more, Dr. Robinson. As you know, if you don't know, I was principal at Doss High School, which was a school that at the time was called Priority. We know that's changed to CSI. When I walked in the school, it was considered the second lowest performing high school in the state. There's a turnover rate, retention rate that they lost nearly 1 out of 4 teachers every single year. So when I walked into that school, I had to replace 30 teachers, hire 30 teachers that summer. That's not a sustainable model of turnaround when you are replacing that many teachers every single year. And you are exactly right. When schools are identified as failing, so to speak, that puts so much pressure on the faculty and staff. And I said this, that when I left Doss, I would put that faculty and staff up against anybody, any other faculty. We had gone from the second lowest performing school to about the 12th lowest performing school. We were proud of that, but it was still considered a priority school that many people would consider failing. So much of that is really how we as a state and what we put on schools. I am not in favor of any of those stamps putting on schools, but I have to focus on what we can do internally. And a part of that is our future state, Dr. Robinson. So first of all, we have to provide training and support. So right now, our board dedicated about $4 million a year to train out, we call them AIS, which are CSI schools and a few others, but they are right now, they have 5 additional days of paid professional development. So as we speak right now, 3 weeks before we come back to school, all of our teachers are in training right now, all day training being paid for that. They will now have 10 more days, 15 total days of training. But I couldn't agree with you more. We need more resources in these schools. We need more mental health supports. We need more counselors. And finally, I'll say this, I am a proponent of differentiated pay for those that work in our highest need schools so that we can get more experienced teachers in our higher need schools, those that are still passionate about doing the work. So having our residents working right now in a classroom in our AIS schools, our highest need schools, but just not hiring brand new teachers, attracting our experienced teachers. And I think there is some incentive pay that needs to happen at a higher rate in those schools. And then we have to increase our supports. And I'll say it again, more counselors, more mental health. We put a mental health counselor in every school in JCPS, but for our AIS schools, that's just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, they need more supports, and that's what our teachers need. And so I'll say it. That's why I am asking for additional revenue in Jefferson County to go directly to our facilities and to our AIS schools. I have said we need $10 million more a year in our AIS schools. It has not been a popular move. I've been told by superintendents that the two ways that you can lose your job is by changing student assignment and increasing taxes. And I'm trying to do both during a pandemic. But I do believe it's the right thing to do for our teachers and our kids, and we can't wait 2 years. We must do that now. So I can't agree more with your premise. Everything I've just said supports everything you said and what we have to do to be successful.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And thank you for the additional time for some Q&A, Marty.
Yeah,
really
no
appreciate
problem.
it. Good luck as you move forward with reopening. We are rooting for you.
Thank you all. Appreciate your all support.
You got it.
The next item on our agenda is the presentation of the Grissom Award for Innovation in Special Education. And I believe our recipient is joining us. The late Dr. Johnny Grissom served at the KDE in the role of Associate Commissioner for the Office of Special Instructional Services. Johnny was a friend of mine, and it's such an honor to have this award in her name. She provided steadfast commitment, service, and leadership, striving to help all students achieve at high levels, regardless of their disabilities. This award is given each year to a Kentuckian or a Kentucky organization to honor continuing dedication to improving student achievement for students with disabilities. The 2020 recipient of the Grissom Award for Innovation in Special Education is Dr. Mark Martin of Meade County Schools. Congratulations, Mark. Let me also add my congratulations on your having recently become the superintendent of Meade County Schools. Those who nominated Dr. Martin shared that his core belief is that all children are regular education students first, regardless of their exceptionalities. While in his previous position as Director of Special Education, Mark implemented an innovative plan using co-teaching and supplemental resources to give students with disabilities access to the general education curriculum with their same age peers, while simultaneously addressing individual academic needs. The nominator, Mark's nominator, also shared that Dr. Martin leads by example, as he often can be found in the classrooms and providing meaningful professional development in engaging instructional practices and targeted interventions. All in all, Dr. Martin has a heart for all children. And as I work with school districts through UK around the state, I have often heard them say, Mark, that they've got to visit Meade County Schools to see what's happening in co-teaching best practices there. So congratulations, Dr. Martin. And if you would, please unmute and share a word of greeting.
Thank you, Ms. Young. I appreciate it. Hello from Meade County. We are the proud home of new Kentucky Commissioner, Dr. Jason Glass.
That's right.
Former Green Wave. And we look forward to the work that your team is going to accomplish in the coming years. You know, Jason's parents were both teachers in Meade County Schools. His mom, Joanne, was a teacher at Painville Elementary. and also a home ec teacher at our middle school. And his father, Jim, was a science teacher at our high school and an assistant football coach. There's a rich tradition of the Glass family in our community. And I want to thank the Board of Education for this recognition, but this is truly a team award. I have a few of my team members here with me. And our work started in 2014 with a shared belief that all means all. Our teachers, both regular education teachers, our special education teachers, our administrators, and staff have worked in a true professional learning community to identify barriers, build bridges, not walls, for students with disabilities. And we have branded special education in our district as an instructional first focus, and we embrace the process of innovation. And as you said, Ms. Young, we've had many educators asked to come visit our classrooms and hear about our journey over the last 6 years. So from March of 2019 to March of 2020, we've had over 800 educators from 61 school districts, the Kentucky Department of Education, and the University of Louisville, just to name a few, visit our school district. And we do this because we simply want to help educators help students. We want to make a difference with people that want to make a difference for students. And when you wake up every day and you try to do what's best for students, good things happen. Our teams pursue excellence with a servant's heart for children. Thank you so much for this recognition, and we wish all of you good luck as you lead in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And if you'd like to introduce those masked superheroes behind you, feel free to take a moment to do that.
Well, we have a few right over my right shoulder. This is Miss Kelly Ann Wilson, and she is our former Associate Superintendent of Instruction, and she was instrumental in really our model of the supervisor of instruction and the special ed director being attached at the hip. We believe that iron sharpens iron, and those two departments have to work side by side if we're going to make a difference for all. Model that from the district level. Then to her right, we have our former middle school principal, Mr. Chad Butler, and now our DPP. And beside Mr. Butler is our new special education director, Ms. Kara Ezra. She's one of the most talented young educators in the state. Beside her, former elementary principal, Ms. Donna Fashee, and now transportation director. As we come back over my left shoulder, we have Miss Ricky Hanger, former principal at Flaherty Primary. She now works as an elementary curriculum instructional supervisor, and her school was one of our most successful schools. They went from 6 to 7 years ago being in the 6th percentile of schools with test scores, and via this model, as part of it, they were the 4th highest achieving school in the state of Kentucky the year before at Flaherty Primary. And then beside her, Ms. Gloria Bertrand, who's worked in a variety of roles over the last 6 years. She's currently the principal at Brandenburg Primary. She's also worked at the district office level. And then beside her, finally, Mr. Bill Adams, our Associate Superintendent of Personnel. But these are just a few of our team members. I wish we could have brought more, but, with social distancing and trying to, model that. But we just have a great team of people that truly serve children.
Well, Meade County is lucky to have you and that team. Kara, I don't envy you stepping into the Director of Special Education shoes that Mark left behind, but I'm sure all of you will be ready for the work ahead, and we'll be rooting for you for reopening as well. And before I close, I'll ask our our awards committee chair, Patrice McCrary, if she would like to add a word of congratulations with my thanks to Patrice and the committee for their work on the Grissom Award.
Thank you, Chair Young. Yes, I would. Congratulations, Dr. Martin. Reading through the application that was sent in was almost humbling to read it, to see the massively great things that are taking place within your county. I've had the good fortune of visiting and seeing it in person, and I agree with you 100%. This is a team effort, if ever I have seen one. Through your leadership, you have managed to bring about a group of people who are on the same page, whose primary focus is to do what is right for our children. And thank you for that. You are much appreciated, and congratulations on your recognition.
Thank you, Patrice. We appreciate you as well.
Congratulations. And Kevin and I were able to do this at the graduation ceremony of the Kentucky School for the Deaf, but here's a round of silent applause for us for your award. Congratulations, Superintendent Martin, and have a great, great school year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
And board members, at this time, we have, we're within 3 minutes of our scheduled 30-minute recess. So we will take that break. I would remind our viewers, online viewers, to return to the Media Live portal, the Media Portal Watch Live this afternoon for the second half of our meeting. Board members, I have 12:33. We will reconvene at 1:03. Enjoy a nice but short break. Welcome back, everyone, including our online viewers watching from the Watch Live portal. Some of my favorite people on the planet have begun joining the meeting, and so we were excited a little bit early to get to welcome some of the students who are joining us today. The next item on our agenda is supposed to be public comment segment, and board members, you noticed, I'm sure, when you were reviewing the agenda, that we have put back in an option for public comment. Since we've been in virtual meetings, we have not included that item on the agenda because we didn't have the procedures in place to make that happen. But many thanks to Todd and to Jennifer and Joelle, we were able to advertise a public comment option via email. Unfortunately, we did not have any responses to that option this time, but we will push it out again for our October meeting, assuming that we are virtual yet again. And hopefully we'll be able to receive some comments and engagement from the public at that time. If you have any questions about how we've arranged for public comment to happen in a virtual setting, just let me or Jennifer know and we can fill you in. But that moves us quickly to our next item, which is a presentation from the Pritchard Committee Student Voice Team. I'm really excited to welcome them today. These are some of, as I mentioned earlier, some of my favorite people in the world. The co-directors of the Pritchard Student Voice Team are Emmy Sippy and Rachel Bellin. And I will introduce Emmy and Rachel to introduce the full team and to share their presentation with us today.
Thank you so much for having us. It's really an honor to be here and to share space with all of you. I'm Emmanuel Sippy, as Lou said, and I co-direct the team with Rachel. We are really, again, so grateful to be here. And one kind of side thing that's really important to us and crucial to our mission, but that we won't be speaking so much to today, is ensuring that students can be in spaces where they often aren't included. And so this is just such an amazing manifestation of that. So today we're going to talk about meaningful student voice in this moment of crisis. And I think it's important that we acknowledge the dual pandemics of systemic racism and COVID-19 as they both threaten not only our society, but our schools, and threaten our schools in deeply distinct and different ways, on an institutional level, on an interpersonal level, and as we address them, I think it's important to keep in mind a phrase that we like to use, students as partners, that students can be equal partners in addressing these crises, and that there is so much power in including students and including them right from the beginning in the ideation process, and not just as an add-on or an afterthought. So I'm going to introduce the rest of our team, and before I do that, just want to mention that we are here today cognizant of the fact that there are so many students who cannot be here, so many students who have not had the opportunity to share space with adults and decision makers in this kind of way. And we are cognizant of our privilege and want to eventually work to ensure that this is more common and institutionalized in the way that we do our work. So with that, I will just thank so much to our whole study team, Doctors Daniela DiGiacomo, Beth Goldstein, Ellen Usher, Katie Griffiths, Kayla Ford. I'm sure I'm missing people, Rachel Bellin, our adult director, the Pritchard Committee staff, and all the students who've been working tirelessly but are not here today, and introduce the folks who are with me. So we have Lainey Taylor, a recent graduate of Center College, Sana Kaloon, Gabriela Stakova, Zoe Jenkins, who are seniors at Dunbar, and Krupa Hegde, who is a senior at Gatton.
So this slide is really titled Who We Are, but honestly, it might be a bit more fair to call it Who We Are Now. Our team right about now is made up of around 100 members from all across the state of Kentucky. We are anywhere from ages 13 to 21, but the majority of our members are in high school, and we are entirely self-selected. So, our members have no application process, there's no requirement to get in, no GPA minimum. Everyone who wants to participate in this work does so. And that's really, really special for us because we understand that everyone that comes into this knows and really values the work that we do. Now, the work that we do is actually amplifying and elevating student voice at its most central portion. And this can take a wide variety of formats, which I'll get into in a little bit. But the most critical part is that we try to support students as partners to improve Kentucky's schools. And that's anything from working with students individually on a local school or district level, all the way to things like this, where we're working on a statewide level. And we also, it's important to note, extend the reach of the Pritchard Committee for Academic Excellence, of which we are a member organization. And so with that, let's take a look at some of the ways that we have in the past amplified and elevated student voice. So I'm going to just run through this in a quick clockwise motion, starting from the top left. This is a presentation some members of our team did with the Texas Association of School Boards about student voice in communities. Then we have our March for Our Lives rally, in which we had students come and speak about gun violence in their communities and what they see as school safety. Then we have a share back of a school climate audit that we did. So school climate audits, we go into a school community, we collaborate with the students in that environment to survey not only the students, but also parents, teachers, administrators, to really try to get a full picture of what the student experience and the community at that school is. And then we share that information back with the students, whether those students are sometimes, in middle school or typically in high school. Then we have our book, Ready or Not, which we published a few years ago, that really chronicled the barriers that students face to post-secondary education across the state of Kentucky. We also testify and do various other things during the legislative process, as you can see in the bottom central spot. And we do things like write op-eds and communicate with the general public in other ways, as you can see with our school safety op-ed that we wrote last year. And so we understand that, as a group, we are not representative of all students in Kentucky because we are self-selecting. We usually tend to be, higher performing academically. We have less barriers to, getting involved in this work. And so that's why it's so critical for us to lift up the voices of the other students that are so frequently marginalized or really not given a voice in their school communities through these other methods.
And going off of what Gabby is saying, at our core, we believe that leadership is not about us, the folks that you're seeing on this call today, doing something. It's about how we do it, and that is bringing other students along with us. Students oftentimes are thought of as a monolithic mass with regard to policy and practice, and we know that if students can each be heard and we can move away from a one-size-fits-all model, we will really be prioritizing equity. So when we talk about student voice is on a spectrum. And when you first conceptualize it, as many of us, you might think of a student holding up a sign in some form of protest. But as I talk about the spectrum, I want you to think about a phrase that I think encapsulates what this really is about for us, which is the idea of moving from protest to policy making, moving from expression to activism and leadership. So when we go to consultation here, students are likely being included, but included and relegated to one component, one part of a process. They might be brought in for a focus group, but likely after a decision is already in the process of being made. There might be a survey that they take, but they don't have agency over the data. So as Gabby was talking about, when we do research, we really work to democratize the process. And once we're doing that, we're moving towards those more meaningful levels of student voice. When we reach presence and participation, students are starting to collaborate, but they're still operating within adults' vision and goals. But when we reach partnership and activism and leadership, students are truly co-designing. They are considered equals, and they're building out the vision, the goals, the strategy. That's not being dictated for them, but things are, and not done to us, but with us. And we think that with is really a crucial piece. So the other thing I'll note when we talk about the spectrum is that tokenization can permeate all of these levels. What we often think of as students serving as visual aids to a predetermined agenda, and saying, oh, students are here, oh, we have them, and checking a box, is definitely going to be less meaningful than having students there truly embedded in the process and co-designing. And so having one student we think is never going to suffice, but hopefully even if there is just one student in a space, they can start to provide insight as to what other students are feeling and seeing and experiencing. So today, as we talk about the power of meaningful intergenerational work, we want to use our Coping with COVID-19 study as one representation of what that might look like and the power of it. So this study we launched this spring. When schools closed, as students ourselves, we were experiencing the fear and the changes, and our minds started to go towards the students who we know are least heard and most marginalized, and think about, okay, if this is difficult for us, how are they feeling? What about students who are essential workers in this moment? What about students who already didn't have enough food to eat? And so in order to hear from our peers, and particularly our peers who typically aren't heard on a mass scale, we launched this project. This study was both designed and disseminated by student leaders. And the goal of it is really to inform action. So the kinds of questions we asked, whether it be about the intersection of social and emotional health and learning, or whether it be about the responsibilities that students were juggling, really aim to address things that policymakers and leaders like yourselves can act upon, and act upon with students, again, not just for students. So part one was a survey that gleaned almost 13,000 responses from all 120 Kentucky counties. And part two, which we're about to embark on, is a series of 50 peer-to-peer interviews with a purposeful sample. Again, this will give us a chance to be particularly intentional about reaching students who may not have been able to participate in a digital survey due to limited internet or technology access.
So in presenting the data that we've collected so far from our survey, us as students have extracted 4 main themes that we feel like our data falls into that really speak to the student experience during this COVID-19 pandemic. The first one that we'll speak about is education environment. In the education environment realm, we've seen a stark trend in meaningfulness and manageability struggles that students have been experiencing. Students have reported a stark decrease in manageability, as shown by the graph on the slide, with 32% of all students experiencing some decrease in manageability. A similar trend was also seen in education meaningfulness, motivation, engagement, and the students' understanding of their learning. With regards to manageability, students are often reporting having to take on increased roles within their household, as evidenced by the one student's experience on the right, that have shifted how much schoolwork is manageable to them. Students are also seeing a decrease in their self-perceptions of their schoolwork's meaningfulness. Throughout the short answer responses, many students have reported feeling that their content was no longer meaningful due to the crises surrounding them. Although a large number of students throughout our survey have been expressing that they do want to learn and are intrinsically motivated to learn through remote learning, they simply just feel like their workload is not aligned with this desire.
Hi everyone, it's such a joy to be with you all today. And in addition to the realms of meaningfulness and manageability that Krupa discussed, another facet of a student's education environment that was really highlighted in our study is teacher communications. This was up to students to define on their own terms. It could be a Remind 101, an email, a personal check-in over Zoom, or anything else that falls under this realm. And the graph on the screen highlights the relationship between teacher communication and students' motivation. Our analysis indicated that there's a correlation between decreased frequency of teacher communications and a larger drop in students' motivation. And in addition to the graph you're seeing, I think it's really important to keep in mind that more than 25% of our respondents stated that they received teacher communications never, less than once a week, or once a week. And after seeing your teachers consistently every day in person, 5 days a week, the sudden transition is really jarring for many students who are now receiving infrequent online communication. And when we look to our short answers to really guide our analysis, we saw that a loss of an in-person school, which we all love and cherish on this call, we saw that students really desired a shift from logistical to meaningful communication. Or put another way, frequent communication rooted in personal connection was a vital pathway for teachers sharing empathy and care during the spring semester and really this emergency situation that we all faced together in the spring. And when we think about meaningfulness, manageability, and teacher communications, we really find ourselves guided towards recommendations that we could offer to schools, districts, and our Commonwealth. So when we look to the next slide, we can really see that our first recommendation is encouraging students and teachers to work side by side and co-create classroom policies that support students in considerably varied home environments. Amy said this really well earlier. Education isn't one size fits all, and that also bleeds true for these concepts that we're speaking of in this section. And really, when we think about how to make this into reality, how to transform that ideal into action, we really think that teachers should be empowered to create and implement feedback mechanisms that allow students and parents and other stakeholders to share their voices. This could take the form of a survey or a personal check-in over Zoom. And really with this idea that there should be built-in reflection periods throughout the year, and that adaptation is critical and really needs to be guided by student voice as we all navigate this new school year together.
Thank you so much, Lainey. Next up, we're going to talk a little bit more about changes in home environment, which pair really, really well with the findings that Lainey and Krupa had in regards to our educational environment as well. So in terms of home environment, the first thing I'd like to talk about is a little bit more about technology access. So the graph on your screen is showing Wi-Fi access by different socioeconomic groups. So as you can see, poor and working poor students were disproportionately more likely to report having unreliable Wi-Fi access compared to their more affluent peers. And we see a similar trend when comparing rural students to students in metro areas as well. And what's really important is that while technology access in and of itself is important to accessing education, our findings also suggested that it has a direct connection with our educational environment. So students with increased reliable Wi-Fi access reported feeling more motivated about their schoolwork and that their work was more manageable and meaningful. And then next, I'd also like to talk a little bit more as well about the changes in employment and our basic needs security. So as we know from this pandemic, many students are experiencing changes both in their own employment, but also that of their parents or caretakers, with 1 in 3 students in our study saying that they had adults in their household who either lost a job or whose pay and hours were cut. And this was coupled with around 13% of students who are taking on more hours of work, suggesting that students are more concerned about their financial security, as you can see on the screen, but also about their food security and maybe having to compensate for that by taking on more employment. And while 16% of students are more concerned about money, 5.6% are more concerned about food, these numbers more than double and in fact triple for financial security when we look at poor and working poor students, suggesting that we really need to take a strong equity lens when trying to figure out how students can really engage during this time. And on the same note of employment, we're also seeing changes in home responsibilities. So most students in our study reported having 2 or more increased household responsibilities, with 60% reporting doing more cooking and 70% doing more cleaning. And while female students saw a disproportionate increase in responsibilities compared to their male peers, this was with the exception of farm work. And again, while students of all socioeconomic statuses tended to pick up 1 or 2 extra responsibilities, poor and working class students were the most likely to have taken on 4 or 5 increased responsibilities. Poor and poor students were also the most likely of their socioeconomic groups to feel safer at school than at home. And so this kind of brings us again to our recommendations as we look into pursuing either NTI or hybrid models or in-person models in the fall. So with students changing with their home lives, whether that's in differential access to technology, changes in employment, having to take care of younger siblings or cook and clean around the house more, it's going to be really important that we implement more flexible attendance policies that are considerate of changes in students' responsibilities and possible disruptions in their home life. We're also noticing that with the pandemic and employment changing, that financial security is changing, which also implicates food security. And we know that students cannot learn properly in the environment if they're not properly nourished, if they don't have access to psychological resources that they require. So it's going to be really important that we take extra steps to make sure that the basic needs of students are met so that they're able to get the most out of their education this upcoming semester.
The next theme we'll be talking about is the, sorry, one second. Gabby, are you still screen sharing?
Yes.
Okay, for some reason it disappeared for me. The next theme that we'll be talking about is physical and mental wellness. So the challenges that students are facing are varied and multifaceted. Feelings of physical and financial security impacted students' emotional well-being pretty intensely. Students who felt safer at school than at home, students who lacked consistent Wi-Fi access, and students of lower socioeconomic statuses all tended to have more negative emotional changes. For example, a greater proportion of poor and working poor students reported feeling more depressed after COVID-19 than before compared to their middle and upper class peers. And when we look at the quotes on this slide, I think they really exemplify the need for flexible policies and flexibility, especially with regard to social and emotional supports. And the fact that students are juggling responsibilities also speaks to one of the questions that we came into this study with, which was a question about how we define education and if the way that we're defining education is actually reflective of how students learn. So our belief is that students learn from being essential workers, that students learn from community organizing, that students learn from research partnerships like this, that students learn from caretaking and cooking and all these responsibilities that they're juggling, and that of course they learn from school, but that the learning they do at school is only one dimension of their learning. And how can we transition to a model where students are seen and heard and potentially even get credit for the other kinds of learning that they do. When we turn to emotions and responsibilities, students who felt their schoolwork was more meaningful also had more positive emotional changes. And I'd say that meaningfulness of schoolwork can seem quite abstract, but if you include students in conversations about their schoolwork, it's automatically going to make that distinction easier and clearer. Additionally, students who spent less than 1 or more than 5 hours per day on schoolwork on average had more negative emotional experiences than students who spent 1 to 5 hours on schoolwork. So again, that's a finding that I think is really important for us to act on as we go back to school this fall, thinking about what the right amount of synchronous and asynchronous work is and being particularly flexible, again, with an equity lens. Students of lower socioeconomic status, students who felt their schoolwork was less manageable, and students who felt less emotionally or physically safe generally had more negative behavioral changes. In tandem with the increase in emotional distress, there was an increase in desire for mental health services. Again, something we can easily act on, or not easily, but that we can act on. Of the students who answered an open-ended question about what primary challenge they were facing, 15% reported a mental health related concern. And of those, 35% said that they wanted mental health services but didn't have access to them. Overall, there was a 50% increase in the number of students who wanted but lacked access to mental health services. That was 9.8% before COVID versus 14.9% since. Students who wanted but didn't have access to mental health services generally also spent less time communicating with friends, something that will influence a recommendation that we're about to get to. Here we see the students' worries reflected in this quote. Really important, again, for us to question how we are giving wraparound services and if there's more we can do to ensure that all students have what they need to be able to focus on learning. So our recommendations for this section are to provide robust mental health services through schools and decrease the student to counselor ratio. Also create infrastructure for teacher training on social emotional learning. And remember the importance of socializing during school, especially now. Students' experience in school and the value of their education is not limited to curriculum. It also extends into their social experiences and interaction, both with peers and with educators.
Our final theme that we'd like to discuss is that of future plans. So we've all gotten this information as to how COVID has impacted students now, but what we want to know now is how these impacts have translated to students' futures for after high school. When asked a direct question about an expected change in plans after high school, about a quarter of all respondents to this question expect a change in their plans. And of this subset that expects a change, over half of these changes are expected to be negative. And this is a group that we believe deserves the most conversation and the most resource allocation due to the different struggles that they are facing. And in these conversations, in these questions, they mentioned a wide variety of categories. The four most frequently reported on categories were post-secondary plans, uncertainty, mindset, and employment. Respondents who were fit into the post-secondary category mentioned a whole range of things, many of them centered around finances. As my colleagues have discussed, people with increased financial difficulties also mentioned this with the lack of ability to get a sports scholarship due to the cancellation of their sports season, people who worry about a drop in their grades and a subsequent inability to get a merit-based scholarship, and an inability to get a summer job that will go towards paying for their tuition. All of these combined led to a lot of physical and mental uncertainty. And this is a really, really prominent category as well. We are all aware of the uncertainty that pervades everything that is happening right now, but this is even more heightened for students that are on the precipice of their adult lives and are making some of the most important decisions that they have ever made and are doing so in a time of immense crisis. This also related to changes in their mindsets about their future plans. So we heard a lot about students who were feeling more and more stressed, less and less motivated, and feeling really, really unable to take agency of their future plans. And a lot of this uncertainty and changing in mindset had to do with the lack of ability to access trusted adults in their school building to gain college and career advisement, something that was vitally provided in schools. And speaking of employment, that was also a frequently used category in defining students' conversations around this topic. Many people expressed a desire to go into a more stable job, something that would always be deemed essential. Others discussed a desire to work in the medical field because they believed it would be a more honorable and very, very useful profession, while others discussed a dissuasion from the medical field due to its safety issues. And I really want us to take a look at this quote on the right that really exemplifies the uncertainty that is being faced by these students who really need education and all of the opportunities that it provides in order to get their start in life.
One of the areas that students focused on was not only their immediate concerns about employment, be that, parental employment or their own employment in order to afford post-secondary education, but also what they saw as changes in their perspective about future careers, looking at not only after high school, but possibly after college. A lot of students expressed a pure defeat when discussing their plans for their future careers. As Senna mentioned, there have been a lot of increased barriers for students to accessing post-secondary education. And with the understanding for a lot of students that education is tied to very specific careers that they've wanted to pursue, a lot of students have backed away, as we can see with this quote. And students also really frequently express their concerns about really the availability and feasibility of their careers because of job stability. So when we looked at the responses from students, many of them mentioned seeing specific career fields being largely unemployed during this pandemic or underemployed, and making them reconsider their career decisions because of that. And there were also a lot of familial financial issues that really prevented students from accessing their career aspirations because they worried that they would not ever be able to reach these career goals without a further education of some sort, and that would not be possible due to their new financial circumstances within the pandemic. So really that brings us to our recommendations. We understand that when the pandemic hit, there was so much urgency that a lot of the supports beyond education, post-secondary counseling, mental health supports were pulled away for a lot of students because they weren't integrated into into the remote learning process when school was pulled away so suddenly. But this year, we really urge policymakers and school districts to emphasize post-secondary advising in a remote setting, even if that means, moving some things around to make room for that. Because what we saw over and over is that students saw a lot of new uncertainties about, financial aid, standardized testing or the lack of availability, and the inability to tour colleges to see whether or not they would like to attend them or apply to them. And that all of those instabilities were worsened by the fact that they could no longer speak to their counselor or their trusted teachers about these concerns and get their advice. So this year we would really urge seeing that post-secondary advising structured into the school day and making sure that's accessible for all. So with that, we would just like to say an immense thank you to our parent organization, the Pritchard Committee, and also to the University of Kentucky, which, most of our researchers came from that university with the exception of Sammy Holquist, who works at McRell. We would also like to thank, the financial sponsors of this project from National Geographic, Pathway to Tomorrow, the Woodrow Wilson Foundation, Teach for America, and Project Aware. We would also like to thank the Kentucky Student Council Association and the Kentucky YMCA for their immense support in the distribution of our survey. Without them, we would not have had the reach that we did. And as always, you can reach us. We have our blog, the Student Voice Forum. We have our social media. We are PC Stu Voice Team on both Twitter and Instagram. And you can listen to our podcast, Get Schooled, Student Stories from Across Kentucky, on wherever podcasts are found.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Gabi, and all of the ladies. You did an amazing job. I have been on pins and needles to hear more about your findings and your recommendations. I've been texting Rachel behind the scenes. This work is just incredible. I feel certain that the board members will have some questions. You'll see that Zoe has posted a link to their executive summary. Board members, for your information, if you'd like to access, it's over in the chat. I'll just lead off with a question. I was really fascinated but not surprised by the findings, Zoe, around students who had more work actually were more satisfied than those students who found themselves with very little work to do at home during the time away from school. I hear, and I heard you guys mention this on the Pritchard reception for Dr. Glass the other night, this students clamoring for challenging work and relevant work while they are in remote settings, I think is fascinating, and one that schools really need to get their minds around. And my second question is about dissemination. If you would tell us a little bit about how you're going to move forward. I know there's a press event, and how are we going to get these results in the hands of the school leaders and educators and families and students who need them the most?
Yeah, I guess to hit on your first question, I mean, I think it's, and you can see this in our executive summary, there is a sweet spot for how long students spend on their schoolwork where they feel like it's very manageable and they feel motivated. So it's kind of in between that 1 and 5 hour range where students who aren't spending much time at all don't feel motivated to do so. That's why they're not doing it in a lot of reasons. But when you're beyond 5 hours, it feels tedious, it feels excessive. And that's a lot of what our open response questions pointed to, was that students wanted work that felt like they were in school, and they felt like they were being assigned things to fill up time and not being assigned things to really measure how much they were learning, or in a way that was flexible to situations that they were facing. In terms of dissemination, so we have been creating districts and co-op reports. So we sent Boone County their report. They had requested a specific report for their public school district, and they had over 400 responses, which made it really viable to do a report for them. And yesterday, we actually just sent out a report to KEDC, which was our largest co-op represented in our survey as well. So in terms of dissemination for those more regional-based reports, I don't want to say it's like a first come, first serve, but that's kind of the way that we're going. So we're planning on releasing reports for all co-ops, but if you know in your district that you are interested, feel free to email us and get in contact with us. Hopefully, maybe Rachel can send our email or her email in the chat there. And we can work with you on figuring out whether, the co-op report is the best way for us to report for your area, or if we could do a district specific report as well. And in terms of the press conference, which is going to be next week, on August 12th, I believe, we are just going to be presenting these findings more in depth, kind of really leaning off of everything that we are pushing out in our executive summary, with more of a panel style discussion about more recommendations about the upcoming school year.
Excellent, thank you. Board members, do you have other questions for the Student Voice team?
I have a quick question.
Not a question, just a quick comment. Don't lose your voice. Do not lose your voice. You are so valuable to the work that we are doing within the Commonwealth and around this country right now. Don't lose your voice, and thank you very much for stepping out. Amazing presentation.
Thank you, Patrice. Thanks so much. And I think I heard Claire.
It was Holly.
Oh, Holly, thank you.
Yes. Wow, you all did such an amazing job. I feel like I learned so much from your presentation. One question I had was, did you notice any differences across the state, like students in far western Kentucky versus eastern Kentucky, or urban and rural, really? I mean, were you able to, I don't know, sort your data in that way at all?
I can go for this one. So we haven't done analyses across regions, but we have used the USDA Rural Urban Continuum Code, or RUC code, and made a simplified version. They have 9 different categories, but they get a little confusing. You have 20,000 population adjacent to urban area versus not adjacent. So we have a simplified 4-category version of that captures the geographic rurality of a student's community. And we have done analyses with those. So some of the more poignant findings, I would say, is that, students in those more rural areas have on average a lot worse of internet and 4G LTE access, and that really is impacting the way that they are perceiving the manageability and really the meaningfulness of their education, as someone touched on in our presentation. We've also seen some differences in the amount of contacts that students have had with their teachers based on the rural-urban continuum, where urban students are typically more likely to be in more frequent communication with their teachers.
Well, congratulations on such meaningful work, and thank you for sharing it with us today.
Lou, this is Lee.
Yes, please.
I'm very impressed with what you've done and appreciate what you're doing, and keep it up. When you talk to some of the students, did they mention any particular things that did motivate them as they've had experiences with different educators and so forth? And looking for something that works. And my view is if you find something that works, do more of it. But did anything come out like that?
I can. No, go ahead.
Okay. I guess I can take that. And Gabby, feel free to add on because I'm sure you probably have your answer really well thought out. In our open response questions, we saw a lot of students who wanted to have more not face to face, like synchronous contact with their teachers. So transitioning very quickly from being in person to not being in person, I think that we lost a lot of those kind of in real time communications and conversations with their teachers. And so a lot of the open response questions point to students wanting those Zoom calls and wanting to have Google Meets with their teachers and actually interact with other people in their classroom. And I think that which really points to the importance of school, not just as an academic space, but as a social and emotional learning space, because you can, read textbooks and watch videos on your own time, but you can't really engage with your classmates or your teacher without being in real time. So I think that that's something that students want a lot more of, but I would add the caveat as well that with what Gabby was mentioning about access, that's not something all students can get to. So there's kind of a happy medium of how can you cater to students who really want those Zoom calls and those Google Meets with their teachers, but also balancing the fact that not all students will be able to access it. And perhaps those are the students who would benefit the most from it as well.
And I think when we kind of look at the qualitative analysis as well, as Zoe was discussing, for when we were thinking about the education environment and what can your teacher be doing to help you in this time, like as a role model or as a guiding you through this new and challenging terrain. I can't tell you how many times my team came up with the word care and empathy. And when we think about motivation, when we think about education or a teacher in a classroom really being this collective performance, right? Where human to human, you can instinctually know what a student needs in that moment. By asking and being able to see in real time. And in an online environment, that's really disjointed, right? All of these puzzle pieces are falling apart. It's not as cohesive as it once was. And when I think about motivation and I think about ways that teachers can motivate, I think it really starts with empathy and care, which I think everyone on this call is rooted in by serving Kentucky students. But really thinking about how do you let students know that explicitly? How do you show that in real time on a sustained basis? Is that a Remind 101 to ask more than homework? Is that asking, how is your family doing in this time? How can we continue to make educational personal in an online environment? It's a difficult question to answer, but one that I think should be a top priority for educators in the fall.
And just to add on,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just to add on, one other thing that came up very frequently in our findings was that students were craving options and flexibility. And so one concrete way that looked like for me this spring was a teacher saying, you can hop on the Zoom call or you can do double the work on your own time. And most of the time I personally opted for the Zoom call, but if there was a day where maybe I was participating in an opportunity like this and I wanted to prioritize that in that particular instance, then I could just opt to do more work on my own time. And I think although that seems really simple, it's not something that students are getting enough of. So just creating options with students and asking them what they need can be a really powerful tool. And don't underestimate the degree that students want to co-create their education and their learning experience.
Mm-hmm.
That was such a great question, Dr. Todd. Thank you. Yeah, we've all got to mine this report for those kinds of what works nuggets this fall. Board members, are there other questions for the voice team?
Can I just say one more thing? That I think you have got a thread of something that is meaningful, and it's something that's hard to get to make happen. But if you can think through how could you have people touch these kids that need some motivation in a way that's acceptable to both groups, that would be very fundamental. I know heard stories about people handing back an exam to the students and, it looks like you're going to make it. You're going to be an engineer, you're going to be a chef, or you're going to be this or that. It doesn't take a lot, but if you can think through how can you touch people in some way, given the situation that we find ourselves in, I think that'd be a tremendous contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Emmy, who are you hanging out with at MSNBC this afternoon?
Brian Williams.
What time is that going to be?
We will be on at 3:35.
Okay, I got to run set the DVR. I'm afraid our meeting is going to go longer than that, but I can't miss it.
Well, thank you again. We just cannot overstate how much we appreciate being here with all of you, and we really mean it that we would love for this to be an ongoing partnership with any and all of you who would like to work, whether it's about the report findings or something else. We're always here to be a resource and help connect you to other students on our team in your respective districts and schools.
Well, again, thank you. Such a wonderful presentation. We surely appreciate you. Good luck this afternoon. I'm sure you will represent us all very well. Thanks for the work you're doing to amplify the voice of students all across the Commonwealth. You're doing great work. All right. Thanks so much, board members, for engaging with our students, and we will definitely invite them back. I'll tell you, as often as I can get them, I like to hang out with them. The next item on our agenda is from Associate Commissioner Rhonda Sims on the impact of Senate Bill 158, 2020 on accountability, graduation requirements, and school improvement. Rhonda, sorry about your lineup there, but coming in after this.
I was just going to say, this is a tough act to follow, but what a wonderful act to follow. But I might have to have some words with Jennifer Fraker about the schedule next time around, but again, very much enjoyed, very impressive Kentuckians and a great conversation. We want to begin with you today. This is a conversation that involves several offices. Dr. Kelly Foster is going to be with us here in a moment, as well as two staff that I'm currently honored to work with, Dr. Jennifer Stafford and Mickey Ray. We want to introduce really this topic, and we'll be coming back to it across the fall, even into the early part of next year. And that is the impact that recent legislation known as Senate Bill 158, passed in the 2020 General Assembly, has on a variety of programs here at the department and some decisions you as board members will need to make in the future. And so today is really designed as the introduction to the full Senate bill and how it impacts three big areas. We're going to talk about accountability, graduation requirements, and school improvement. And this will kind of sort of set the stage for one big piece we need to be in compliance with moving forward. So if you kind of think about our shelf of accountability, we have one big bookend that is the state law, and we have the other bookend that's the federal law. And we will obviously want to be in compliance with both of those. But within that shelf, we have some decisions to make about what books will go up and how we might address the material in that book. And that's what will come back to you as we begin to revise regulations, again, for the accountability system. And we'll have others on the regulations on these other topics. But today is really kind of designed as an introduction and an overview. Now, we have a rather brief PowerPoint. It's about 15 slides, and some of those are introductory slides. So, Chair Young, I don't know if you would have a preference for us to maybe hold the questions at the end. We have about 25 minutes with you today, or if you want to pause with sections or not.
No, if possible. If there's something urgent, feel free, board members, to do. But let's try to be as efficient at the time and save until the end, Rhonda. Thank you.
And I think we'll have plenty of time for your questions as well. So, Kelly Foster, I think you're on as well. Kelly, do you have anything you'd like to say in introduction before we move right into the slides?
Thanks, Rhonda. Rhonda pretty much covered that. That's a great analysis. I love the bookends. That's pretty much it. Federal and state laws, and how do you make it work in between those two pieces. I'll be talking about a couple slides in the presentation today around school improvement at very high level, some changes that Senate Bill 158 will make us have to do here at the department. And I'll be coming back to you in October with our school improvement reg, because we are going to have to make some changes to it. So my plans are to come back in October for the first read of it. But Rhonda, I'll turn it back over to you and your team to get started.
Great. And Kelly, since you gave a timeline, let me also say that with the accountability, we anticipate a first read, I believe, in December. And then we're actually going to start today with some things around graduation rate with Mickey Ray later in your agenda. So we're kind of parsing those out as we move forward into the fall. So I think, Joette, you have the PowerPoint potentially, you or Jennifer, if you could go ahead and move us forward to the next slide. So Senate Bill 158 does change. It was really discussed very much as a change to assessment and accountability. It really doesn't change assessment, but it does change the accountability system. You may remember our last round of accountability reporting was the first time of using the STAR rating, and it does make some changes to that system and moving forward. It does also change achievement gap definition, and we want you to be aware of that. Jennifer Stafford will lead you through those definitional changes. Obviously, it changes our state and local graduation requirements, and so we're going to begin that first reading of a regulation today related to that. And then the school improvement provisions that Kelly will be here to share her expertise on. So as we move to the next slide, Joette, this is obviously just who's going to be with me out of the Office of Assessment Accountability, Dr. Jennifer Stafford, our Director in Assessment and Accountability Support. And we want to move right on into the next slide, number 4, to talk about some of the big pieces. So this slide really kind of introduces some topics. We'll give you a little more detail in the next 5 slides around the changes to the accountability system. One, it modifies the components that should be part of the statewide accountability system. We'll see those on the next in just a moment. It also talks about having state indicators be evaluated on 2 big terms, status and change. And the simple definition of those is status becomes how are we doing in the current year? So we give an assessment in the spring, and throughout the school year, we see results in the fall for accountability purposes. What is your current year sort of status? How did you do? Change is referring to the current year compared back to the prior year. And are we seeing movement forward, and what kind of improvement, and can we put that on some sort of scale to indicate how much? This is a little bit, quite a bit similar to the California accountability model. There are some differences between California, but the term status and change you will see in California's state plan. It does require that the overall performance of the school and the district and the state, as well as our status and change, be shown and reflected and displayed in an online dashboard. Now, we've had some experiences across a few years with dashboards, and in fact, we use a color sort of coding in our last round of accountability reporting, and we really had more of a pure dashboard the year before that. So we have some experience, but this really elaborates that some more. And then finally, on this first slide of accountability section, it stipulates the dates for when this comes into play. Now, I will say, this is pre-COVID-19. So keep that in mind as well. And I think Jennifer will mention that as well. So Joette, if you could move to the second slide in the series on accountability, let's go just a little deeper. Performance-based combination needs to have academic factors. Obviously, those are federally required factors, as well as quality school indicators and measures. And together, that combination of how are we doing academically on reading and math and science and social studies, all those content areas, and how are we doing on some other measures that might be in the system for quality of school climate and safety become known as the state indicators. So the law is very specific with that language. Now, here's something I think I need to point out to you as a real important change in this legislation. It does use the word exclusively. It says indicators shall exclusively include. So that means, again, as we're filling in our bookshelf, we know there's 5 big things that have to be on that shelf. That we have to have our assessment results. Again, that's typically what we've done for many, many years, since back to the early 90s. We do need to have a focus on the performance of our English language proficiency students and how are they achieving English. We're going to show how they're achieving in subjects as well, but this is about their progress toward attaining English proficiency. Then the quality of school climate and safety. Our most recent measuring of this has been through a survey of students. And then high school graduation rates that are, again, federally required and very consistent across many years in Kentucky. And then post-secondary readiness measures. So those 5 things are exclusively what should yield in the end a rating or a status in the accountability system. And remember, federally, we have to identify who's performing at the lower level in order to give them the support they need. And that's part of that requirement. So Jennifer Stafford, my partner in all things assessment and accountability, is online. And I think, Jennifer, you're picking it up at this point, I believe, for these remaining few slides for accountability. Jennifer, you may be on mute. Yeah, there you go.
I was. Thank you, Rhonda. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you again for time on the agenda today to discuss the impact of Senate Bill 158 on not only accountability, but also graduation rate, as well as the school improvement in that identification. So we have for you the bill that is impacting us. As Rhonda mentioned, it does have specifically dates that each of the components come into accountability at specific times. With the status and change, those come in as they are developed through the years in assessments. So beginning with the data from the 2021 school year and then the 21-22 school year, we have each of these measures that are coming in with the overall accountability system and performance for each district, school, and student demographic group. Now, you'll notice on the slide, it does say student subgroup, and that term was taken specifically from the regulation or the statute. I prefer to use student demographic group when I'm talking about all of our student groups, whether it's race, ethnicity, or gender, and so forth. So each of these student demographic groups, as well as the performance for each school district and state, will be brought together into an overall performance that equally weights both status and change. So when the bill was written, as Rhonda mentioned, it was prior to the COVID-19 pandemic and was not taking into account the fact that we could have any type of measure that would impact that reporting timeline. So the bill does state that for beginning in the 2021 school year, that is this coming year that we've been talking about throughout the morning as to opening schools, then school accountability would be based on status only. So then that's that current year performance that Rhonda mentioned. Then if we have school accountability, if we have our ears to conversations both federally as well as in our professional groups, and we are listening and participating in conversations at the national level on school accountability and assessment. So if we're indeed able to have state testing and or school accountability, it would impact this year and include status only. Now, with the legislation, it would bring in change then the following year. So beginning in the 2021-2022 academic school year, school accountability would include both status as well as change in the performance of each school year. And Joette, if you would move to the next slide, please. So Rhonda mentioned that we have the 5 different school indicators, and each of those indicators would be displayed in the school report card as having levels, some different levels. So each of those different indicators would have 5 status levels and 5 change levels when we get to have change in there. So beginning with status, the 5 status levels that are identified in the bill include very high to very low. So you would, for each indicator of state assessment results, progress on English learners, quality school climate and safety, graduation rate, as well as post-secondary readiness, each of those for status would have either high, very high, medium, low, or very low. For our change levels, you could imagine that it would be reported in the different change levels of either increased or declined. So it would start with increased significantly, possibly increased, maybe something like maintained, declined, or statistically declined. So each of those would be presented in a dashboard in the school report card. So that piece of legislation brings forth those specific change levels for both status and change. Now, it also talks about a percentile cut for both status and change levels. So you would think about the performance of our schools, and you would put that on a continuum from high to low. And at some point, then you would have to put the cut score or identify that score range on which to identify each of those levels. These percentile cuts will be made in conjunction with the Kentucky Department of Education as well as our local superintendent advisory committee. So we will work with them to determine those cut scores. And in the legislation, it identifies that the scores, those percentile cuts, shall be in place for at least 6 years. Now, we do understand that there are changes that happen along the way and may not support more meaningful differentiation of schools. So we'll certainly strive to have that those percentile cuts in place for that time period for 6 years, and we will work toward that end. Again, the legislation says beginning in the fall of 2022, KBE will develop an online dashboard with those color-coded performance levels. Now, you may recall when we presented in school performance in the fall of 2019, we did have these performances of our indicators with color coding. We had indications whether the school was performing well or needed some improvement. And those color codes bring context to the score and performance of each of those different indicators. So it really does bring some parent input into the system and understanding of what those indicator scores really mean. And then we'll also have to report each indicator for the student demographic groups as well as the school and districts. The last thing for the indicators, the bill allows us to bring all of the performance of the state indicators into one overall score. So with being able to bring all of those indicators of both change and status into one score, it really makes identifying the bottom 5 quite a bit easier to identify. And Joette, would you bring the next slide, please? The last thing is the identification of the achievement gap, and it revises that definition of achievement gap. Now, as Rhonda mentioned, the word exclusively was included in the legislation. So it takes out achievement gap from that overall performance of school districts in the state. So whereas we had previously in the last system, that comparison that we had a reference group for each school, and which was the highest performing student demographic group, and then all of the other student demographic groups that are in that school were compared to that reference group. It takes that away and changes that different definition. So the definition now is the groups and their performance toward a goal. So the difference between a performance goal for each student demographic group within that school and the actual performance that the group performed during that school year. And these are in the areas, those grade level of state assessment program. So one of the questions that we will come back to the board, to each of you, is to discuss that performance goal. So for each of those student demographic groups and what that performance goal is for each of those. Now, Rhonda mentioned the timeline. We will come in October to discuss with you some very specific questions about the accountability system, and then bring to you a first read based on your direction in October. We'll bring back to you in December a first read of a regulation. A second read will be in February. Then we'll move into the public comment period in March and April, and bring back to you a statement of consideration in June. So hopefully this time next year, we will move into the regulatory process with governmental committees and be able to have an accountability regulation in place this time next year, in the fall of next year. The last piece on accountability is that we will report International Baccalaureate exams of 4 or higher on the school report card, and it encourages the department to assign more weight and accountability for progress being made by the student demographic groups by those goals. At this time, I will turn to Mickey Ray and for the impact on graduation requirements.
And just as Mickey gets ready to transition, board members, in your portal, under this item, the second attachment is entitled Overview of Senate Bill 158 Changes. It's a 4-pager that Rhonda and her team have put together. It's very helpful because I know that's a lot of information. I like these kind of short Cliff's versions. If you'd like to take a look at that as well. Sorry, Mickey, go ahead.
No, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. So in terms of graduation requirements, Senate Bill 158 made 2 significant changes that you'll see here. So it prohibits the statewide minimum high school graduation requirements from including a post-secondary readiness indicator used in the state accountability system or a minimum score on a statewide assessment. So that's one component. It also went further to prohibit a local board from requiring achievement of a minimum score on a statewide assessment as a high school graduation requirement as well. So the next slide. So what does this actually mean for students, families, schools, and districts? And so what I have taken from here, there's a public-facing document that you have as part of your materials and resources as well. That is a nice summary, as the chair mentioned, of this portion of the implications of Senate Bill 158. And I wanted to point out to you that the state minimum requirements do stay the same for students who entered high school on or before the 2018-2019 school year. So for juniors and seniors, they're operating under the same graduation requirements. The state minimum requirements must be amended, however, for students who entered high school in the 2019-2020 school year and thereafter. So students who will be in grade 9 and 10 for the 2020-2021 school year. So while these changes apply to all students graduating during the 2020-2021 school year and thereafter, 704 KAR 3305 only incorporated the elements of post-secondary readiness indicator and that minimum score on a statewide assessment for students entering high school honor before the 2019-2020 school year. And that's why the implications are for those freshmen and sophomores. But in addition to that, local boards of education will need to review and amend local policy to eliminate any high school graduation requirements that include achieving a minimum score on a statewide assessment. So that impacts both state and local policy. And we will talk much more about the regulation later in the afternoon. But what I wanted you to see in terms of what that means for schools and districts, how can they best support students who entered high school in the 2019-2020 school year and thereafter in light of these changes? So they can focus on student coursework and aligning coursework with the student's individual learning plan. The new graduation requirements give students the flexibility to take more classes geared toward their plans after graduation. And students will continue to complete the 22 credits as the state minimum requirements for high school graduation. So those 22 credits will stay the same. That part of the regulation is not being amended. And so when we move further into the afternoon, you'll see those changes to the graduation qualifiers and the graduation prerequisites.
Thank you, Mickey.
Thank you.
And I think Dr. Foster is going to close us out here. So Kelly, I think you've got some slides to share.
I do. Switching over here. All right. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm just going to touch on a couple high-level items, and then in October, we'll bring the school improvement reg that we need to revise back to you all for the first reading. But one of the positives of Senate Bill 158, as Rhonda mentioned, talking early on about following federal law and state law, what was in our previous state law around targeted support and improvement schools and additional targeted support and improvement schools, which are both federal labels, did not match what was in our ESSA plan and did not align with the federal law. So we were able to get that corrected this time. And so the language around how a school is identified TSI and how they are identified ATSI are listed in front of you. Part A is beginning with the 2021 school year. A school will be identified for targeted support and improvement if it has one or more of the same subgroups whose performance is at or below the bottom 5% at the bottom 5% of all schools for 3 consecutive years. So we got that definition cleared up. And then Part B, beginning in the 21-22 school year and every 3 years thereafter, we shall identify for additional targeted support and improvement schools. And an additional target and support improvement school is a school that has one or more subgroups whose performance is at or below the summative performance of all students in any of the lowest performing 5% of all schools. And the school had been identified for TSI the year immediate, right before that. So those two definitions are finally cleaned up and they align with what is in our ESSA plan, our state plan, as well with federal law. Next slide, please. And then here are some other changes. We will be moving, starting with the 21-22 school year. Instead of identifying CSI schools every year, we will start identifying CSI schools every 3 years. And currently, when a school is identified as a CSI school, a comprehensive and support school, and these are the schools that are performing in the bottom 5% of all schools across the state, they go through an audit process. And up until this piece of legislation, a CSI school could choose the department to do that audit, or they could go with an outside source that was approved by the department. And this legislation puts the audit responsibility for all CSI schools onto KBE. And then also a big change that we'll talk more about in October is that the legislation requires the Kentucky Board of Education to have an approved vendor list for the turnaround support. Before this, a CSI school could choose KDE to serve as their turnaround team or another entity, but this puts the responsibility on the Kentucky Board of Education to have an approved vendor list. KDE staff, our education recovery staff can be one of those vendors. So we'll be coming back to you all probably in the spring with some recommendations on how we're going to come up with an approved vendor list. And we will also, in 2023, KDE will be required to submit a report to the Interim Joint Committee on Education to show the performance of those turnaround vendors. And as I mentioned previously, I will be back in October. That seems like such a far off time, but it'll be here before we know it, I'm sure. But I'll be back in October to look at our current school improvement reg, which is 703 KAR 5:280. And we will be making some adjustments to that reg to align up with Senate Bill 158. And that's all I have for you this afternoon.
All right, thank you, Kelly. Rhonda?
So, Chair Young and Board, I will pause there and see if you have any specific questions. Again, this was designed to just give you a high-level overview. As Chair Young reminded you, you do have a one-pager, well, actually a four-pager, but a very kind of high-level overview. The color code that we've shown you is a sample from the California model of how the colored dashboard works there. So what we have might look different a bit, but this is to give you kind of a concept look at least what matches up with the language of SB 158.
So thank you, ladies, so much. Rhonda, when we think about state accountability in the spring of 2021, after a year of suspended testing in the spring of 2020, and
Right.
prior to a year of the regulations having been completed around Senate Bill 158, what are you telling schools that they might expect in accountability for this 1 year?
I think we're in a very uncertain place. Now, I will tell you, we're monitoring the conversations federally. I'm sure you're well aware, Georgia has asked for a waiver again for the spring of 21, and not sure how that will be received. The U.S. Department of Ed has not indicated that they are willing to go there yet. Maybe not until later this fall. I do think that we're hearing from conversations with folks in Georgia that whereas last year with the pandemic, we had no testing, we had no accountability, there might be the idea of reducing accountability, but still needing to do some sort of formative kind of assessment, something to give us a sense of where are students, how are they performing, and give us a sense of how these programs might be meeting the needs of students. So at this point, we are using the term flexible and tentative an awfully lot out of my shop. Obviously, we want to do what's best for the state. We would obviously want to come to the board and talk with Dr. Glass if there are opportunities for waivers. I know districts are very stressed because in many people's minds, this year feels more disrupted in a way than even last year did, because you were kind of well into the school year before we had to kind of close off and convert. So I hear that from superintendents all the time, just in my conversations, and I know Jennifer does with our district assessment coordinators. So, we certainly, I think, will be more about reporting what we can report. And, we do have some testing that was completed this prior school year. We will have WIDA results we can share of how our English language students are performing. We will not have a full data set yet of ACT, but we'll eventually we'll have things that can be shared at the district level. On ACT, we're gearing up to have some opportunities for students who missed ACT testing to test this fall or even rolling around to next spring. So I think it's hard to, I think the focus would be mainly on reporting as much as possible, but obviously we're going to have to see what federally we're permitted to. We certainly don't want to risk any of our federal funding. We definitely need that, and we have to follow those rules. But we're following that conversation really closely, and we'll be poised to act when we know what the direction might be permitted federally.
Thank you.
Good question.
Lots of information, board members. What other questions do you have?
So I'm just thinking, it seems that academic indicators and school quality indicators are brought closer together in the analysis that we're trying to create this accountability system to support.
Sure.
So I'm wondering, I know that we have, certainly you have the federal backdrop, if you will, that has to be considered. But I'm wondering the extent to which we could use this as the genesis of introducing more assessment protocols that actually support learning and create a data set from which we can sample for summative analysis. You understand what I'm saying? I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I even
Sort of
see
using
the
a
word IEP included in here sometimes,
Right,
presuming
right.
that every student ought to have one. So if every student has one, not every student is going to be taking the same test at the same time every year, because it wouldn't necessarily be indicated. So I guess I'm just thinking we've got an opportunity to give some serious thought to what would define school quality indicators and what data we would reference to offer an analysis of school quality. I would just like to see us take the same opportunity to think about how we define the data collection regarding academic performance in a way that makes that system support learning in a much more rigorous manner than we consider when we spend a lot of money on census testing every year, producing data that we often don't get to reference as closely as we might if we really wanted to use it for growth. So I know I'm asking a lot and it's highly conceptual, but we're at the highly conceptual stage, right?
We are at that highly conceptual stage. And certainly I think what I would say that you're sort of describing are some possible formative kinds of measures, something more interim, something that occurs more frequently, maybe something more diagnostic. And then how do you merge that in? So I will tell you, there is some work going on in an innovative federal grant out of a couple of states where they are looking at some of the more, what I would call traditional formative assessments, such as MAP testing, NWEA, to see if there can be changes to those that would have them pass the federal test. So federally, we do have some rules we have to work within for what's acceptable as a summative test. So, we could certainly do things beyond that if we had both funding and time and those kind of things. You could do some things beyond that, but we at least have to have as a minimum what the federal government will accept as a summative measure. And we're watching this kind of this work and this grant. It's mainly in Georgia, but there's also a Western state involved with it. Because that's an adaptive test, and they're trying to lock it down to the testing blueprint for the state. But I do think you're right, Vice Chair, in that this is the time to have that conceptual conversation and talk about what your desire is. We've got these, again, 5 big exclusive pieces. We have also other regulations that sort of indicate what we test when and how we test, but it is a time to certainly talk about, what is the goal of the board and the desire, and how do we think we can improve and enhance instruction. And I see Jennifer's with me here online still, and I don't know, Jennifer, if you have anything you would add to that in this conversation, but I appreciate your comments today, Vice Chair Robinson, because that gives us some things to also go back and kind of think about and research and kind of see how that exists within these kind of lockdown requirements that we can't move from. But then that would, I think, help our conversation as we talk then moving forward in October.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Jennifer, I don't know, did you have anything you want to add with that?
Ron, I think that you hit it there because there is interest in the state as well as nationally to provide more formative more feedback that could be used instructionally by the student. So to do that, you have to have the broader number of items per student, and be able to have this broad base of items. And we can get there. It would just take, again, as Rhonda mentioned, some will to get there.
Yeah. So I think it's very worthy of the discussion, and I think we should do that. Vice Chair Robinson, were you starting to say something else?
Well, I guess I don't want us to lock ourselves down prematurely to the presumption that we've got to kind of do what we've always done, because I don't believe that we've used assessments in a way that has been most useful for the students for whom we have the greatest concern. I mean, right now we've got to concern ourselves with how do we move every student into productive citizenship. And we just can't afford to build enough prisons, or we can't afford enough unemployment support to not have that be front of mind and top of mind. You know, I used to work for ETS, and I am not arguing against work for ETS. And you know,
no, we understand.
I've worked with ACT, and so you know, so I'm not arguing against what they have done, but I am arguing for setting a higher bar for them as well in order to serve us and our desires of this moment.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, very well said.
Very good.
Like Jonah, Sharon has been inside the belly of that beast. So I think that leaning into her expertise and perhaps Jennifer, Rhonda, the whole team, Kevin, and I'm not sure Jason's still listening, but if we have this window of opportunity where we can actually make a difference in thinking about assessment and accountability that shifts the lens toward how do we help our students, then we should all take advantage of that. And I think that I know that you have a board that's willing to engage in that conversation. So I agree with Sharon. Absolutely. One of the concerns I have as we kind of conduct our rote business and go through the regulatory steps is that we might find ourselves unintentionally, our concrete may be hardening unintentionally soon in that process. So so Sharon and I will be talking with Jason very soon about engaging with you guys to think about what opportunities we might have in this kind of unique window of time.
Absolutely. We'll look forward to that conversation. And
this is Claire Batt, and I want to jump in there too, because I fear Sharon's concern about locking ourselves into something that reflects what we've done in the past. And I do think this is the opportunity to make changes. We talked a great deal when we were meeting to hire a new superintendent about the need to really change the way instruction looks in our schools. And we know how assessment sometimes drives what happens on a day-to-day basis. So if we're not getting this right now, I think we really lose the momentum that we need to make those changes.
Yeah,
so
I think you're right.
So I'm just wanting to voice that same concern.
And I think those are all very well taken. And I think you will find with the assessment group there at KDE, we are not locked into anything. You know, we want to see the world of opportunity and possibility. And so we'll be right there with you, seeing if we can't move something forward to a better place.
All right, here to a better place.
All right, sounds great.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Rhonda and team.
Thank you all.
Our next item comes from Associate Commissioner Rob Akers around the Impact Kentucky survey results. You guys may remember that we, since the Dr. Terry holiday days, have been doing the TEL survey. Now we are doing the Impact survey, and with him is Division Director Meredith Brewer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chair Young, thank you for the opportunity to be with you all today. And we're excited to be able to share a little bit of some information around Impact Kentucky. And so if the presentation is popping up, I'll request control. Or do I need to, do we need to put it up, Meredith?
Yes, we do.
All righty then. Let's get that done then. Okay. All right, sorry about that, Chair.
No worries.
Well, oh, I had it there, then it switched on me.
You sharing from desktop, Rob?
Yes, can you see it?
No, not yet.
No, there's just a goofy picture of me.
So you,
Okay.
you may need to bring it up on your screen to do shared desktop. There you go. Seeing it now.
Okay, sorry about that. Let's go back. So, as Chair Young stated, we did start a new survey this year called the Impact Kentucky Survey. It is the new working condition survey that took the place of the TEL survey. And as she said, joining me today is Dr. Meredith Brewer. Chair, if it's okay, I'll try to present kind of the way that Rhonda and crew did. We'll run through our slides, and if you've got a really pressing question, happy to take it there, and then try to leave a little time at the end. Is that permissible?
Yes, thank you, Rob.
No, thank you. Appreciate it. And Dr. Brewer was really instrumental in a lot of the details around this. So I'm going to give you more of a high level, and she's here to help answer any more technical and some of the more maybe psychometrical sides to the survey as well, since she's the brains behind the operation. So we will continue to roll right along. So this is a biennial survey around the working conditions and was designed to better understand staff perceptions of their working conditions. And I'm sure that had we given this survey a few weeks later, it would have been a very interesting survey during the time of COVID. But we were very pleased with the results that we got. We ideally would have liked to have given it in 2019 to be able to stay on the biennial cycle that it was on. But just by the time we got the survey RFP completed and really tried to find a strategic time to give it that we thought was fair to districts as well, we ended up doing it in the winter of 2020. So we administered it over a 6-week period, but in January to February. Like I said, had it been a couple weeks later, it might have been a little different looking. But this one polled all eligible educators in the state, and that was teachers, principals, and other educational professionals such as school counselors, social workers, et cetera. And we had the 3 main goals. One was to maintain a high participation rate. Kentucky has been recognized nationally for its high participation in the TEL survey in the 90% range plus. But we wanted to shorten the survey. We had heard from our teachers and principals that it just took too much time to take the old survey. It was about 180 questions and took quite a while. And we wanted to make the data more actionable. And so I feel very good that we were able to meet all of those goals. So we had a record number of over 43,000 responses from Kentucky educators, which was an increase of about 1,500 from the previous survey, an overall percentage rate of 85%, and as you can see, almost 1,400 schools participated. So a couple things just to know about the data, that a school could only be officially reported with its data if it had 50% or more of its registered educators complete the survey. And in addition, in trying to maintain the anonymity and the protect our teachers, unless there were more than 10 teachers, say it was a small alternative school or small program, if they didn't have 10 teachers, that would not be recognized and reported individually. It would have been rolled into district data, but would not show at an individual school level. So this year we crafted the survey topics with a lot of support and help from a steering committee group that had teachers, principals, superintendents, Kentucky Board of Education members, and Dr. Young stepped in the transition to that. I know you were kind of more on the back end of it, but we did have representation along the way from the board and all of our K groups. And what we went into the survey thinking was that we were going to do everything in our power to replicate, do it the same way, because we felt like that's where confidence was, what people expected. And interestingly enough, the more we dug into it, the steering committee asked us, can we have a new survey? Well, because we were with a different vendor, the previous vendor who supported TEL was no longer in business, which necessitated the RFP process for a new survey. With that, we looked at all the different constructs and topics for the survey and came down to these, which were educating all students, feedback and coaching, managing student behavior, professional learning, resources, school climate, school leadership and staff, and leadership relations. So this is just a quick look at our splash page, our launch page. We are still working on this website. We are trying to make it as absolutely accessible as possible, and we've had a little bit of disconnect between the vendor and their standard for accessibility versus Kentucky. So we were able to support everyone getting it, but the site is still a bit under development as we move along. So the way that the vendor worked with us to help break down the data, put it in 5 main categories. You can look at the data from a state view. You can go by district. You can go by individual school. Our co-ops asked if they could group their member schools as well, so that they could use us to help drive professional development opportunities. And then you can search by school type, whether it's high school, middle school, elementary, etc., so that you can look at a comparison between your school and district's performance across the state of Kentucky. Just to be clear, though, there is not a mechanism to quote unquote rank by subject. We were very clear that we didn't want to use this as a way to try to have schools and districts competing against each other. So there's not a mechanism for ranking per se. So if you were to click on the Kentucky icon to look at state level data, you would see this type of a representation on the page, a very overall look at what the data look like. You can see that under staff and leadership relationships, you see that there's a national comparison. That's because we used one of Panorama's topics and constructs that is administered nationwide. Under educating all students and managing student behavior, in terms of educating all students, we made some edits to some questions that we didn't think best suited the needs of Kentucky. And so that then took away the ability to compare our results nationally. However, with 40,000 plus respondents and 85% overall participation, we have plenty of good Kentucky data to do internal comparisons. The managing student behavior construct came directly from TEL, but we did change the rating scale on it, so that that's why you don't see a national comparison on that as well. So one big difference between TEL and Impact was the way that the questions were scored. On TEL, you had a four-part or four-choice selection where you could not possibly pick a middle. On this one, Panorama likes to have a middle qualifier, and you can see it's a favorability scale from, for example, not at all well all the way to extremely well. Their rationale is that it is very simple to pick the middle, and that it is more of a rigorous or a higher bar to have to pick those top 2 numbers. So that has caused a little bit of consternation among some of our folks in the districts, because they saw the middle somewhat well as positive, and that middle indicator. And while it's not necessarily a bad indicator, the way that the vendor runs this, it's not factored into the favorable. So it's important to be able to look at at the results and the way that the questions were answered by percentages. Because if you look at this one, really, how well do administrators support teachers' classroom management efforts? Somewhat well is not a horrible thing to say, all the way up through extremely well. But the way that it was rated, only the top two were given that favorable. So that received a little bit of angst from our partners out in the districts. So what you're looking at here is how schools can look at their score versus national scores. And you'll notice to the right, you'll see school setting where it says all. It will also break down into urban and non-urban. And those were definitions that were set by the National Center for Education Statistics that they used for their data, which is what Panorama also used. And really, we have two districts in the state that qualify, and that's Jefferson and Fayette. So because there are not a lot of districts in the state for them to compare apples to apples, this does give them the ability to look nationally at how other districts did in terms of favorability on the same questions and the constructs that have the national comparison. So it's kind of a neat tool for others to use. Otherwise, you can look in state, and you can also look at other similar school levels. You can also see that the scores are broken down by fairly tight grade bands. So you can look at the district level, you can look at the school level, but you can also break it down from pre-K to grade 3, the intermediate grades, middle school, and secondary, which helps, I think, to drill down to the differences that you see in those different settings. For those of you who have worked in different settings, you know that middle school and high school are two different animals, and then elementary is really its own world in particular. So I think it's important to be able to look within those grade ranges as well. So in addition, some other ways you can break down the data, you can break it down by grade level, primary role, gender, race, ethnicity, years of experience, and years in the specific school. Again, if however, there were not 10 teachers or educators in that building, say that it was an elementary school and you had two males working in the building, and you wanted to look at what the males thought about things, chances are you're going to be able to figure that out if we were to identify them. So we wanted to make sure that just like the students on the assessment accountability, we wanted to protect those by a number of 10 before we would release that data by school. Now that number still rolls into the overall district number, but you wouldn't be able to say two teachers from such elementary said this, let's figure out what their axe is to grind, or why they love me so much, either or. So as you drill down into the questions a little bit more, if you were to go into how do teachers and staff respond to each other and click on to that, it takes you into the different questions that were asked in that category. And you can see as our state, these are kind of the overalls. You may say, well, how do those break down? So if you were to click on one of those questions, then you would get a pop-up screen that looks like this. And so then it lets you go into the distribution of your answers, and then you can see there's a gender breakdown as well. And so as you look at this, you'd see that the preponderance of answers were really around quite friendly and extremely friendly. So that's a pretty strong reaction. And even then, there's an additional 10% over the somewhat friendly. So that lets you look and see how did people feel in terms of their favorability on this specific topic. And that's some of these data breakdowns I think are going to be very helpful for our districts and our administrators and our teacher groups as they look for what the next steps for school improvement are as they work together. So to help put the results in a little context, Panorama did compare each topic score to the average scores for schools and districts in their national data set. And again, we had the Educating All Students, Managing Student Behavior and Resources were specific Kentucky related questions, or they had some questions that we didn't think were good questions. And so by pulling those out, you won't be able to get national data on those categories. Oh, in descending order, ranked from most favorable to least favorable, these are the overall state results for Kentucky. You can see that staff and leadership relationships was the very highest, and that as you rolled through the survey, the lowest performer or the lowest favorable was around resources. And we can look at these a little bit more. And again, one thing to always remember about a survey is it was a moment in time, and it was reflective of how people felt during those 15 to 30 minutes on that specific day in January or February. And depending on if a district thought there should have been a snow day that day and the superintendent didn't call it. I mean, there are just so many factors that go into survey results. So we try to counsel our districts to look at them very broadly and to consider as much context as they can, but to look for those leverage points where they can utilize the data to grow. So one of the things that that we found that was interesting was, as you look at results as in relationship to perspective around staff and leadership relationships, you'll see that school leaders that staff found them favorable in that middle 85% range they felt about their school leaders. Principals thought a little bit better about their relationship with their staff. I can't imagine why, but that gives you a little room to look at just how the perspective of, I know when I was a principal, I thought for sure everybody thought I was the best one. And then, you get your TEL survey or your impact results and you realize there's maybe a little room for growth and a little room to work a little more closely together. So those are good conversation starters for your principals and for your teachers where you find disconnect between the perspectives. Now, granted, both of these are pretty favorable. Probably wouldn't spend a lot of time on that, but there are probably some others that will appear that probably, especially if you look in the areas a little bit lower around feedback and coaching and around resources as leadership and faculty work together to try to bridge some of those gaps. So one of the subjects, educating all students, was an interesting one to us. And as the results came in right in the midst of COVID and some of the really front burner issues with equity that are going on right now, it shined a little bit of a light on some things. And one of the things we've done as a result is to work with Panorama to provide some professional learning opportunities. And next week on Tuesday and Wednesday, supporting in-depth analysis of this topic, will be Panorama is offering training statewide for our educators. And so we have registration information that's available in the Monday message. And of course, anyone can contact Meredith Brewer if you would like more information or would like to join. But in the process of thinking through personal, school-wide, and district-wide reflections on this topic, participants will consider the details of questions around race, cultural competency, differentiated learning needs, and home language, as well as additional considerations on offering equitable education to students. Participants who opt into this training should expect to walk away with both a plan to support their school or district, as well as individual reflections on how they can grow in their roles as educators seeking to effectively support all students. And I think that's just one example of how this new survey provides some strong wraparound support and professional learning around the constructs that we chose to assess. So just quickly, all the teachers and former teachers on this group know that educators can always use more resources, and that we're always going into our own pockets to make sure we have what we have for our districts. And I think you can just see that this is one that there's always going to be some room for growth in around resources, and just would encourage superintendents and principals to work to be as creative as you can with your staffs, especially knowing that dollars are extremely tight. And I think just don't miss out on the opportunity to say, well, what specific resources? Because I don't think it's all about having enough expo markers and wipes and hand sanitizer. That a lot of it comes down to how can we leverage other instructional supports that we may already have in our building to better meet the needs of our kids, or to leverage technology that we already have to make learning more interactive, more equitable. So I thought those were some interesting results. One other thing that is also interesting from perspective, and why it's important to disaggregate your data or be able to split that data out, is on school climate. You can see that perceptions are very different depending on which level the educators worked, whether it was from elementary to middle to high school. You can see that there was quite a range of how they perceived students' enthusiasm and how students supported each other, and the respect level in terms of relationships between teachers and students. And I think that there's probably a lot that can be learned about things that go on at the elementary level and things that can happen at middle and high school as ways to focus on how to strengthen those relationships. Because as we heard from the Pritchard student voice group, there are some opportunities, I think, to make stronger connections with our students that maybe they're looking for and they're not feeling are being met, that could probably help to make some gains in these areas. So support for the data inquiry and for reflection. We do have resources on the website. We have, again, some professional learning sessions, and we are working very closely with our Principal Partnership Project, and they have nearly 400 administrators in their network who meet with them voluntarily and participate with them to be able to take this information and help them with their school improvement planning and to give them strategies for moving forward. And through, of course, our fantastic Division of Educator Recruitment and Development, which is led by the Dr. Brewer. So we really appreciate the opportunity to share with you. I hope we didn't burn all of our time, and we're happy to take any questions that you have.
All right, thank you, Rob and Meredith. Board members, what questions might you have for the Office of Educator Leadership and Effectiveness?
So this is really fascinating. If you don't mind, I'd love to drill down a little bit and know the extent to which these data on school climate might be useful to us in defining the indicators we use for school quality.
So Meredith, I'll let you take that one.
Absolutely. So I was actually recently contacted. I do believe that we are going to be using that very topic for some systems-wide evaluation. I don't know if Dr. Foster is still on, but I think that they are planning on using the school climate to look for a change over time based on some of the interventions that they plan to do.
Yes, that is correct.
Really interesting. Thank you. Other questions?
This is Allison. I was just curious, some of the results kind of surprised me, especially around student behavior and being favorable so high. So I'd kind of like to be able to share the TEL survey results with the bunch of teachers that I know. Is this available on the website or someplace that we could do that?
Yes, so Impact KY, that website, as Rob said, we're working to ensure that it is fully ADA compliant. So the results are available in a downloadable spreadsheet for anyone who is interested in looking at them. And there is a video that kind of walks you through how to use the spreadsheet. It's a rather large, as you can imagine, spreadsheet. But any Kentucky educator can register for an account that will give you access to that much more user-friendly view where you can do the disaggregation and things like that. So if you scroll down on the Impact Kentucky webpage, there's a place to fill out a form to request an account. And they have directive at Panorama, anyone with a KY Schools email address, it should be given an account automatically.
And I was able to look at it, Allison, back in June with some of my students, and it was really easy to navigate, and the data were super accessible.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair Young, I would be remiss if I didn't also just quickly say thank you to Kathy White, who worked on this team and was part of really grinding through a lot of the details and legwork on this behind the scenes. So I just want to make sure that we recognize her big efforts on our behalf for that.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Thanks for getting that in there. Board members, any last questions for Rob or Meredith? All right, thank you both so much. And you can stop sharing that screen. Board members, the next item on our agenda is approval of consent. I would like to explain a bit. You'll see that it is quite a hefty consent agenda. As you know, these are items that might otherwise have been handled by one of our committees, or those items that are highly routine in nature, as well as a few items that I asked them to move this time because of the length of our agenda that have not changed from first reading to second. Normally, we wouldn't, there are some of these items that we typically would not put in agenda, but as always, any board member can ask that an item be moved out of agenda into a discussion item. So if you would take a minute and look at those 11, if there are any that you would like to move, just let me know. If not, we'll go back to consideration of approval of the consent agenda. All right, thank you. This item, the consent agenda, allows the board to approve the consent as a group in one action, as opposed to hearing each individual agenda item. KDE staff and I identified these items as those that are non-controversial and routine in nature. The items contained in the consent agenda with KDE contacts if needed are listed there in your agenda, items 1 through 11. At this time, since we did not have a request to move any item from consent to regular discussion, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. This is Lee.
Thank you, Dr. Todd. We have a motion by Lee. Do we have a second?
This is Holly Bloodworth. I second.
And a second from Holly. Thank you. Jennifer, would you please, any further discussion? Thank you. If not, Jennifer, would you please call the roll?
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary, and I vote yes.
Cody Johnson, and she may have stepped away. She did. Okay. Sharon Robinson.
This is Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and my vote is yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. At this time, we will move into our action discussion items, and the first of those is the consideration of action to waive certain Board of Ed regulatory requirements in response to COVID-19. Item A1 is action to approve 2020-2021 kindergarten screener waiver for administration dates and reporting. Bringing this item to us, our KDE General Counsel Todd Allen, Associate Commissioner Rhonda Sims, Division Director Jennifer Stafford, and KDE Program Consultant Jennifer Larkin.
Well, good afternoon again. And thank you for the introduction there, Chair Young. We are coming to you with the kindergarten screener for the waiver. What we have is a regulation that says every kindergarten student coming into the state of Kentucky beginning school will take the kindergarten screen. It's a common screener that we've been using since 2012, and it provides information to the teachers in the school about what the student is able to do and their readiness for kindergarten. And the screener gives information to the teacher that they can use in the classroom and reports in a way that the student is either ready with intervention or ready with enhancements. So it gives the teacher some information about the current status of the student's academic performance and social emotional health and so forth. We're coming to you with this waiver because of the current situation that some schools are not opening to in-person and are beginning only with non-traditional instruction. And we've worked with our vendor, Curriculum Associates, to attempt to provide this screener in a remote option or be able to provide it online. And at this point, they do not have an option that they could stand behind for a remote administration of the screener. So in order to have the screen, to administer the screen, the student would have to come in person with the teacher or administrator. Now, we do have some schools that are administering the screens currently. The materials are there and they are able to administer it very safely. We've provided guidance and directions on how to be healthy, social distancing and masking measures, and all the appropriate measures to keep both the students, the parents, as well as the teachers safe. So we do have students that are coming in being screened at this point. Mostly when the students are coming in to get their devices and then getting that good information. This waiver, what we're asking for is to expand the window of administration, as well as provide the Commissioner of Education to waive the administration of that screen for some students. We are asking that the administration be waived, the length of it, because in the regulation it states that the screen shall be given 15 days prior or 30 days after the start of school. Well, with all of those safety guidelines and the cleaning of the manipulatives that are part of the screen, we think that it's going to take a little bit longer, as well as the start of school, students may not be back in person 30 days after the start of school. So we're asking for the administration of the time frame to give the screen. And then the second piece is for the Commissioner of Education to be able to grant a waiver of that screen for students who are unable to get into the school because the parents may feel that there is it's unsafe, it's an unsafe environment, and not want to bring their student into the school building. So that's the two pieces of the waiver that we're asking you to consider.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Board members, we can open up for discussion after we have a motion, but before we do that, if you have a burning question for Jennifer, please feel free to go ahead and unmute and ask. All right, thank you. At this time, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve the waiver of kindergarten screener administration dates and reporting for the 2020-21 school year as set forth in sections 3 and 4 of 704 KAR 5:070, Common Kindergarten Entry Screener, and as articulated in the corresponding staff note. Do I have such a motion?
This is Patrice McCrary, and I so move.
Thank you so much. We have a motion from Mrs. McCrary. Do we have a second?
This is Claire Batt, and I second.
Thank you so much. I think I heard Mr. Johnson. We have a motion from Mr. Johnson. Any further discussion about waiving the window and screening for certain students?
So Chair Young, just one quick question. This means the window will have been removed and there will not be a new one put into place, and it will be the screener will be given whenever possible. Is that what this is saying?
That's correct. We want to be as flexible as possible. As you heard with the last discussion we were on, the two words that we're using in assessment and accountability is tentative and flexible. So this, we are again trying to be as flexible as possible. We know that the current situation is ever evolving, and it could change in October, it can change in November. So we're really looking at the flexibility for our schools to be able to administer it when they are able to have students safely in the building.
Thank you. That was my understanding. I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion or questions for Jennifer? All right, hearing none, we have a motion and a second. Jennifer, would you please call the roll?
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary, and I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and I vote yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. The next,
Thank you so much.
Thank you, the other Jennifer. And the next item, item A2, is to approve state-funded preschool program waivers. Presenting that information to us today is Associate Commissioner Greta Hilton and Division Director Veronica Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair Young. The item before you is seeking flexibility to enable a temporary waiver of certain regulatory requirements for preschool programs, and the intent is to enable our preschool programs to maintain the Healthy at Work guidelines in response to COVID-19. So I'm going to ask Veronica Sullivan to hop on and give you a more detailed dive into those waiver requests.
Thank you, Greta, and good afternoon, everyone. The first regulation that we are requesting a temporary waiver for is around locally designed preschool programs. This regulation already gives the ability of districts to adopt a locally designed program. However, it does require commissioner approval. And with our current state of emergency with the pandemic, it isn't feasible or practical to have each district submit for approval. We also wanted, again, that word flexibility, allow districts the flexibility to align their preschool programs with their reopening plans. The next regulation that we are requesting temporary waiver for is around parent volunteers in the preschool classroom. This regulation requires school districts to provide parents with opportunities to participate in the classroom, either as a volunteer or as an observer, with the possibility of distance learning, as well as health and safety concerns of visitors in the classrooms. We're proposing a temporary waiver of this. We will continue to encourage parent engagement, of course, even in a virtual setting, but want to make sure districts have that flexibility. The next regulation is around home visits. I do want to add that this regulation was previously waived in the April 9th board meeting. And this regulation requires at least 2 home visits per child each year. Again, visitation to homes is not practical during the pandemic. The next regulation is around child development and health screening. This regulation requires districts to complete child development and health screenings within 30 days of enrollment. This can take longer because of intermittent closures of clinics or health concerns in the public. So we're asking for a temporary waiver of that regulation as well. And the last regulation we are requesting a temporary waiver for is the Kentucky Preschool All-Stars. This was also waived during the April 9th previously board meeting. This provision is around the STARS level certification that is provided to districts. And it is renewable every 3 years. We have numerous sites who are in their 3-year cycle to receive their recertification. This also has a component of a classroom observation. And again, during the pandemic, that makes this difficult. So we're proposing a waiver of that regulation as well.
Thank you, Veronica.
Any questions?
And board members, you'll see that this is actually targeting 2 regulations related to state-funded preschool with several specific sections that Veronica has outlined for us. Does anyone have any questions for Veronica before we proceed to a motion? Thank you. At this time, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve waivers of 704 KAR 3:410 sections 61C, 65A, 65E, 67D, and 73C, and 704 KAR 3:015 section 5, as Veronica just described and is in your staff notes. Do I have such a motion?
Chair Young, Alvis Johnson, I will make that motion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. And do we have a second?
This is Holly Bloodworth. I second that motion.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bloodworth. Are there any, or is there any further discussion, or are there questions for Veronica? Hearing none, Jennifer, we are ready for a roll call.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt votes yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson, I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary, and I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and my vote is yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jennifer, Greta, and Veronica. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is item B, new emergency regulation 702 KAR 1:190E regarding district employee emergency leave. And with us to discuss that are Associate Commissioner Robin Kinney with a great backup from Todd Allen, General Counsel.
Thank you, Chair Young, and good afternoon, board members. I think I'm going to take the lead on this item, and then Associate Commissioner Kinney will take the lead on the next one. We kind of divided and conquered on these next two agenda items for you. So the agenda item that you have before you now is a new emergency administrative regulation 702 KAR 1:190E, and that's related to district employee emergency leave. As you heard the Lieutenant Governor discuss earlier at the beginning of the meeting, we have taken some steps to provide flexibility to school districts regarding emergency leave for the upcoming school year. So continuing with our theme of flexibility in the very uncertain circumstances that we are living under, on July 17th, Commissioner Brown issued a memorandum relying upon authority that was set forth in an executive order issued by Governor Beshear that allowed state agencies to temporarily suspend certain statutes given the COVID-19 state of emergency that we are living under. As I often say, we had certainly hoped that we would be through the emergency by this point in time, but unfortunately we are not. We find ourselves, continuing to be in this emergency situation. So Commissioner Brown utilized the authority that was set forth in that executive order, and with the approval of Lieutenant Governor as the Cabinet Secretary, temporarily suspended the 3-day limit on emergency leave for school district employees. Statute previously provided that emergency leave could not exceed 3 days. You may recall that the General Assembly in Senate Bill 177 provided additional emergency leave that was within the discretion of local school districts to grant for the previous school year, for the 1920 school year. However, it was limited to 1920. Once again, everyone was thinking that we would be through this pandemic by the time we started school again this year. Also, The Families First Coronavirus Response Act provides some paid leave to employees, which would include school employees. However, that act expires at the end of December. So considering the fact that Senate Bill 177, which provided flexibility to school districts to grant additional emergency leave, that has now expired because it only applied to the previous school year, as well as the fact that very soon the leave under the Families First Coronavirus Response Act will expire. We heard from various educational partners, school districts, teachers, school staff, for the need for additional flexibility that school districts could grant emergency leave. So in temporarily suspending the statute, Commissioner Brown paved the way now for the state board to adopt an emergency administrative regulation. Joette has pulled that up for our review. And Joette, if you'll scroll to the next page, that's really where the substance of the regulation begins. There in section 1. So in section 1, you will see standard emergency leave, and this pretty much incorporates the same terms that were previously provided in statute to allow what we call here standard emergency leave that employees can use for any purpose, not to exceed 3 days. So that is in keeping with local school district policies for those school districts throughout the state that have previously granted emergency leave to their employees not to exceed 3 days, that will remain in place for the upcoming school year. Then in section 2, you will see we've added, this is the new provision that was requested, additional COVID-19 emergency leave. So here, if the state board adopts this emergency regulation upon filing, it will become immediately effective, and each local school district would then have the flexibility to grant additional emergency leave to both full-time and part-time employees for the upcoming school year for any leave related to the COVID-19 public health emergency. It is limited to COVID-19. If a school district does grant this type of leave, then it is up to them whether they're going to do so by local board action, resolution, or procedures that they enact there in their local school district. And they can put the parameters on this type of leave, how it may be used, whether or not there would be caps on the number of days that may be used. And a lot of the provisions that you'll see here in section 2.2 were provided to us in the result of feedback that we received from the Kentucky School Boards Association. In drafting this emergency regulation, we did communicate with them. They were certainly a partner in Senate Bill 177, as were several other educational partners. So we wanted to certainly consider the feedback of our various educational partners in drafting this, and they advocated for flexibility for school districts to make several of these determinations. This emergency leave is paid leave, so there is a financial impact to school districts if they were to grant this leave to their employees. They would be paying for the employee while they're on leave, as well as any substitute that may be required in the school district. And that financial impact is one of the reasons that the School Boards Association did ask for flexibility in the way that can be granted at the local level. If this leave is granted by a local school district, you'll see in section 2.3 that it can't be transferable to any other type of leave, and it will not accumulate beyond the 2021 school year. It is truly just for this school year and only in response to the COVID-19 state of emergency. However, we certainly recognize, and we've heard from our educational partners, that employees may be subject to quarantine, perhaps subject to quarantine more than once. There may be other situations that they face in both their work life and personal lives that cause them to need to be away from work that the current types of leave that we have just may not address. So I will pause there. Associate Commissioner Kinney, I don't know if she has anything to add to that discussion, and see if there are any comments from her or questions from the board members.
I guess the only thing that I would add, Todd, is we did take it in front of the local superintendent's advisory committee, and they approved it and didn't have any concerns or questions.
Thank you, Todd and Robin. Board members, I know that there was some brief discussion on this earlier during the Lieutenant Governor's report. So if you have questions for Todd or Robin at this time, please feel free to unmute.
Todd, this is Alex Johnson. I I think the regs say that a local school board may. So in other words, it's left strictly up to the school district as to whether or not they would really grant that. I have a concern about that. I mean, I don't know if there's anything that we can do legislatively to fix this problem, because there might very well be some school districts who say, we're not going to do that. And then the employees left hanging out there who decided to come to work knowing that there was a risk of them becoming ill from the COVID infection, but yet they have no protection at all. Is there anything additionally we can do to perhaps maybe in some way guarantee that kind of a protection is afforded to all of our school teachers or school employees?
That's an excellent question, Mr. Johnson, and one that I think we've talked about quite a bit throughout the educational community as we've drafted this. It's been done in a relatively short amount of time, but we have received quite a bit of feedback on this topic. You're correct that as the regulation is currently written, that it would allow the school districts the discretion whether or not to grant this type of leave. That is the way Senate Bill 177 was also written, that applied to the last school year. It allowed the school districts the ability to grant the leave, but it was not required to grant the leave. I think that the issue that we face, and Robin may want to jump in on this more, is truly the financial impact. As I said, the School Boards Association was willing to support, and they approve the regulation that is before you. However, they are concerned with some of their school districts that may simply not be able to afford leave, or may not be able to afford an extensive amount of leave. And that is the reason, I believe, for the flexibility that is put in there for them to grant it, and if they do grant it, to put the conditions on it that they're going to place on there.
I agree with that, Todd. I think the other thing that we've used as sort of our mantra throughout all of our discussions about flexibility is really impressing upon school districts to operate in good faith and to listen to their employees and their needs. We are trying to balance that being respectful of local control, as well as things that we can add for that flexibility at the state level. And I think this is going to be one that people are going to be watching closely. Our districts acting in good faith, and I do think that if they're not, we will hear about it, and I think you as board members will hear about it. And at that time, just like anything else, where we take a role of encouragement, and we will reach back out to those districts and share what we are hearing. Usually, that little nudge kind of helps in some regard. So I know we will be willing to do that. But I think at this point in time, as Todd said, there is that balance between trying to make sure that people are acting in good faith and with the highest professionalism to try to work with our staff, and at the same time have the amount of people that you need to have to really run and operate your school district. So it's a tricky balance, and I think we'll be watching that along the way and trying to adjust as we roll along.
And this is Claire Batt, and I'm just curious about the way you envisioning this rolling out. Would districts be required to announce publicly to their employees the decision they've made about granting leave and the procedures for requesting that? Or is it on a sort of a ad hoc basis? How do you envision districts implementing this?
So I envision them implementing it very similar to the way that they did for the last school year with Senate Bill 177. And as I understand, the local school districts adopted their own procedures if they were going to grant that leave, and then provided that information to their employees. I will say that there has been, a lot of public knowledge of this emergency administrative regulation that we're proposing to the school, to the state board. We have discussed this in numerous public forums openly. We've discussed it on the teacher and school staff town hall meeting. So I suspect that it is one that school staff will be curious and be questioning their district leadership about how they will be handling this at the local level.
And Todd, even as we, if I can add to that, even as we were closing or moving to an NTI environment in the springtime, this was a discussion that local school boards were already having, because under Senate Bill 177, it afforded that opportunity. And so several school districts had that conversation at that time with their local school boards and with their staff. So we envision those conversations happening publicly again.
This is Allison. I can tell you that this is definitely a topic that the teachers are having. It's probably the number one concern right now at this moment. Several have reached out to me from districts across the state that their biggest concern is that they are hearing from their administration. Their administration is telling them that they have to exhaust their sick days before they will be allotted any emergency days. And some of our teachers who have been in the profession for quite a while have an extensive amount of sick days. So having to go through those prior to be given anything else is a concern. And then you have the opposite end, like myself, where we don't have a lot of days, being, concerned about, what will that look like then if we don't have the sick days to cover that. Especially, I think it was mentioned earlier that if you have a positive test, if I understood that correctly, that it would be more likely that you would use sick days as you would for any other sickness. When you've got the allotted 10 sick days for the year and you've exhausted that, or that's all you have for the year, that's not going to cover your time when you're sick. Our teachers are very concerned about this. I think back in the spring, it may have been discussed, but because we were going on lockdown at home, it wasn't as big of an issue because we were already home. But we're being asked to go back into the school and expose ourselves to this virus. So this is something that our teachers are extremely concerned about. And I think you will hear a lot of, for lack of a better word, outcry and questions and wanting some help and some explanation around this from their local districts if they haven't already given them the explanation.
This is Claire Back. I'm going to follow up. I think we also will face retirements from people who have pushed making the decision because they have not had confirmation from their districts. So the amount of concern around this issue is huge.
This is Patrice. I have heard from teachers all across the Commonwealth as well, and they're saying the exact thing that Allison shared with you. There is a great deal of discrepancy about the way this is going to be administered, and I understand the importance of local control, but there is a high level of concern from our teachers, and it runs the gamut. Those who are on the verge of retiring are ready to step into it now, and we're going to lose some of our best and brightest out there. And this was the defining moment, how this is going to be handled, and that breaks my heart. And then the other group, they're the young teachers who have young families, or they are wanting to begin a family, and they are going to burn through these days. And that's going to change their future decisions on families. I think no matter how we look at it, it's unjust, especially to our female teachers.
Todd, I wonder or Robin, if you know how other states have handled this issue related to emergency leave, particularly during a time of quarantine. I'd be interested to know how Kentucky stacks up.
I do not have any specific information about other states and how they have handled it. Anecdotally, I have not heard of other states granting additional leave, but that doesn't mean that it hasn't existed. I just don't have that information.
Yeah, I don't either.
Thank you. So I do hear some general concern on the part of several board members about the regulation. I would harken back to Lieutenant Governor Coleman's comment earlier that she's happy to engage in further conversation in this regard. So, yes.
Very young. I want to give a little bit additional background as to my thinking as the interim in anytime we waive a statute, I take that's very serious business to me. And it should be to everyone, particularly as an attorney. And so we always, we go through that exercise by looking to the most recent time the General Assembly has spoken on the subject to help guide us. At least has been our process during this, because when we do a waiver of a statute without the General Assembly being involved, because they're not in session, and then we do an emergency regulation to basically substitute the board's judgment for that of the General Assembly where they've previously spoken. It is helpful for us to see how the General Assembly last handled it. And so that's not to say it can't be handled in different ways. That's not to say we can't come back to you with an amended regulation. We'd have to do it at a special meeting. But that's what guided us in all, I think, all of these emergency regulations. And in most of them, the General Assembly had spoken through Senate Bill 177. And that was passed last year. The General Assembly, just like all of us, didn't think we would be in this situation in August. And so they didn't have those provisions extend on into the following school year. I think if we had told the General Assembly, or they knew we would be in this situation in the fall, Senate Bill 177 would have applied for the fall, which would have been exactly what the emergency regulation is that we proposed to you. Now, if this board doesn't feel like that's sufficient enough because there's a fear that local boards will not act in good faith to provide the needed leave, even though that may look different from district to district, then you can direct us to go back and give you some other alternatives. I would not be comfortable doing that today, because I do think if that were to be the direction the board goes, for example, if you say we want some type of mandated emergency leave in here, which I feel like some of you are advocating for, we need to do a fiscal analysis at the department. Not a long one, but one that we need to detail that. We need to see what unintended consequences are. We need to talk to our partners, and then we could come back to you at a special meeting to approve that quickly. So I just throw that out there because it appears that we have maybe a little bit of a stalemate here.
Yeah, that's very helpful, and I understand that what kind of a pickle that would put us into, Kevin, moving forward with our General Assembly as well as with some of our school districts. And my guess would be that some kind of compromise would limit the unlimited nature of the emergency regulation as it has been proposed. At the same time, it would not be our will to force this on the board. So let's see if we have a motion to waive a second reading and approve 702 KAR 1:190E to allow districts to provide additional emergency leave for school district employees to use for COVID-related issues.
Chair,
such a motion.
Before we go into the motion, could I ask a question?
Certainly.
If we went with going ahead and passing a waiver to have something in place, at what point in time could that be changed?
I think
I'm nervous about not having anything at all in place.
I agree, Patrice, and I believe that's what Kevin was alluding to earlier. But Kevin, could you re-articulate what would happen if we approved the waiver today as presented, but then asked for further consideration on the part of you and your team?
I'll defer to Todd as to whether or not we can then layer over another emergency regulation in the future to supersede the one you might have approved today. And then, of course, always remember that the General Assembly will be back in January. I know that's a long way off in a pandemic, but they obviously will be back in January. And then many of these things may have to be addressed by the General Assembly as things change. And they may be passing legislation quickly as well. But Todd, can you comment as if, I think the proposal is if they were to pass it as written, but yet the board and the department, we're sensing that there's a lack of good faith, for lack of a better term, in districts in implementing some of this to provide the needed relief as we intended to be provided. Could we layer over another emergency reg, let's say in October, to then supersede this one?
That's a difficult situation. Once the regulation gets filed, it becomes immediately effective. It's a little bit different than a typical regulation. We could look at options of withdrawing the emergency regulation and refiling another one. However, I would recommend that we put in place an emergency regulation that the board is satisfied with all criteria. So whether that's the one that's before you now with no amendments later, or coming back with a special meeting sometime later to put those items in place.
Or Todd, perhaps it was more of the conversation that Mr. Johnson had with Lieutenant Governor Coleman. Would there be other regulatory remedies perhaps around sick leave allowance and other ways to, because this regulation is considering time of quarantine, which for any individual could happen more than once over the course of the fall or the school year, of course.
That's right. So right now, school districts have had and have had for years the ability to grant additional sick leave. Any school district could take that action now to grant additional sick leave and could have prior to COVID-19 as well. Statute doesn't limit the number of sick days that a school district can grant the way that it limits emergency days that a school district can grant. And we provided these emergency days. The state board does have the authority through regulation, which is part of the authority that we're relying on to promulgate this regulation, to provide details on leave in the event of quarantine of school staff. Now, the details of this regulation, it wouldn't be limited to quarantine. It could be used for other COVID-19 related emergencies. But also note that the Families First Coronavirus Response Act that we talked about provides for 10 paid days that could be used for quarantine purposes, and that will be in effect until December. It will expire at that point in time. So this could be used, for example, a school district could, if a teacher or school staff member needs to quarantine, they could rely upon the 10 paid days under the federal leave provision, and then a school district, if they opt to use this, could use the additional emergency days for a second quarantine if that were required.
This is Allison. I may be completely off base here, but I know that there's some districts putting some very innovative thoughts into this, and I just wondered if there was some way we could maybe provide other options kind of on that same path in a guidance in some way. I know there's I know I read somewhere where a district was, if a teacher was asymptomatic but tested positive, meaning they weren't sick, they really weren't, but they had to be home in quarantine, could they still be teaching from home? Therefore, it's not taking their days, it's not taking something else, but find duties or something they could do from home to still be on payroll for those days. There's got to be, and I also wonder at what point, I know they're concerned about cost. I totally get that. But at what point, when you get one or two teachers or an entire classroom or a second classroom that's having to quarantine, are you going to shut down the school anyway? So, I mean, how often are you really going to have to pay for multiple teachers to be quarantined and spend a lot of money? Because at some point you're going to have to shut down the school, or at least that's the way I look at it. So I don't know. I feel like maybe there's got to be other options, other guidance maybe we could put out there to help them kind of alleviate some of that worry and the thoughts on the cost that maybe help us go forward with this, but able to give other options.
And that's an excellent suggestion. We can certainly work to distribute guidance to school districts on those topics as you discuss.
And as we referenced earlier today, Todd did a really good job working with other staff at the department to create a flow chart of all these leave provisions for use by superintendents, HR directors, and local board council. And so we're trying to provide them some tools to make sure they understand all the various leave provisions that are available to them and can maximize those. And I think we also need to recognize, obviously, local school districts are the employers. That's not to say there aren't state mandates and state requirements, but I think this has already been alluded to about the cost. But there's a tremendous amount of political pressure on local boards and superintendents to act in good faith and make these decisions to take care of their most important resource, which is their personnel. So we are trying to strike that balance and repeating the language of Senate Bill 177. I know we had some initial fears of districts back in the spring, maybe not honoring the emergency leave provisions or not not fulfilling some contracts, that kind of thing. And unless I'm misinformed, I think most of those situations, if not all, of them took care of themselves. And it took some discussion with local boards and with their superintendents, and it took bringing some people around. But it's my understanding many of those, if not all of them, were remedied. So that gives me hope that this will happen again in the next year, given that they have this flexibility to do this.
Commissioner Brown, Alvis Johnson, and soon to be Commissioner Glass, I'm going to ask you guys, do you feel comfortable with us adopting this leave policy? Because I'm really not that comfortable yet. So I want to hear from both of you all whether you're comfortable adopting this or not.
I can't speak for Dr. Glass. I'll defer to him, but it would not have my name on it as my recommendation to you. All of these regulations have my recommendation, my stance. Would not have allowed them to get to this level if I did not support them in the version is written today. And I'm not sure if Dr. Glass is still with us, if he's been listening and wants to comment.
Thank you, Kevin. I believe Dr. Glass is still with us. I think he had a conflict for the afternoon.
Okay.
And I'm happy to just briefly put on my old retired superintendent hat to say that I think I would agree with LSAC in approving this recommendation, in that I would be looking for that flexibility that allowed me to offer more than 3 hours emergency days to my staff who found themselves in this situation. And then I would lean toward some of the suggestions that Allison and others have made, and a flow chart would be really helpful, Todd, to think about the other remedies at my disposal. I can't guarantee that there won't be bad actors in that, but Kevin's reminder that a lot of things have smoothed themselves out at the local level is a reminder to me that I believe most people will take advantage of this in a very positive way.
And Chair Young, I think you're right. I think many superintendents, most of them will try to do the right thing. My concern is for the teachers with the superintendents who choose not to do the right thing, or who are unable to do what is needed to take care of their employees. That was my concern, and I appreciate the feedback from everybody.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think that's two different things. Those who are unwilling to try to make this work, and those who are financially unable. And both of those cause me serious heartburn, Mr. Johnson. So I'm not
Remind me, do we have a motion on the floor?
I have actually read the motion. At this point, I would be happy to ask if we have someone who would be willing to move accordingly.
I so move.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. We have a motion from Dr. Robinson. Do we have a second? I would be happy to make that second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we ask for a roll call vote? All right, Jennifer, would you please call the roll?
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams, and I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt, and I do not really like the position this leaves teachers in. I feel very uncomfortable with it. However, I don't want to see schools starting the year without something in place. So I vote yes, but I feel very uncomfortable with what we're asking teachers to do.
Thank you.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. With reservations, I'll vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I'm of the mind that at least something is better than nothing at this point. But I look forward to seeing a guidance document shared with the districts. I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes for the same sentiments that have been expressed by others.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and I vote yes.
Thank you, Chair.
And then Todd, I think you can extrapolate from our comments and concerns what we would like to see as we follow up to this as we move forward.
Absolutely. We can work with Robin's office on this and provide guidance out to school districts. As Commissioner Brown indicated, we've already provided a substantial amount of guidance to them on leave options, but now that the board has adopted this regulation, we can wrap this in and incorporate it and provide additional guidance to them on the leave options that are available to them, including this new emergency leave that the board has granted. And we'll share that with the board too.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, we will look forward to seeing that as you put more parameters and more expectations around the waiver. Thank you. And thank you, members.
Todd, this is Allison. I'd be more than happy to talk with you if you would like about some of the ideas and things that teachers have shared with me, if you want to reach out sometime in the next few days.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is C, emergency amendment to 702 KAR 7:140 related to school calendars. And this will be presented, maybe by Todd, followed by Robin, or vice versa, who knows?
Yeah, let's do it vice versa.
Okay.
I'm going to take the lead and then Todd can jump in as necessary. This is another amendment and an emergency regulation to 702 KAR 7:140 relating to school calendars. And basically what this amendment seeks to accomplish is to permit an additional 30 minutes each school day to be counted toward instructional hours for activities associated with the coronavirus. So activities that need to be conducted by our local school districts as a result of the coronavirus. This would be temporary in nature, would only be for 1 year. And Joette is putting the regulation up on the screen. And Joette, if I could ask you to go all the way to the very back page and look at section 5, which is the pertinent section that we'll be looking at. And you'll see, as we have underlined, the changes to the regulation. So in section 5, we define the activities of the student attendance day, and it already sets forth in a normal school year what is counted toward those instructional hours. We already have, in addition to things that you would typically be familiar with, which is your courses and your content for instruction, we already allow a 5-minute passing time between instructional periods to be counted toward instruction. And this goes to that collective 1062 hours for the school year that we think about. So as we listen to local school districts and them trying to plan for what the new school day would look like within their buildings, we heard some concerns from both administrators and teachers and staff there about the extra things that they're going to have to do to either move people throughout their building or to make sure that they are cleaning and sanitizing and taking temperatures and all the other things that they're going to have to do. So this amendment to the regulation, in addition to the things already defined regularly as far as their school day, would permit a maximum of 30 minutes each day that can be used and counted toward instructional hours related to the coronavirus activities. So once again, that would be
Cleaning, sanitizing, hand washing. We've enumerated some things in the regulation to give an indication of what we're talking about. This would be in addition to the 5 minutes that is already permitted under the regulation currently, and again, would only be for this upcoming school year to allow for that additional time. We did talk with school districts about could you just extend your day? And that really would create a whole nother host of other problems for our local school districts. If we think about just the transportation schedule, it's very defined right now, and they're adjusting that a little bit to make way for students to come off the school bus a little bit differently. You've got to envision we're requiring social distancing. We're requiring those temperature taking. So we're giving just this extra 30 minutes to give them a little more flexibility during the instructional day. I'm happy to answer any questions. This did go through LSAC on July 28th and was approved without any negative comments.
So thank you, Robin. Lee and others who aren't who aren't former educators. You may not realize that we actually watch and monitor every minute carefully of the school day, including the time spent on recess and the time spent in lunch. And as you heard, the time spent passing from class to class at middle school and high school. So this additional 30 minutes will be a relief to teachers who are very careful stewards about how they use those instructional minutes.
Patsy was a high school teacher, so
then you know
how fast teachers can eat lunch, for one thing.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, they can eat really fast.
Exactly.
Thank you, though. Yeah.
Any further questions for Robin or Todd about the additional 30 minutes cleaning time?
Chair Young, I move to adopt.
Oh, thank you so much. So we have a motion from Mr. Johnson. Do we have a second?
This is Holly Worth. I second.
Thank you, Holly. Any further discussion? This would be to waive a second reading and approve 701 KAR. 702 KAR 17:140E. Sorry, Todd, help me with the number. 702 KAR 1:140, no E. Thank you. Okay. Any further discussion? Thank you. Hearing none, Jennifer, would you please call the roll?
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary, and I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and I vote yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And the next item on our agenda is amendment to 702 KAR 7:065, designation of agent to manage middle and high school interscholastic athletics. And with us today, in addition to Todd, are Commissioner Julian Tackett and perhaps some other folks on his team. Hello, Julian, welcome.
Thanks, Chairman. Yeah. I'll just very quickly, because Mr. Allen can probably lead you through. But Chad Collins, our general counsel, is also on here as well. In respect to your day that I have been monitoring all day, you have had a long one. So we'll be glad to answer any questions, but I think the original regulation changes are pretty innocent and innocuous this year. And unless some question has come up, that we will be glad to answer.
And I'll also note that there weren't any substantive changes between the board's first reading and the version that's before you today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
With that being said, I move to adopt.
Thank you, Coach Johnson. Excellent. We have a motion by Mr. Johnson. Do we have a second?
Patrice McCrary, a second.
And a second from Mr. McCreary. Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Jennifer, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt, I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Elvis Johnson and Commissioner Tackett. If you'll just get our football season started, I'll vote yes.
That's coercion. Move on.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and I vote yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next item is approval of the Kentucky Education Technology Systems Operational Plan for school year 2020-21. And for this information, I will turn it over to Associate Commissioner David Couch.
Well, thanks. Appreciate being able to update you on a few things and hopefully take a vote on a few things here in a few minutes. This is an item that comes before the Kentucky Board of Education. It's come before it every year since the beginning of KARA and the Kentucky Education Technology System, KETS, in 1992. Usually it goes before the Management Operations Committee, but I think it's appropriate this year it goes before the whole committee because I'm going to be covering a lot of education technology things, and I've heard that all through the discussion here today. I'm going to give you an update on some of those items. So the first thing I'm going to do is make you aware of the technology needs that we have for this year and a dollar amount. You don't have to vote on that. It's just an awareness. The second thing is I make you aware of all the funding sources that go toward that need. And once again, you don't have to vote on that. It's just an awareness. The third item is you do have to vote on it and approve it. It's the KETS funds that was appropriated by the legislature to go toward that need. And then the fourth item that I always cover every year is kind of a way to update the board on what's going on with education technology across the state. I've sent a historic timeline and updated. We've done a lot of things in the past 6 months because of this pandemic that have been added onto it during your time as board members. And also our annual infographic, we capture that actually and update that twice a year as we do the historic timeline. But I'm also going to spend time with you, since this is a hot topic, about updating you about internet access in our schools and in the homes, and the devices and the techniques that we're going to use to address it for this coming year. Because typically, during the years I presented this, a majority of the items are not really related to the staff note. They're just related about education technology in general. And I know those are two hot topics, so I'm just going to hit those and we'll go through it. So let me circle back to the beginning about the staff note. We have $366 million that have been identified in technology needs for the upcoming year. That's taken from our 2018 to 2024 KETS master plan, which broke out all the instructional technology, administrative technology, and pure technology needs of our school districts across the state. So that's where the $366 million comes from. It's listed in our master plan and broken out very specifically there. And by the way, people can't tell whether that's a big or large number. Typically, in even the private sector and the public sector, typically somewhere between 4 to 6% of all your funds go toward your technology services. So that $366 million represents about 4%. So it's on the lower end of it. So it's not way out of line, but it's on the lower end of what we see the needs are. And we tend in K-12 keep things a little bit longer, definitely than the corporate sector does. And so that's not really surprising. The second item, and you see throughout the staff note, we make you aware of the funding sources that can go toward that $366 million that we see for the next school year. We've identified $330 million. That's less than that 40%. It's less than the $366 million. It is some of the good news. It's one of the highest it's ever been. It may be the highest amount I've ever had since my time of leading it, which is since the birth of KETS. And one of the main reasons is the CARES funds. have filled a big hole. And that, once again, those are temporary funds we all got to keep in mind. But we've got a pretty good feel from districts what they intend to use with those funds. And there was two different flavors of those CARES funds. And we've added to that. And also the federal E-rate program, that we've also bolstered that more so than we ever have in the past. So that explains that dollar figure. So those are awareness items, and be willing to answer anything about those if you have them. The third item is something that you're asked to approve. It's the $15.4 million of KETS funds that are within that $330 million for the shared services that our office provides to all school districts and the agency, as well as KETS financial office assistance that we send to districts, which they match equally. Kevin mentioned this early in his presentation about these budget cuts that have happened over a period of time. When I started in 1992, the KETS funds were $19.5 million. Typically, in any scenario over the course of time, that would raise just a little bit. That's not what's happened. In fact, it's gone down, and it's pretty miraculous, I would say, that we've been able to do what we've been able to do for 28 years with these pretty much sustained cuts. And the reason I want to put that on your radar screen is you will see us ask for, as one of your board priorities in the future, this one coming up, we asked it the last time, is to make it a priority to reestablish the massive cuts that have happened, particularly since 2008, and actually go above that. And I know people are paying attention to technology more so than ever, but I'm going to definitely take advantage of this opportunity to make sure it stays up on the radar screen. These are wonderful shared services that we're providing to school districts, and we have maximized it like no other state has. But like Kevin says, with a lot of different things, we have reached somewhat of a breaking point. And if this is not addressed, we start tumbling and start tumbling pretty quickly. So good news is we can make it through. We can make it through this next school year. We feel pretty confident about that. But we can't sustain that. And I do want that to be up on your radar screen. And this funding source is less than 5% of all the funds available. But we do a lot of powerful things with that. Once again, compared to all the 49 states, I don't know anyone that does that better with that amount of money. This is something that we've laid out to large different groups, and they're all very supportive of what we put in place. But I also want to spend time and just on the historic achievements and the infographic, and particularly the internet access at schools and home and devices. So I always won't miss an opportunity to give a plug that Kentucky became the first state in the nation back in 1995 to have every school district connected to the internet with high-speed internet. It wasn't dial-up. It was as high speed was defined at that time. Pretty amazing feat that me in this role, I'm pretty disappointed. Probably 99.9% of Kentuckians aren't aware of that. But we had them all connected and had them all connected for a long time and with very high quality. So you say, well, how does that come into play in this environment? So obviously we have a mixture of go back to school plans. And so obviously to come back to school, we're ready. But also here's something really cool about what we put in place that I don't know any other state that has this in place. And you can recognize this at your own home. When you download something from the internet, your download internet speeds are significantly faster than your upload. Typically, there's 10 times faster. So here at my home in Versailles, Kentucky, it's 10 times. When I go to my mom's house in Paintsville, Kentucky, Eastern Kentucky, it's 5 times. It's a 5-time difference. So that's something that a lot of folks, so when you're sending something upward, so if you're created an email attachment, it has a pretty big PowerPoint in it, or you're sending your video outward and you have multiple people in the house doing that, that's why it's a little bit slower going out than it is coming in. But the cool thing about our Kentucky K-12 internet service, it's the same speeds. The outward speeds are the same as the coming inward speeds. So the reason that's so crucial in this time is we've seen district plans to where their intention is to bring the teachers back in the classroom and either have part of the class or none of the class in there, and they're broadcasting out from their classrooms across the state. Now, I think you're all aware, as I have 4 active K-12 teachers in my family, kindergarten, 3rd grade, and 2 high schools. And so I get feedback about this all the time and input about it. So I get that coming at me at Full Court Plus my mom is retired. And so I get that aspect as well. But there is, one of my family members is interested in going to their school and doing the broadcast out, even though the students may not be there. But also it's environment to where, there's a design to where some of the students are in the class, and at the same time, the teacher's broadcasting outward. And by the way, I see that happening even beyond this pandemic, where you have a homebound student, and it allows a homebound student to join as they go class to class. So I do think a lot of things we're doing here is a really change in the paradigm going forward, and adding to the toolbox going forward. So that's the status at the school. And obviously we've done some things where we extended the wireless to the parking lots and any place else on the school campus, and most of these places, to where they can come to the parking lot, do a quick synchronization stuff, or stay there. But you don't want them to gather up in spots and call what Kevin Brown calls a COVID hotspot, going to an internet hotspot, because everybody's looking for shade, typically on a hot day, or if it's raining, they're all crowding up. So you got to be strategic in what you're doing with there. So those are the type of things we're doing within the school building. So now let's talk about the home piece. Kentucky, and I don't know why, Kentucky has been collecting this data more than any other state over the past 10 years. And what I've come to realize, we were the only state collecting home internet access. And part of the reason we were always interested in that is, as a dad of 4 kids, I knew what a significant and overwhelming advantage it was for my children to have internet access at home for instructional purposes. And at the same time, the teachers had to get a good feel for what percentage of my students have it and don't have it if I'm giving homework assignments, and always be cognizant of really both situations that may be going on. We're also aware of homebound students. I always have thought of, like, you have a student that's broken their leg, they can't get out, but they still want to be part of it. This could allow that to happen. But I got to tell you, what really got it for real is years ago when we went to NTI. That's when folks got really real about the ability to do internet access to the home. And that's where our numbers really started getting much better and much more accurate. So Kentucky is the only state in the United States that has, for over a decade, been asking students and parents and caretakers directly about their internet access at home. And so the other 49 states during this pandemic have been like, they have no feel. They have no feel for it. So they've been kind of doing their best guesstimates on it. And a lot of times their best guesstimates are way off. And so there are certain companies that have gone off and done that because these states are desperate. They don't have any feel for it. And so they've gone, and these companies are doing these big estimates, but their assumptions are significantly off. So here's what we're finding. I'm going to share the percentages that we found in Kentucky. They've been verified from multiple sources, including the students that presented today. So the best way to address a student without internet access at home is wireless, but for sure. If a home is waiting for a last mile wireless coming to their house, they may be waiting a decade for that to happen, especially in areas with declining population. Do not wait for a last mile wireless. But the great news is wireless hits over 99% of the Kentucky homes right now. And for hotspots, and those are hotspots, for those that can't, you have satellites hit that 1%. My issue with satellite services, having had one at our farm in Eastern Kentucky, is typically they're very expensive, and they have you hit their data caps very, very quickly. And I've had discussions with them recently that they need to get in line with the hotspot providers. As soon as our farm could get a hotspot, we got off that satellite, and the costs were significantly less. It was unlimited data that was in place. So there's a way to hit nearly 100%. There's no 100% solution, though. In certain situations, not even a satellite dish will hit it, and they got to walk a distance or drive a distance and go to another place. But the great news is it can hit a very high percent. The second piece is, it's really important for everybody involved with this to understand, this is a whole household issue. Even before I'm presenting to you today, I'm telling my son, by the way, I'm getting ready to present. So if you're playing an online game, please don't do that. If you're getting ready to watch a Netflix movie, please don't do that. Because what I have found over the years is 99% of the people have no feel of how much bandwidth they are consuming for themselves or what they're doing. Just no feel for it. And so you got to kind of say is, there's a critical time that I need people in the house just working on critical things. So the entertainment things you need to put to the side. YouTube videos, unless they're instruction related, please don't do that. At the same time, I talked about the model of teachers presenting to the house. They got to be sensitive of the household situation, because just like this household, my wife is teleworking. I had my son that's actually a student at Northern Kentucky University, doing schoolwork there when he's not doing these other things I got to tell him don't do during the time that we're working. So they got to be sensitive, just like I told you, the upload and download speeds. That happens to homes. And so really be thinking through, do I really need to have certain following things? There was a guy named Lee Todd that created a company many years ago called DataBeam. And he was pretty smart with this, where he said, a lot of things that we do, audio is one of the key things you got to have. The second one is the ability to show something on a screen to talk to it. And the third is the video piece. And, during this time, you want to see people's faces, but maybe you just do that introduction and then you get off, because with the understanding of it's taking a bunch of bandwidth for the student at their house to both download it and send it upward. So there's a sensitivity to all of those. So I take it back to a recent, these other states were desperate. And, recently, and this company does a lot of good things, it's called, Common Sense Media. They came out and said 36%, close to 40% of Kentucky K-12 students don't have internet access at home. That number is significantly off. And so why is it off? Well, the first reason is they don't ask students and they don't ask parents. They didn't ask them. And first of all, they didn't even ask us. And so they just assumed that we were like the other 49 states, and we could have told them our numbers are significantly different than that. The other big mistake they made is they didn't include wireless access. You got to. They just measured if you have wire to your home. Wireless is and is going to be a huge component of internet connectivity to the homes across Kentucky for quite some time. The third one is they made some general population say, well, this part of the population or county doesn't have it. Therefore, the K-12 homes have the same population. We have found that very inaccurate over the years. A K-12 home always has a higher percentage of internet access than a regular home. It has always had that. You have the parents that are going to try to find a way to make that happen. So you can never compare that. So there's a long list of other items. So what has our number been? So we've been collecting it pretty regularly. And our most latest one that we collected during the November timeframe had it between 9 to 15%. And we actually felt the 9% was much more accurate. And that's the reason we asked the students and parents directly, can you do the following types of things, which we would see normally in an instructional classroom? The other 15% were just general estimates by the district. They didn't have a formalized way they collected it. They were just kind of estimating it. We've always found over the years that once a district went to a more formalized and structured way, their percentages were much better. They always estimated it much worse than it really is. So we got some things to confirm that as well recently. There was a recent survey sent out to June. It was to caretakers and parents. And that number was around 6% that said they really don't have any way to get internet access to the home. My peer in Wisconsin, who I spoke with yesterday, they're using 5%. They've recently kind of done some things across their state, but they're in the 5% kind of range. Even the students that just presented to you had it at 7%. And also we're finding, and Marty Park mentioned a little bit earlier about the design labs, is when we are working with principals and folks in schools, what they are shocked to find is when they're actually going home by home, the numbers are actually much better than they thought they were. They estimate it much worse. Now, it doesn't mean we don't address this percentage. We got to. But when you have a 40% number, people go, well, we can't do anything about that. You get 5 to 10%, you can do something about that. And you do something about that really, really quickly. So it's really important to make sure we understand what it is and what it isn't. I do want to say this, in all these years, is southeastern part of Kentucky, not eastern, not northeastern, not any other part, is significantly behind the other parts of the state. That is true. You'll see those numbers. It is significantly behind the other parts. So their numbers are higher. And it's not by a little bit. It's by a good margin. In not eastern Kentucky, where I'm from, in the Johnson County area, or northeastern Kentucky, or western or central Kentucky. So definitely that is a different dynamic and different thing that's got to be addressed. But their numbers are going to be higher than that typically county by county. So what I am finding is, given that you can reach close to 99% plus the homes, and you can reach them quickly, this is a money issue, mainly for low-income families. They say, well, I could get a hotspot, but I can't afford it. So let's talk about what folks are doing to try to address the hotspot. What we're seeing in Kentucky and across the country, and I met with my peers yesterday, those in my equivalent position in the other states. What we're seeing, and we were comparing costs, and Wisconsin's done a really good job with that, and we're going to follow what Wisconsin's done, is we're going to list out what we know so far about the special deals that are available for K-12 homes. What we've seen is, in a very short period of time, those go from $60 a month to $20. And we've seen it also go from the device itself go to free. Sometimes that device costs $100 to $150 to free. And I like going full court press on these companies, because I do believe they should be providing this, if not for a significant discount, for free. And we're seeing some elements of that for the whole school year, just not as a bonus to sign up for their service, but for an entire year. The other thing we've seen an example I gave is up in Northern Kentucky, Goodwill, partnered with 5 or 6 districts, is in paying for their internet access at home for the low-income students for the entire year. So you put that kind of leverage on it. The third one is just a reminder about the federal funds. There was $200 million in federal funds that have been sent to school districts. And one of the things they can buy, besides devices, and besides, getting their teachers professional development on how to be really solid during distance and remote teaching and learning, is to address the internet access at home. So that's $200 million. And by the way, in discussions about the upcoming next wave of funding, and you've heard about the HEROES funds and HEALS funds, is approximately 4 to 5 times more than the CARES funds. And in listening to both of those briefings, they can also be used for education technology items, which include in-devices and internet access at home. So those are 2 really good funding sources for districts that go beyond what the parents have put in place. Once again, though, I do want to remind folks, this is a whole household issue. I do feel bad about moving full court press to provide, and Robin Kinney has come up with this too, is the water line for that one person in the house, and nobody else gets water. And that's one of the issues you have here. This is a whole household issue, and I really wish the funding that is being made available federally would be a whole household solution versus just going, and I'm appreciative that they're focusing on the kids, but it goes back to what's happening in these houses is they're all working, or a good number of them are, or they're instructional, and you're trying to balance what they're doing at home. And your lower income, you kind of heard that from your student group. The lower income families can't afford that higher end capacity of bandwidth. So you typically have to pay a little bit more to get more bandwidth. It's there, but now they're trying to share this low amount amongst different family members. So then it kind of reminds me here, when the power goes out, I have a generator, I have a tiny one, and we got to make strategic decisions. Do we have the hairdryer on, or do we have 5 lights on? You can't have them both on. Do we have the microwave on, or do we have the lights on? So you got to be very strategic with it. And so this is going to require the families to be very strategic as well, is what they have. My criticism of the providers that I see so far with internet access at home, they're only providing that discount if the district buys it. They're not providing it for the parent or for the parent's whole home. And that's what we need to go on, just beyond just the kids. We have to do the whole household solution. Got to do that. That's the weakness of it. So let's talk about the devices themselves, the computers. The survey that was done of homes showed a very high percentage of homes had a device that the student could use. Not 100%, but a pretty good percentage of that. If you add on to that the percentage of school districts that are providing a computer for access for home, we're getting very close to that 100%. Not there, but very, very close to it. And you heard Jefferson County present. I mean, these exactly as they're talking about the hotspots they're buying, and they recognize there's a certain percentage of their homes that don't have a device, and they're buying those. And we do see districts spending a good portion of those CARES money to address that situation. So let's talk about the technique within the homes. Now, As I mentioned, I got 4 teachers. I do want to credit some folks that have done a fantastic job with this. You heard Kevin talk about 7 states listed as exceptional. This has been a really good team effort between multiple offices, but I would say our Office of Education Technology and Kelly Foster's office. And these are relationships that were already solid before. It's really, in a crisis, it really helps if you've had good relationships before, and we have, and it's really come to fruition. But I do want to recognize, Kelly Foster, of course, is outstanding. 2 folks that have been great in this, and a big reason. One is David Cook. I've known David for a long time. He has been a major player in Kentucky Department of Education in different roles. When we first ran out the financial management system, Munis, that all school districts used, David was a big part of our role working with our office when he was in a different office. Actually, he was in Robin Kinney's equivalent office. David has done tremendous things, the Race to Top funds, and what he's done here is just, a salute. The other one is Marty Park in our office. He is a 5-star, and nobody better recruit him, by the way. I'm just either one of those folks right now. We are so fortunate to have those 2 people leading this work. There is no doubt about it. Extremely fortunate. We also have a digital learning team that's part of our office that works with Kelly's office, that goes out there and they're part of these design labs to try to get a good feel for what they have and some of the appropriate ways to do it. So as I mentioned before, one of the techniques is you have, part of the students in the class, at the same time, the teacher's also teaching a live class. That's not something a lot of them have ever done before. And so they got to get comfortable with that approach. You're having some that are 100% virtual. You're having some where they're coming A and B days. And so we're working through them, but also there's a technique to it. As I said before, do you really want students on 7 straight hours? Most of us have been involved with these meetings back to back to back. And that's really tough, besides the bandwidth at the home, for a student to have a live connection for 7 hours. And so even though we have the capability for every school district in Kentucky, for every teacher to be in their classroom, and they can broadcast out, that's a great ability to do. But maybe, everyone in a school district only does that the first 10 minutes of the class. Then they have some kind of assignment, and then they circle back the last 15 minutes versus it being live for the entire hour and then going to the next class with that. So that's the kind of thing that they're working through. I also want to circle back to 2 other items on this topic, then we'll close it.
3 or 4 minutes. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. You have to understand the difference between you'll hear middle mile internet and last mile. The biggest issue is the last mile. We put in a middle mile network in every county in Kentucky back in 1995. There's been a second one that's been put in beginning in 2015, and it's going to be complete, I think, in October. So you're going to have at least 2 in every county. However, the biggest issue is the last mile. That's where 90%, 95% of the costs are. And that's the length of time to put in place, especially if you're trying to put it in wired. So the key thing for you all to tune into is the last mile internet. That's what you're trying to find. The last item associated with that is with these MiFi devices. And this is what you heard Jefferson County put in. These are the hotspots. This is just for the student. A very high percentage of the districts, rightfully so, is this where the student, to make sure it's not used for anything else, are configuring the school-owned devices to only be able to use for that. So other family members can't use that. So that somewhat helps deal with the low-income families. If they really have a small amount of bandwidth, then that's really set aside just for the student and can just be used for the student purposes. But once again, we're not addressing the whole household issue. So that is the technology update. And you can ask anything else you want. But once again, I don't want to confuse it too much. At some point, you got to approve our $15.4 million that the legislature is appropriated to us. But this is all through it. It's something that we try to stay on top of. We don't have a 100% solution for this, just like everything else. But we got a pretty good handle on it.
Excellent. Thank you so much, David. And we love your enthusiasm for all things ed technology and bandwidth. So thank you for that broad update. And I also posted over in the chat the link to the Forbes article yesterday, and Kevin gave you a shout out on that, and you and your team earlier as well, yeah. David. At this point, board members, I would ask the board to approve the KETS operational plan for school year 2020-2021, and in accordance with KRS 157.665 Section 3, to help address the Kentucky K-12 education technology operational management needs. Do I have such a motion?
This is Lee Todd, and I will certainly be glad to make that motion for Reverend Couch. And appreciate what he has done for the last many, many years to put us in a position that very few people understand. But he's got a work cut out for him now, and you can't do it without personnel. And I hope you can hang on to your personnel. But without personnel and funding and wireless, you can't make it. But I so move.
Thank you so much, Dr. Todd. We have a motion from Lee. Do we have a second?
This is Patrice McCrary, and I don't know whether to say amen or I second.
Here we go. We've been to church. Thank you so much. A second from Patrice. Any further discussion or questions for David Couch? All right, hearing none. Jennifer, would you please call the roll?
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams, and my vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt, and I vote yes. Thank you.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth, I vote yes.
Elvis Johnson.
Elvis Johnson, and I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary, and I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
This is Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and I vote yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jennifer. The next item on our list is the amendment to 701 KAR 5:150 regarding the non-traditional instruction program, and the aforementioned David Cook and Kelly Foster will join us to present the proposed amendments.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi, I have an easy part. I have to say publicly exactly what David just said is, the work that Marty Park and David Cook have done to help districts through this situation that we're in has been tremendous. And so, I need to publicly thank both of them as well, because it's quite amazing what they have been able to pull off in a short amount of time. David, are you on?
I am.
He is the NTI king, and this is definitely his baby. So I will turn it over to him, and he's going to give you an update. This is something he was already thinking about doing, but living through these times has really helped us bring NTI to the forefront and give us the opportunity to make some solid changes moving forward around improvement planning and thinking about NTI moving forward. So David, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Foster. Thank you, David Couch. Wow. I don't know that I've ever received that kind of accolade from him before, but I certainly do appreciate it. And I want to just extend it on to my team, the Division of Innovation team, who has busted their tails during all of this to make sure districts knew how to do things, what to do during the NTI situation in the spring. And as we move into the fall, making it even better. So we've come a long way because of the partnership between OET and our office. And right now, the design labs, we're really being part of that work too. So my office my division is helping out with all that work that Marty's doing. So Marty and I are going to go take a family vacation soon. So that's part of our plan for the upcoming time. As Joette gets the actual regulation up on the screen, I'm going to just a couple of things that I want you to be aware of. Dr. Polio used a term today, and I'm trying to decide whether he infringed on my trademark or I'm going to infringe on his. But NTI 2.0 is the way we talk about it in our office, our division. That's the way Kelly and I talk about it. And there's a lot of things about this fall that we hope become a new version or a better version of NTI, because it's not an emergency anymore, and it's a time where teachers have had all the time they had in the spring, and now they can do something more with it in the fall. As you all are aware, all 171 of our public school districts have approved NTI plans for this fall. In addition to them, Kentucky School for the Blind, Kentucky School for the Deaf, all the area technology centers, and the Model Lab School all have approved NTI plans as well. So that's important to note. And the emergency regulation that you all did at a previous special meeting around the unlimited NTI days is part of that as well. Allows folks to sort of open up and do what they need to do to start the school year. Today, however, I'm most excited, and Kelly just mentioned this as she talked about things we're trying to do as we've looked all through the summer at NTI being better and what NTI 2.0 looks like this year and in years to come. And we've really dove deeply into that conversation internally within Kelly's office because, as you know, or probably know, also in Kelly's office is the school, comprehensive district improvement planning process. So school improvement in general is there. And we really think that we have an opportunity here to incorporate our conversation about non-traditional instruction into that comprehensive district improvement plan and really align it even more to the goals each individual district has. So the big thing I'm here to talk to you about today is an amendment to the regulation that governs the non-traditional instruction program that moves us away in a substantive way from an application that sits apart and becomes a part of how districts think about their entirety of their school improvement effort. So that's what this amendment does. It, in essence, it's a lot of language about taking stuff out of an application that's separately submitted by a district and embeds it in a new diagnostic that will be done inside the comprehensive district improvement plan that every district does each year as a continuation of learning plan. That's what we're calling it inside the CDIP. And it's really intended to align non-traditional instruction and make it a part of the conversation about goals that the district has, and also to try to make sure that it's a little bit more seamless than, oh, look, today we did regular in-person instruction and tomorrow we have to do NTI. It's a little bit to try to help us think about what does it mean to continue learning when any time we have to close, whether it's for a pandemic, a major illness, or even a snow day. How do we do that? So the language, and Joette, if you'll just scroll up a little bit, I think it's on the next page. It starts right there at the section 2, right there, line 13. So basically what this does, and it's a pretty big, significant change. I want us to be clear about this, but it's simple in what it does. It doesn't really change what we're requiring districts to provide to us that they currently do in their NTI plan. It's now going to be embedded in the CDIP. So I should have said this a minute ago. This is for 21, 22, and beyond. They've already done applications that have been approved for this fall that we're getting ready to start. This will be for what they will do moving forward in subsequent years. And it basically takes all of the elements and adds to them some even deeper detail about what they're going to do when school has to be closed, and just moves it from a separate application to the CDIP as a new section of this comprehensive school district improvement plan. I don't know that, Chair Young, that I need to go into any more detail. I think that explains it pretty well. This is first read. The LSAC did discuss it at their last meeting, and they, Superintendent Adkins, I think is from Floyd County, he was jumping up and down. He said, I love that you're going to, because the other thing I want to point out is this is an additional work for the district. This is substituting work. So this is taking away their requirement to supply us with an NTI plan and making it part of a process that they've been doing for several years now. So that's what most of the change is about, that just moving it, explaining what will be in the CDIP, just moving it over to that for next year.
No, I think that's a sufficient overview. Thank you, David. Does anyone have questions for David? If not, this is first reading.
Correct.
And review only.
That's right.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I was looking for a motion statement there. So any further discussion? If not, thanks so much, David. I'm excited about this. I can't think that there will be a need to have excused absences for much longer in our future when kids can have access to learning anytime, anywhere. And this is a bold step in that direction.
That's the idea. You and I have talked about that for a long time, Chair, and that's, yeah.
Thank you so much. The next review item is a new regulation 704 KAR 8:100, Kentucky Academic Standards for Library Media elective. And this is to David Couch and Marty Park.
Yes, thank you. This will go much shorter than my last one. This is to establish the very first time in the Kentucky Academic Standards for Library Media Specialists. This is not a tested item. It is optional, but we felt it was important to get this going. This is a big part of what we do with our digital learning team, and we find a lot of librarians are part of the digital learning team. We followed the International Society for Technology and Education standards, much like we did with the student technology standards, which you did under consent. We also went to ISTE and also the Kentucky Society for Technology and Education, and they're broken out into different grade bands, grade K2, 3 through 5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12. And I did find interesting the chair of the Local Superintendent's Advisory Council, Superintendent Bobrowski from Alza County. His wife is a librarian and gave a double thumbs up. So that was good. And so did close to 98% of the people that we worked with gave it a double thumbs up. There was no significant pushback. And Marty, I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to add to that.
No, David, you did a great job. And also working with the American Association of School Librarians to leverage the national level standards as well. So as David mentioned, there's a combined effort, but we of course Kentuckyized this set of academic standards for students.
We appreciate our James Allen for working on this and leading this effort within our office and igniting this. So thank you, James.
Excellent. Thank you all so much. Board members, do you have any questions for David or James or Marty? Excellent. Thank you. And the last review item is amendment to 704 KAR 3:305 regarding the minimum requirements for high school graduation. And we're back to Rhonda Sims and Mickey Ray.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think we basically introduced this with a discussion of Senate Bill 158 and the impact. So we do have some changes. We need to align SB1 and the graduation requirements. And so Mickey's going to give you the details on that. I'll give you my very quick difference. Senate Bill 158 severs the connection between how you perform on the state assessment and graduation in Kentucky. So our previous set of standards had put some links in, and 158 removes those. So I'm going to turn it over to Mickey Ray, who's been shepherding this work along in the department. So Mickey, if you kind of walk us through the detail, and again, Chair, this is a first read, so no action yet.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. And if Joette, if she can bring our PowerPoint up, we'll take a look at that. Thank you. So what I wanted to show you here at the beginning, if you can go to that first slide, the first two items are much more technical in nature. So eliminating some definitions of language that is not addressed in the regulation or are being removed as a result of Senate Bill 158. And then we have on page 2 an elimination of a reference to the 3303 reg, which is for the Kentucky academic standards that are still grouped together in regulation, and addressing the Kentucky academic standards for career studies that are now their own Chapter 8 regulation. But really the main changes occur to Section 4. And so that's where I want to spend the focus of our time and address any questions that you may have. So the recommended changes amend language to remove all graduation qualifier and graduation prerequisite requirements as defined in Section 1 due to Senate Bill 158 implications. And just again, to review that language again, the Senate Bill 158 Section 3 prohibits statewide minimum high school graduation requirements from including a post-secondary readiness indicator, as well as any link to a minimum score on a statewide assessment. So we can go to the next one. And there is a ton of text on this slide, and I apologize for that, but I just wanted to show you. So this is the current language. So what exists before the amendments in 3305? And the three bold qualifiers are the three that could potentially remain and are not post-secondary readiness indicators or any link to a minimum score as a result of Senate Bill 158. But we are recommending that all of that language be removed as a result of equity issues for opportunity and access, because again, in terms of student availability to those three, they're going from what had been 8 possibilities to 3. So in the amended language, all of those have been removed. And then the prerequisites on the next slide. So this one is much more straightforward. So you have the current language, which says that students must meet one of the following graduation prerequisites. And we know as a result of 158 that we cannot have any link to a minimum score on a statewide assessment. So that eliminates that basic competency test for reading and mathematics. I wanted you to notice that the third bullet there, the student collection of evidence, that would still be allowable by Senate Bill 158, but it becomes unnecessary as a result of the fact that that would have been evidence for a student who did not meet that basic competency requirement. So in the amendment, we have removed all of that language as well. And then next. And then what I wanted to point out, this language is staying the same. So it would now read, beginning with students who entered grade 9 on or after the first day of the 2019-2020 academic year, they would still be earning the 22 credits for high school graduation. So page 8 begins that more detailed description of the minimum required credits, and there are no proposed amendments to that language. So that would still have the 22 credit requirement. Okay, next. And then finally, you have in section 4, pages 8 through 10, there are again just some technical changes there. And then a significant change in section 8, page 14, we did add that language, which is reflected in Senate Bill 158. So a local board may not adopt any high school graduation requirements that include achieving a minimum score on a statewide assessment. So that language has been added in as well. And I believe that's it. So we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mickey. I have been technology challenged today, but I don't see the actual attachment with the strikeout language for the regulation. Others perhaps do have that.
I do know that was
completed.
So I'm not sure, Jennifer, Joette, know if that's in there.
It should be, and we'll double check. And if it's not, certainly we'll add that right now.
Excellent. Thank you. Anyone have any questions for Mickey or for Rhonda? All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Rounding the home stretch, friends. Sharon and I have been alternating standing up and sitting down. Some of you whom I can't see are probably doing the same thing, but I'll turn it over to Todd for our hearing officers report and action to extend time for filing a recommended order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The hearing officer's report that we provide to the board each meeting should be located in your portal. You'll see at the very top of the report there the 2 emergency regulations that the board most recently approved regarding the SEEK funding formula that is going to decouple in-person in-seat attendance from funding, as well as the pupil attendance regulation that we have there. So great news there that those are filed and in effect for the board. I'll just pause there to see if there are any questions about the hearing officer's report. Sounds like none. So the next item that is within that The board may recall that we previously discussed a request from the hearing officer in an administrative action, Pineville Independent Board of Education versus Bell County Board of Education. That is a non-resident student agreement dispute between two school districts, and those can be appealed up through the commissioner and to the state board. That's pending before a hearing officer. The hearing officer has had some difficulties in finalizing the recommended order that will come before the state board for their review and final approval, and has requested a second extension. The extension is actually to August 8th. That's just 2 days from now. But once we receive the hearing officer's recommended order, then staff in my office will review the exceptions filed by the parties and provide that information to the board for a decision, a final decision at your next regular meeting.
All right, thank you. Oh, go ahead.
And that, oh no, I'm sorry, and that will, to approve that extension of time, that does require a motion, second, and vote.
Thank you, Todd. So we would be open to entertain a motion to approve an extension of the time to file a recommended order in 19 BOE 0019 Pineville Independent Board.
Chair Young,
Yes, sir.
I move to make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And do we have a second?
This is Sharon
This is
Robbins.
Joanne Adams. I second.
Thank you both. I think I heard Sharon in there first, so I'll give the second to Sharon on that one. Any further discussion or questions for Todd? Hearing none. Jennifer, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams, and I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
This is Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And then the next item, Todd, is there anything you'd like to add to the litigation report that's included in the portal?
No, nothing to add. That's in the board member secure portal, and any changes since the last meeting appear in bold, just for your information to keep you updated on litigation that would impact the state board, but no action that's necessary from my perspective.
Thank you so much. The next item, one of our favorites also, is board member sharing time. Per board policy, the agenda for each regular meeting shall include an item under which board members may raise issues not included on the agenda for the purpose of clarification, referral to a committee, or scheduling for future board review and or action if such is the consensus of the board, or of course any other items that you would like to add as board members. So feel free to unmute, and if I'm able to see you, I might be able to help orchestrate. If not, we will just work through, make sure everyone has had a chance to speak. I know everyone is feeling tired. I'll be happy to share quickly in that Claire Batt, Allison Sloan, and I were interested in and applied to be a part of the National Association of State Boards of Education, NASB's Whole Child Policy Study Group. And we actually have a series, we were all three approved and accepted into the study and had our first meeting last month. A lot of great information was shared, and I won't spend much time relaying that back to you since it was our first meeting, but know that Kentucky was well represented and the conversations were substantive, and we look forward to more of those discussions moving forward.
Chairman Young, this is Lee.
Yes.
This may be a bit of an advertisement, but I'm doing a radio show now with Tom Martin on WEKU, and it's entitled Education is Economic Development. I've already done Chris Kimmel from Kentucky Science Council, and then I had a teacher an interview regarding Advanced Kentucky. And then I had a student of that teacher that I interviewed. That's coming up sometime this month. It's only a 12-minute interview, but it's my intent to talk about the unique things that are available to kids to think about how they could tie their education in Kentucky, if it's competitive, into helping us turn the state's economy around. So just to let you know about that. So, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And those broadcasts are archived if anyone would like to Google those and tune in.
Excellent.
I'll have David Couch on someday if I have more than 12 minutes.
You
There you
go.
Chair Young, Patrice
Yes,
McCrary here.
please.
I'd like to just go on record and say I'm so proud of our administrators, our teachers, and our school staff as they gear up for a new school year. They have a lot of unknowns out there, and they are moving bravely forward. So that's my major shout out to them today.
Lovely, thank you, Patrice. Anyone else? All right, thank you. And I think we would all echo Patrice's sentiments that we are keeping all of our schools and districts in mind as they prepare to reopen this fall, virtually, in person, or both. So thank you.
Lou, this is Allison. I was looking up something, so I couldn't chime in quick enough.
Okay,
he's not on with us today, but I want to give some information. Dr. Thompson and Superintendent Houston Barber have written a book that has just been published and is available. It's called Implementing Innovative Leadership in an Inclusive Learning Environment. Anyone that wants a link to that to be able to purchase it, I can send that out. They have asked me to write a review of that, so I'm waiting on a copy myself so I can do that. But I've heard in tidbits of it and been on a webinar with them about this book, and I think it's going to be a great resource that our board may want to looking into and reading ourselves as board members and using the information in it as we make decisions going forward. So good luck to them, and I think they've done an excellent job.
Oh, excellent. Thanks. I want to read it too. I saw it on Twitter. All right, thank you. Any other board members? Hearing no further sharing opportunities, then I will be open to a motion to adjourn.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you. I didn't know what we were going to do. We have a motion from Holly. Do we have a second?
This is Patrice McCrary. I second.
Thank you so much, Patrice. Jennifer, we're ready for a roll call.
One last time, happy to. Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. Thanks, everyone. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt, and I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary, and I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and I vote yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Megan, we are adjourned.